Can you see me? That was the first thing I heard when I opened the door to the clubroom on my first day of high school. Not a teacher, not a welcome speech, just a voice like someone dragging a rake across a coffin lid, asking a question over and over from 12 different mouths. There was a girl standing at the window, black hair, gold eyes, school uniform still creased from the packaging. She was doing the thing where you pretend to admire the scenery, except her hands were welded to the windowsill, and her knees had already filed for resignation, and around her, packed into that little room like commuters on the worst train in Japan, were the evil spirits. 12 of them, maybe more, twisted faces, black mist steaming off their shoulders. One had its body wedged in the corner and its neck stretched 5 meters across the room so its head could hover directly in front of hers. Its eyes were hanging out of their sockets. It was very close to her face. It was asking the question, "Can you see me?" Now here's the thing about that question. It's not small talk. That question is a trigger. As long as you don't answer, as long as you keep your face flat and your eyes empty, they can't touch you. That's the rule. That's the whole rule. Pretend to be blind and you live. She had been holding that pose for 10 minutes. Her record was 2 questions before they got bored. Today she was somewhere past 30 and they were not getting bored. She turned to me with the wet, desperate eyes of someone who has just spotted the last helicopter out of the city. Classmate, I think I sprained my ankle. Could you help me back to the classroom? Great lie. Solid lie. Fast improvisation under pressure. I respected it. I closed the door behind me. Then I walked past her to the desk and started unloading my pockets because I had an actual schedule to keep. Peach wood dagger, silver nail, a stack of talismans I'd bought off a shady old man outside a shrine. I laid them out in a row and did inventory out loud. Let's see. What haven't I tested yet? Peach wood dagger, silver nail, and these anti-demon charms. That's about it. Then I looked up and gave her my best first day of school smile. Hello, my name is Jackson Cole. I'm a first year enrolling at Sobu High today. She nodded on autopilot. Sakura Hanako, also a first year. Please take care of me. Then she remembered she was in an active hostage situation and lowered her voice. Can you help me get out first? And that's when every single spirit in the room turned its head at once, like a stadium crowd following a ball, and locked onto her face. 12 throats started grinding out the same word. Can you see me? She went white. Her back was soaked. She was 3 seconds from the floor. I cleared my throat. Then I waved at them. Friendly. Neighborly. The way you wave at the guy across the hall while you're both taking out the trash. I can see you. Sakura made a noise like a punctured tire. Don't say it out loud. Because that's the rule, right? You say it, they get you. She'd survived her entire life on that rule, and I had just set it on fire in front of her. What she was not prepared for was what the spirits did next. All 12 of them scrambled backwards into the corner. They piled on top of each other, folding their twisted bodies into a heap, and on those melted horror movie faces was an expression she had never seen on one of them before. Fear. They were afraid. Of me. I looked at the pile and honestly felt let down. Aren't there any stronger ones? Forget it. I'll make do with these. Then I picked up the peachwood dagger and stabbed one. It screamed. Sakura flinched so hard she almost went out the window. I didn't move. I just watched the hole in its body, timed how long it took to close, and pulled out my notebook. Peachwood dagger. Lethality against ordinary evil spirits about the same as steel. No special effects. Next. Silver nail. In, out, watch, right. Slightly better than ordinary metal. Improvement limited. Next. Talisman. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A piece of paper with a printer smudge on it. This one's useless. That old swindler at the shrine stall is getting a visit. I put the notebook away, stood up and stretched. Not bad. Your work here is done. And then I opened my mouth and ate them. All of them. The whole pile went black and stringy and got sucked down my throat like the world's angriest smoothie, thrashing the entire way. Sakura's legs finally filed their paperwork. She hit the floor and started crying, silently, 2 clean lines down her face, staring at me with an expression I would come to know very well over the next 2 months. It's the expression that says, my understanding of reality has just been repossessed. And that is exactly the moment the door opened. Eh? Why is there noise in the clubroom? Teacher. White lab coat, black slacks, cigarette voice, and what she walked in on was a girl on the floor in tears and a boy standing over her holding a knife. What is going on? 5 minutes later, I was in the staff office with Tanaka Akari squinting at me across a desk like I was a tax return that didn't add up. Sakura had wiped her face and committed to the ankle story with the conviction of a woman who understood exactly how actually there were 12 ghosts would land on her permanent record. She nodded so hard I thought she'd sprained something for real. Once she left, Tanaka picked up my peachwood dagger. What is this? A decoration. She tapped the point with one finger. Very sharp, very decorative. Then she held up the silver nail. This is definitely a prohibited item. Why are you carrying it? Self-defense. Self-defense from what? This is a school. Into the drawer. Both of them. Gone. But she handed the talismans back because talismans don't violate any school rule, and this is how I learned that Japanese school policy will confiscate the two things that actually worked and return the garbage. I took them anyway. I still needed them for the refund. Then she hesitated and asked the question she'd clearly been chewing on. Are talismans these days all printed? Do they actually work? It's about keeping up with the times. The ink in the printer has all been consecrated. I see, she said, in the voice of a woman filing that sentence away for a future therapy session. Go back to your classroom. I left. Behind me, I could hear her colleague, a pink-haired teacher with the aura of a woman who irons her socks, start in on her about being too soft on students. And Tanaka, sighing at her drawer, saying something about how that boy's psychology might need some counseling. Lady, you have no idea. I had bigger problems than counseling. I had a seat to claim, because when I walked into Class 1A, the entire room went quiet, and I could hear the whispers starting up behind me. He's kind of handsome. Should we go talk to him? No need to rush. We've got 3 years. And I ignored every one of them and walked straight to the back row by the window. I put my bag on the desk, and a hand came down on the same chair. Long, straight black hair. Cold voice, the kind that comes with its own air conditioning. I chose this seat first. I've already put my bag down. You can pick your bag back up. Then you can also take your hand off. A girl with dango buns and Gyaru energy came bouncing over to mediate. You two, it's just a seat. There's no need to argue, right? Just a seat. Just a seat. That's where you're wrong, I told her, with the gravity of a man explaining tax law to a child. I see you don't understand the gold content of this position at all. Gold. Content. Listen closely. This is the back row by the window, the homeland of kings, commonly known as the throne of kings. Her eyes went wide. Then are there benefits? Were there benefits? First, there's a wall to the left and only one aisle to the right, which means you can sleep leaning fully against the wall without being bumped by passing students. Second, this is the most remote corner of the room, so by simple probability, the foot traffic here is the lowest, and the noise is the lowest. And finally, choosing this seat broadcasts a clear stay-away signal, which minimizes unsolicited social contact. For a person who does not wish to interact with anyone, calling it a throne is not an exaggeration. She nodded slowly, like a monk receiving scripture. So that's how it is. I was too shallow. Somewhere behind me, Sakura Hanako put her face in her hands. She'd figured out in under an hour that I was making it up as I went, and she was watching this poor girl take notes. The black-haired one snorted, sat down in the seat next to mine, hung up her bag, and immediately went face down on the desk to sleep. Which, respect, she'd lost the throne and pivoted to a nap in under 4 seconds. That was Kaido Yumi. We'd be sharing a wall for a while. The class had opinions. That girl's a weirdo. No, honestly, isn't that guy weirder? They're both good looking though. Problem students, delinquents, better avoid them. And the dango girl, Aya Nakamura, got pulled away by her friend with a whispered "don't associate with weirdos or you'll be treated like one," and she gave me this small apologetic look before she went. I filed that look away. It turned out to matter later. Then I put my head down and joined Kaido in unconsciousness. Now, you're probably wondering why I was so relaxed about all of this. 12 spirits before homeroom, 1 very casual lunch, a teacher interrogation, a seat war. It's because I'm a transmigrator. I died somewhere else and woken up here, in a world stitched together out of a dozen slice-of-life anime, and I had spent my first few weeks doing what any reasonable person would do with that information, figuring out how much of it I could exploit. The good news was there were beautiful girls. The bad news was that Sakura Hanako was one of them, and if she was in this world, then the things that follow her around were in it too, because here's what her whole deal is. She sees them, all the time. Every day of her life, from the moment she wakes up, there are things in the corner of the room, on the train, behind the vending machine, and the only thing standing between her and being torn apart is her ability to keep her face completely blank while one of them puts its eye 4 centimeters from hers. That's not a superpower. That's a life sentence. I'd had my eyes for about 2 weeks at that point. Anyway, lunch break, I woke up to find some guy from another class blocking Kaido at the door with the world's most punchable smile. Hey, can I be friends with you? Move aside. Don't block the way. I just wanted to make friends. If you don't want to, fine, but why the act? Boring. She tried to walk around him, and he stepped in front of her again, and this is the part where his mouth wrote a check. His understanding of the situation could not cash. Someone like you, sleeping openly in class, you're just trying to act like you have personality, right? Who are you being cold and aloof for? Now. Kaido's face didn't move, but there was a flicker between her eyebrows that wasn't ice. It was panic, so I tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, student. Since she's not interested, you should stop talking. If you keep clinging here like a cockroach, it's just going to get more embarrassing, don't you think? He turned around with a retort already loaded, and then his friend took one look at my face, went pale, and whispered something in his ear. That's him? Yeah, that's him. And they left. Fast. I stood there genuinely disappointed because I hadn't even gotten to use my secret technique from Zon, the dust release, mother stripping jutsu, and they just ran. What a waste of a perfectly good confrontation. Kaido walked off without a word of thanks. That was fine. I hadn't done it for a thank you, and anyway she was going to pay me back in the most hostile way imaginable within the hour. Sakura caught up to me in the hallway, vibrating with questions she'd been holding since morning. Can I talk to you alone? About those things? Sure. Then let's go to the rooftop. And my face fell. She noticed. She noticed immediately, because this was a girl who had spent years reading micro-expressions to survive, and she asked carefully, Is there danger on the rooftop? No. I just remembered an old friend who passed away years ago. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. It's fine. I stretched. That guy deserved to die. He didn't have the guts to openly have a harem, but he was two-timing behind everyone's back. He had it coming. She stopped walking, and I watched her arrive, in real time, at the conclusion that she was never going to be able to predict my next sentence for as long as she lived. On the way up, the hallway was buzzing. Did you hear? Before class this morning, a male student threatened a female student. Good thing the teacher arrived in time. Really? I didn't see any police cars. That's the outrageous part. He didn't get punished at all. I heard he was carrying weapons, a dagger, nails, yellow papers, like talismans. Not just that. In the version I heard, he had firearms. I shook my head at Sakura, genuinely appalled. The morals are declining. People's hearts are not what they used to be. In broad daylight, under a clear sky, someone actually does something like this. Sobuhai has really fallen. He's a freshman in class 1A. Black hair, black eyes, about 1.8 meters, quite handsome. The more handsome a pervert is, the more you have to be on guard. Silence is the Cambridge of tonight. Sakura apologized to me in a small voice for the misunderstanding. I said nothing and walked to the rooftop door, and she trailed behind me, having what I can only describe as an escalating internal crisis about whether I was taking her up there to silence her permanently. Then I said, out loud, that makes sense. I should go get a gun. What? As the saying goes, outside 7 paces, a gun is fast. Within 7 paces, it's both fast and accurate. For dealing with evil spirits, one should try the American-style quick draw. I nodded to myself. Decided. I'll find a chance to get a gun. Behind me, Sakura was quietly concluding that the entire school's assessment of me as a dangerous person had, if anything, been generous. On the roof, I shut the door and told her to ask. She had 1,000 questions and picked the smallest one first. When did you start being able to see them? About half a month ago. That threw her. 2 weeks. When she'd first awakened, she hadn't been able to go outside after dark for a month. Then, how many have you eliminated so far? I smiled, because I'd been waiting for this one. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? She opened her mouth, closed it. Her brain visibly attempted to process the sentence evil spirits are bread and rejected the file. So I handed her the notebook and let it do the talking. She held it like it was warm. And here's the thing. She hesitated, genuinely hesitated, and I know exactly why. Because she'd figured out that I'd had my eyes for 2 weeks and already understood more than she had in years, and she was standing at the edge of something, and she knew that once she read it, she could not unread it. She opened it anyway. That's the whole reason I gave it to her. March 20th. Weather, cloudy. Today, I awakened the ability to see evil spirits and ghosts. Damn it. Waking up first thing in the morning and opening my eyes to see a distorted monster standing by my bed really scared the hell out of me. And she relaxed. I watched the tension come out of her shoulders, because he was scared too. He was scared on the first day, just like me. Having fear is what makes you a person. She turned the page with a small smile on her face. Finished eating. Unexpectedly, the taste isn't bad. How should I describe it? The texture is a bit like spicy gluten strips, except the outer shell is crispy. Friends who eat evil spirits often know that swallowing is easy, but cooking is hard. I tried deep frying one. It doesn't seem to count as an ingredient. It can only be eaten raw. Whatever. Raw is fine. It has a primitive flavor of nature. The smile did not survive. Her brain went offline and her hand turned the page by pure reflex. March 26th. After these few days of constantly devouring them, I have a deeper understanding of the ability. It's not just that I can see them. After devouring, my physical fitness improves. The effect seems to depend on the strength of the target. Also, afterward, memory fragments that don't belong to me appear in my head. I think these are pieces of the spirit's life. I only ever watch them as a third party. No impact on me. April 2nd. Weather, cloudless. How many have I devoured by now? I didn't keep track. 200 or 300? Maybe 400 or 500. There are just too many of these things. Ordinary evil spirits no longer dare to approach me. Natural predator instinct, probably. Most of them just run. She did the math. I watched her do it. March 20th to April 2nd is 13 days. Several hundred spirits, that's 20 or 30 a day. And on a normal day, if she wasn't going out of her way to visit dark places, she might see 4 or 5, which meant I hadn't been avoiding them. It meant that from day one, every single day, I had been going out and looking for them. Can this be a normal person? Is, I believe, the exact phrasing she used internally. Then came the last entry, and this is the one that changed the shape of her life. April 4th. Weather, rainy. Found another door. Just as I thought, in areas where one of these exists, the spirits within a radius of several kilometers become far more active. If left alone, Kyoto turns into Hyaki Yagyo in under 2 months. Those old men at the shrine have no skills, they have spirits crawling on their backs, and they still offer to consecrate things for me. If the rules here are the same as in Sakura Hanako's world, there are supposed to be deities capable of eradicating them. Maybe I looked in the wrong place. Or maybe deities exist and just aren't willing to help. Either way, it doesn't matter now. Tomorrow is the start of school at Sobu High. After making contact with Sakura Hanako, I'll decide the next step. At the very back was the weapons table, materials, damage, notes. And that's when she understood what she'd actually watched me do that morning. It hadn't been cruelty. It hadn't been fun. It was a controlled experiment. She looked up at me with something new in her face. Not fear, something closer to professional respect, which is a hell of a thing to earn by stabbing a ghost with a stick. What do you mean, my world? Have you seen me before? And what is this door? You can understand it as, although I've never interacted with you, I know you very well. That is not an answer, and she knew it wasn't an answer. As for the door, if you're free after school, I'll take you to see it. Once you see it, you'll understand everything. Now, before the door, there was the incident of the Pepsi. I got back to the classroom to find Kaido Yumi placing a can of soda on my desk, caught red-handed and completely unbothered. I don't like owing people favors. I walked over, looked at it, and felt something in my soul crack. Well played, Kaido Yumi. I helped you, and you repay kindness with ingratitude by making me drink Pepsi brand toilet cleaner. Then I touched the can, and my pupils shrank because the universe was not done with me yet. And it's room temperature. She had prepared for several outcomes. She'd prepared for me misunderstanding and pestering her. She'd prepared for me refusing it outright. She had even prepared for me throwing it in the trash in front of her. She had not prepared for a review. Room temperature. Is there a problem with that? Do you know what else cola is called? No idea. Fat nerd happy water. I picked up the can and held it, and I swear I aged 40 years in that moment, an old man standing in the sunset contemplating the impermanence of all things. Even if it were toilet cleaner, if it were ice cold, paired with cherry blossoms scattering outside the window in early spring, it might still have a certain charm. But if you'll excuse my bluntness, soda that isn't chilled is just a pile of crap. Her eyebrow twitched. She was silent for a long, long moment. Anyway, the favor I owed you, I've paid it back. And she went straight back to sleep. I did not throw it away. I want that on the record. I put it in my desk. It becomes relevant. Meanwhile, the rumor had mutated again. Now I was carrying a revolver, and I sat there doing the projections. If this kept escalating at the current rate, by the end of the week, I'd have a nuclear launch button in my pocket. Tomorrow's headline, shocking, the true culprit who shot Kennedy. The day after. Unbelievable. The one who executed Louis XVI. The day after that. Turns out, when Fuxi split heaven and earth, this kid handed him the axe. Public opinion really is a powerful thing. Then the last bell rang, and the day decided it wasn't finished with Sakura Hanako. She got called to the staff office, except when she got to the 3rd floor, she saw Tanaka Akari's back disappearing up the stairs toward the roof. She called out, no answer. She followed. And there was our homeroom teacher, leaning on the railing in her white coat, staring at Sakura with eyes that had nothing behind them at all. She beckoned. Sakura nodded on reflex, and that was the trigger. The teacher's body came apart. It stretched and folded and became a spider the size of the entire rooftop, filling the sky. 4 eyes locked on one girl, and out of that ruined human face came the sound she'd been running from her whole life. You can see me. She couldn't move. Not fear frozen, actually frozen, the way prey animals lock up. She didn't cry. She'd gone past crying into that flat, numb place. The mouth came down toward her throat, and what went through her head in that last second wasn't fear, it was regret. Regret that she was never going to find out what the door was. An arm got there first. Teeth went into my forearm, blood hit the concrete, and I looked down at her over the top of it. You're not hurt, are you? She stared up at me. I was yawning. I want you to understand that this thing had its jaws locked into my arm, and I was yawning because I'd been up since 1 a.m. and I was frankly tired. Looks like you're uninjured. Good. Then I turned to the spider and gave it a friendly smile. Does it taste good? That stopped it, genuinely confused it. It let go, reeled its neck back several meters, and coiled to launch. Oh, you can even do a catapult start? Sakura, at this point, was experiencing an emotion she later described as absurdity, because what kind of person makes jokes here? But she also noted, and I quote, that catapult start was a strangely accurate description. It's over, I said, and the spider swelled up like a water balloon and detonated. The thing that had blotted out the sun became a cloud of black smoke and drifted apart, and Sakura went down on the concrete as every ounce of adrenaline she hadn't had time to feel arrived all at once. I patted her shoulder and told her to calm down, mostly because I remembered that in the original story, this girl gets so frightened by a spirit on a train that she loses control of her bladder, and I did not want to be responsible for that cleanup on a roof. Night, Jackson Cole. The evil spirit, it disguised itself as Teacher Tanaka. Oh, I know. No, listen to me, you didn't see it. It literally turned into, like I said, I heard you. Did you not understand what I meant? The evil spirit was disguised as, I said, I heard you, loud and clear. I spread my hands. I've said it 3 times now. What exactly do you want from me? Should I condemn that cunning evil spirit for using such underhanded methods to deceive an innocent JK girl? She sat there with her mouth open, and then, this is the part that got me. She actually calmed down. The banter did what comfort wouldn't have. She stopped shaking. Then she asked why it exploded, and I told her the truth. You can think of it as a special constitution. I am, essentially, a collective of every evil spirit I've devoured. Exactly how many, I don't remember. Several hundred. Even a tiny bit of my blood is not something an ordinary spirit is qualified to consume. I shrugged. It burst from being overfilled. She nodded. Numbly. Her worldview had been demolished twice before dinner. And then she got to the part that actually mattered, and I watched her get there on her own, which is why I like her. I've never encountered one that could disguise itself as a human before. I almost died. Though it wasn't my intention, it's just as well. What's just as well? What you just saw, a spirit wearing a human face to deceive people like you. That's one of the effects of the gate. And I watched her do the math a second time that day, because if they can look like people, then her one survival skill is finished. Her whole life is built on telling the difference, and she had just been fooled completely, with no flaw she could detect. Sooner or later, she'd walk up to one and say good morning, and she couldn't count on me being on the roof every time. I want to see this gate, she said. Is it nearby? Yes. Then after school, I'll rely on you to take me. Before that, though, we had homeroom, where Tanaka announced that class committee elections would be held Friday, everyone would vote, and everyone would give a reason for their vote. And if anyone dares to cause trouble, expect to taste my iron fist sanction. The class laughed. Cute teacher joke. It is not a joke. That woman reads shonen manga and trains in martial arts, and I have personally verified that a punch from her is not something an average student survives. I wasn't worried about being elected. With my reputation, what would I even be in charge of? Firearms management. How to become a famous figure on the first day of school. 100 rules for eliminating the supernatural. Okay, that last one might actually work. But if anyone used their brain for 2 seconds, they'd realize there is no committee position for that. Then we walked out of school, and I took her to see it. I led her a few hundred meters and stopped at the mouth of an alley, and she looked down it and frowned. And here's why she frowned. It was too clean. Not one spirit. Not even the small, harmless ones that are everywhere, all the time, in every corner of this city. Nothing. If she hadn't known better, she'd have assumed there was some ancient shrine down there radiating holy power. Come in, I said. Steel yourself. One step, and the world changed. The dark at the end of the alley came alive. It writhed. Black mist, the same as what comes off a spirit but denser than anything she'd seen, filled the whole space, and at the far end, standing by itself, was an old weathered wooden door, slightly ajar, and through the crack, nothing. Not darkness, nothing, a pure absence with an aura coming off it. That is the gate, she said. No, 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 about 6 times. Sweat on her forehead, shoulders going, and this from a girl who eats lunch while a ghost licks her bento. How can something like this exist in this world? And now she understood why I'm calm around evil spirits. Every twisted face she has ever seen in her entire life added together doesn't reach this. She said it felt like her soul was being pulled in just from looking. So I gave her the briefing. Based on my investigations, there's more than one of these in Kyoto. The effect is simple. It strengthens the spirits in its vicinity, makes them more violent, more eager to attack humans. Range varies. The smallest I've seen is a few hundred meters. The largest is nearly 3 kilometers across. So wherever a gate exists, the spirits nearby get stronger, and even the harmless ones gradually turn into ones that attack people. Yes, and it's not just that. Here's the part people don't know. For someone who can't see them, spirits are mostly harmless. Bad luck, a cloudy head, worse temper, that's the ceiling. Under the influence of a gate, they go past that. Besides disguising themselves as humans to deceive people like you, they can put someone into an instant coma. And a few of the strong ones, I stopped smiling for this part, can possess a human and control their every action. She got very quiet, and then she said in a small voice, if one of them put a bus driver into a coma while he was driving, yeah, that's the one. Is there any way to make these disappear? There's a way, of course. Oh, you can eat the gate, can't you? I stared at her. I stared at her for a long moment, and she started to squirm. Did I say something wrong? I think you're actually a bit sick in the head. I pointed down the alley. Please take a good look. That thing affects evil spirits, yes. It is also made of wood. You want me to gnaw on raw lumber? You'd be better off finding someone on a talent show. There should be professionals for that. She laughed awkwardly with the clear and simple stupidity of a woman who has had a very long day. Then what should we do? Burn it with fire. Which we would. Just not that day because I hadn't brought accelerant, and I want to be clear that this is the entire reason a national landmark of Japanese evil got a 2-week stay of execution. I forgot to pack a lighter. Walking back out into the actual sunlight, she asked me the real question. Why are you telling me all this? And then immediately started waving her hands, panicking that I'd take it wrong. Of course, it's not that I'm unwilling to help. If it's really as you say, these are extremely dangerous. But, you saw today, besides being able to see them, I don't have any special abilities. To be honest, I don't think I can help you with anything. I'd just be a burden. I nodded. Right now, you are indeed useless. She just kind of stood there. I could see her thinking that ordinarily, in this situation, a person offers some comfort. However, she looked up. If you want the ability to fight them, I have a way. Now here's the thing I'd figured out, and it's the single most important rule in this entire story, so pay attention. Ask yourself, apart from gate weirdness, under what circumstances can a spirit actually hurt a human? Answer, when it knows the human can see it. That's the trigger. That's why they ask. So then ask the follow-up, which nobody had ever bothered to ask. If both sides can see each other, is it really a one-way street? Is only the spirit allowed to do damage? When I said, I can see you in that club room this morning, that wasn't me being cool. Well, it was maybe 15% me being cool, but mostly it was the mechanism. I'd tested it. If they don't know I can see them, my attacks pass straight through. The moment they know, I can touch them. The condition that lets them hurt you is the same condition that lets you hurt them, which means the timing of every fight is not up to them, it's up to us. She got it. I watched her get it, and something came on behind her eyes that had not been there that morning. Then how do I gain the ability to fight them? Let's talk tomorrow. I've got something on today. Something on? Are you going to exterminate evil spirits? Not really. I'm going to the gym. Because you need a physical base for this work. I gain a little bit every time I eat one, sure, but that's raw stat growth with no control attached, and stats you can't control are a liability. Also, I was benching 200 kilos and had a reputation to maintain among the local meatheads, who, and this is true, hold me in higher regard than any woman in that building, because I can fix their form and a beautiful face cannot. Little girl, I told her, patting her shoulder, you still have a long way to go before becoming a professional exorcist. You should learn more from your senior, Jackson Cole. She sighed with the weariness of the recently converted. I'll head home. Do you want me to walk you? No need. My house is 2 stops away. I'll take the bus. Don't you have things to do? All right. I was just being polite anyway. I didn't actually want to walk you. She left. And once she was far enough down the street, I dropped the smile, because there was something following me, something the size of an average family's living room, floating in the air about 3 meters behind my shoulder, pale as a corpse with long black nails. It had been there all day, and she hadn't seen it once. As expected, I said. She can see the door, but she can't see this. Then I went to the gym, which is where Tanaka Akari found me, and where she learned something that ruined her whole evening. She was there with the pink-haired teacher, Sasaki Rina, the one who runs on the treadmill for 20 minutes without changing her breathing and calls it maintaining the physical strength required to guide students, which is the kind of sentence that should be a war crime. Tanaka was slumped at a table complaining that being dragged here every day is the reason she has no time to date. Then she heard shouting from the equipment area and saw me surrounded by 4 enormous men. To her credit, she did not hesitate for a second. She was on her feet and across that gym before I even noticed her, and she got right up in the face of a man with dragon and tiger tattoos who could have folded her into a suitcase. Hey, you guys, stop that. This is my student. Before I call the police, you'd better be smart and leave, otherwise I don't mind stretching my limbs. The 4 of them looked at each other with the expressions of men who have been very badly misread. You seem to have misunderstood. We are not looking for trouble with him. Still making excuses? Then why are you surrounding him? We are asking Jackson Cole how to exercise effectively. Tanaka's brain buffered. Then the tattooed one turned to her and waved her off, actually waved his teacher-shaped problem away like a fly, and said, "If there's nothing else, leave quickly. Don't delay our progress." And then his entire face reorganized itself into something worshipful, and he said, "Buddy, I haven't been able to break through with heavy weights lately. Is my force application wrong? Or is there a problem with my training and diet? Please give me some pointers, because as the saying goes, moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex. Excessive exercise attracts the same sex." To these men, Tanaka Akari, proud figure, beautiful face, was worth substantially less than a guy who could fix their squat depth. She came over anyway, baffled. "Are you very famous in this gym?" "Of course, I am the famous muscle freak." "Muscle what?" "Freak." And her whole face went red, and she gritted her teeth and said, You actually dare to make dirty jokes with your teacher?" I looked at her with the clearest, most innocent eyes I own. "Is there a problem? Muscle freak just means someone who's very good at fitness. As for what you said about dirty jokes, what does that mean? I don't quite understand." She had nothing. She stood there with absolutely nothing, then glared at me and went and sat down. And Sasaki Rina said, in the flattest voice in Japan, "As a teacher, you were actually teased by a student. Don't nag." But she stayed, because curiosity beat humiliation, and she wanted to know why grown men who look like refrigerators were lining up to ask a first year for advice. So she waited until I finished my sets, and then she tiptoed, genuinely tiptoed, a grown woman sneaking across her own gym over to the bench to add up the plates. 200 kilograms? Yeah, and here's where it stopped being funny for her, because she went straight from impressive to problem, and I could have written her thought process on a napkin. First-year high school student, 200-kilo bench sets, prior record of causing harm in middle school, terrible reputation on day 1, young people are impulsive. What happens the first time this kid gets into a scuffle and doesn't know his own strength? That was the night she decided she was going to fix my personality. Good luck to her. Genuinely, she was going to need it. Because 6 hours later, I was in an alley at 1 in the morning watching a man hold a knife to a woman's throat, middle-aged, face twisted up, and inside his skull, a voice was going, "Kill her, kill her, kill her," and he was clutching his head with his free hand, screaming, "Shut up," which the woman understandably interpreted as him being insane, rather than what it actually was, which was him losing an argument. Her hands were shaking so hard she dropped her wallet, and he shrieked, "Did you do that on purpose?" And the knife broke skin, and the moment blood hit the air, the voice in his head got much, much clearer. So I said from about 10 meters back, "What a low-level robbery." He spun around. "What is that thing you're holding? A fruit knife?" Sigh. If you don't strive for excellence like this, how are you going to get ahead in the highly competitive industry of robbery? He dragged the woman in front of him and brandished the knife at me. "If you take another step, I'll kill her." "What does that have to do with me?" That landed on both of them at once. He froze. She stammered out, "Help me." "No." I smiled at her. "Whether you live or die, what does it have to do with me? I'm just here for him." And here's the thing. He believed me. Instantly and completely. Something in my face made it very obvious that the hostage was not currency here. So he shoved her at me and bolted deeper into the alley, thinking, quite reasonably, that no amount of pocket change is worth this. I stepped aside and let her hit the ground, because I'd already seen what was on him. A thick black aura rolling off his shoulders, the kind you can't wash out. At this stage, there's no saving him, and then I walked after him, because if I remembered the layout correctly, that way was a dead end. It was a dead end. He turned around at the wall with his eyes full of blood and his face doing something that faces aren't built to do, and the voice said, "Kill him," and he ran at me and put the knife into my stomach with everything he had. Clang. Not the sound he was expecting. "Are you trying to make me laugh?" I shook my head. "I'm a proper exorcist. Who are you trying to fool with a crappy fruit knife? No respect at all." He staggered back, staring at the black mist that had eaten his knife point, and then he dropped the blade, went to his knees, and started begging. I was possessed for a moment. please, have mercy. From foaming madness to groveling in about 1.5 seconds. Han Shin would have felt inferior. And here's the thing I hadn't told Sakura yet. The thing I still haven't told her, because there's no version of it that doesn't ruin her week. The moment a person is fully taken over, they're already dead. They can still think. They can still talk. They can still beg you, in their own voice, using their own memories, but there is no one left to save. That's a walking corpse doing an impression. The genuinely disgusting part isn't that they're gone. It's that even knowing that most people cannot make themselves do anything about it while it's crying and using the word please. I am not most people. Truly disgusting, I said. And he stopped. Just stopped, mid-plea, frozen on his knees. And when he raised his head again, the bloodshot was gone, and his eyes were solid black, and his body started swelling and bending into shapes, skin going a deep, sick purple, until there was a 3-meter thing standing there with a dozen blades coming out of its arms. 3 words. Time to eat. 10 minutes later, I brushed the dust off my clothes and walked out. The woman was long gone, obviously. Setting aside the guy with the knife, I don't imagine I came across as a safe person to wait around for at 1 in the morning. Another long night, I said, and went looking for more. Because that's the actual job, not heroism. Inventory. Everyone I eat, I get a little stronger. That's where the physical stats came from. That's where the black mist came from. The stuff I can shape into weapons and armor. And that's where the giant pale hand came from. The one floating behind me that even Sakura Hanako can't see. And the reason I do it is boring and practical. This world has evil spirits in it. Which raises the obvious question of what else it has, in corners I haven't checked yet. Having a sword and not needing it is one thing. Needing a sword and not having one is quite another. So I ate, and I kept eating, and at some point the sun came up, and then I went to school and fell asleep at my desk like a normal teenager. Which brings us to the pillows. Sakura showed up the next morning with dark circles you could see from space, having spent the entire night failing to sleep for reasons that were not romantic but structural. Her understanding of the universe had been demolished, and the contractors hadn't shown up yet. Jackson Cole, after school today? Don't be so impatient. I yawned. Do you know about 2.5 Gojo Satoru? If you're too impatient, it's very easy to become Sakura Futatani during a fight. She didn't get it. Then she thought about it for a few seconds. Then she got it. Then she visibly pictured it, which I had not intended but did enjoy. Then I looked over at Kaido Yumi, face down and unconscious at 8:40 in the morning, and shook my head like a disappointed elder. Sleeping first thing in the morning. Sobuhai has really degenerated. And I reached into my bag and took out 2 small pillows. I put one on Kaido's desk. I put the other on mine. And I was unconscious in under a second. When I woke up at lunch, she was using it, and I sat there feeling like a saint. Think about the arithmetic. That woman gave me a room temperature can of toilet cleaner. I responded with the single most useful object in her life. Look at me, I asked Sakura. Am I emitting a light of merit? Light of merit? Isn't that something only monks have? Never mind then. She'd stopped trying. She told me later she'd made a conscious decision that if she seriously analyzed every sentence I said, she would eventually become as abstract as I am, and she was correct to be afraid of that. Ask her again in 2 months. She handed me a cream bread and a drink. Is this to repay a favor? According to the normal tropes, shouldn't it be a homemade bento with a heart secretly drawn inside with ketchup? She put her face in her hands and walked away, and that is when Tanaka Akari appeared at the classroom door and waved me over, and every student between me and that door leaned away as I passed. Because by day 2, the rumor mill had produced a beautiful piece of reasoning. Public Information 1, Jackson Cole threatened a girl with a knife. Public Information 2, Jackson Cole sleeps in class. Public Information 3, Tanaka called Jackson Cole to the office. Conclusion, he's getting disciplined. No, expelled. On the second day, maybe the knife thing was real. I heard it was a semi-automatic rifle. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly a revolver. The one mercy in all of this was that the girl in the story never got a name. Nobody cared who the victim was. They just wanted the show. Tanaka actually apologized to me for it, which surprised me. Sorry, it's fine, it's fine. A cute teacher can be forgiven. Her face went red and she made a fist and told me I was not allowed to speak to my teacher like that. And I said, fine, what's this about? And she said, let's talk in the office. And in the office, she took out a thin cigarette, looked at Sasaki Rina watching her from 3 desks away with the eyes of a woman who has never broken a rule in her life, and put it back. I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Form a club? She actually jumped. Eh? How did you know? Here's the thing. I'd been planning to start a club since before I enrolled. She was about to hand me exactly what I wanted, for free, and think it was her idea. So I did the only correct thing. I made it look expensive. So that's how it is. I slumped. Teacher Shizuka, I'm very busy every day. I don't have time for club activities. Let's forget it. And she, who had walked in there planning a gentle suggestion, immediately hardened into a woman on a mission. That won't do. Only by forming a club and maintaining normal communication with other students can you reverse your reputation. It's also a way to find something for you to do instead of only knowing how to sleep. What a hassle. I crossed my legs. Leaving aside whether I'm willing, forming a club requires at least 5 members. I will apply for a special exception to the administration. Even if it's just you can form a club. Then what about members recruited later? I'm not an easy person to get along with. They must all be approved by you personally. There must also be a club room. I will apply for that as well. They'll definitely agree. But if I'm made to participate in activities I'm not interested in, I'd rather be buried alive. The nature of the club is up to you, as long as it's not too outrageous. I asked those questions fast, one on top of the next, so she never got a full second to hear how they sounded stacked together. Okay, deal. And I watched the difficulty drain out of my face and the realization arrive in hers. She had just handed a first-year student a private room, unilateral veto over membership, and a self-defined purpose in under 90 seconds and thanked him for accepting. Sasaki Rina was smiling, not visibly, but it was there. Tanaka wanted to die. It's so embarrassing. I actually fell for this kid's trick. For the record, her file on me was first place in the National Joint Entrance Exam, chose Sobu High School instead of Shuchin Academy for no discernible reason, and won assault record from middle school. She'd assumed smart but impulsive and arrogant. She was now revising that to not impulsive at all, which is worse. She got out the registration form. I filled it in and handed it back, and her expression as she read it was one of the great pleasures of my first week. Supernatural, Quantum Mechanics, Investigation Club. She looked up. What kind of name is this? Is it a hodgepodge? Then she saw the member list. Besides you, there's Sakura Hanako from our class? Really? Will she agree to join? She will. Now, why a club, actually? Because the gates hide in dark corners, and only 2 people in this city can see them, and 2 people cannot search Kyoto. 2 people can barely search Sobu High School, but if you have a club, you have a collection net. Adults don't report weird things. They're busy and they feel stupid. High school students with nothing to do all day will report anything, and Sobu students live all over Kyoto. Filter that stream and you get a map. As for why I put quantum mechanics in the name, because I'd already picked out the 3rd member, she just didn't know it yet. And then, after school, we got on a train, and the train tried to have a moral crisis at me. Jackson Cole, where are we going first? I need to find an old guy to get a refund. There won't be a conflict, right? Probably not. What about the small probability? Small probability, I'll send him on his way. She laughed. Then she looked at my face. Then she stopped laughing. You're not joking? How novel. I never joke about such things. She was still processing whether the amulet vendor was in a Yakuza gang when she spotted the man in sunglasses and a mask a few meters down the car with his hand on an office worker's backside. The woman was crying, and not moving, and not saying anything. Sakura poked my arm. Jackson Cole, look there. Oh, a train pervert? That's interesting. Are you just going to watch? Huh? I brightened up. Do you mean I can join in too? I mean, shouldn't you go help her? Oh, that's what you meant. I looked at him again and shrugged. He isn't possessed. He's a normal person. So because it's not about evil spirits, you'll just stand there? Otherwise what? She opened her mouth for round 2, so I got ahead of her. Don't try that moral kidnapping stuff. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Besides, I have no obligation to help her. So she did it herself. She walked straight over, grabbed his arm, and said loudly, "What you're doing is a crime. And I want to be very clear here, because it matters. Sakura Hanako looks like a stiff breeze would file a complaint about her, and she has more nerve than anyone in that car. She lives under armed occupation every day of her life. She knew exactly what it costs to be the one who says something, and she said it anyway." The car gathered around, and then he flipped. The second he clocked that she was a high school girl, the fear went out of his face, and something ugly and confident replaced it. "Hey, little girl, you can't just say whatever you want. What crime did I commit?" "Disgusting," said the car. "No wonder he's dressed like that. Someone call the train police." And he smiled and played his card. "Then tell me, who did I touch? Have her come out and testify." And Sakura turned to look at the woman, and the woman turned her head away and said, It has nothing to do with me. I don't know." You could watch it break on her face. She'd stepped in because she recognized that posture, the frozen one, the one you do when something has you and you can't say so. She'd helped because it was her own reflection, and the reflection sold her out in 4 seconds. The car turned. That's the part people never believe until they see it. The whole car turned. "What's going on? Does that girl have delusions? She said someone did something, but there's no victim. Isn't this just framing someone? Heh, it's really hard to judge young people nowadays. Everyone, you've seen it, he announced. It clearly didn't happen, yet she is slandering me. This is defamation. And then, because men like this don't want money and don't want sex, they want this, the specific pleasure of watching someone struggle in public with nowhere to go. He leaned in. Which school are you from? I'm going to complain to your principal. How could there be a student like you? And he reached for her shoulder. I caught his wrist. Let's talk this out properly. Who the hell are you? He looked me over and sneered. Are you this little girl's boyfriend? Perfect. Tell me, how should we resolve this? I studied his face for a second, and what was on it was not fear at being caught. It was excitement, at the escalation, at the audience. Wow, you piece of trash. You're really trying to play out some NTR fantasy? Little girl, you wouldn't want to be expelled from school, would you? Young man, you wouldn't want your girlfriend to be expelled. You've got quite the twisted imagination. I held up my phone. Take a look at this first. He glanced, casually. Then he stopped, because on the screen was 4 minutes of him, filmed clean and steady, in focus, from the moment I'd first noticed him. Everyone. I turned it around for the car. Take a good look. This is irrefutable proof. He tried to run. I applied just a little pressure to the wrist I was already holding, and his legs went out from under him, and he went down onto the floor of the train with tears and snot coming out of his face. I crouched down next to him, put my phone away, and patted his cheek with a friendly smile and a completely unfriendly amount of force. Now, what should we do? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go. How about I let an evil spirit eat you? How's that for a punishment? And Sakura felt the temperature drop, because the pale hand came into the train car, faint, like a heat shimmer, but there, and those long black nails traced down his cheek with the specific unhurried interest of something deciding where to start. Should I crush you or eat you? Which way would be more entertaining to watch? Not one other passenger reacted. Not one. Which is how Sakura learned that whatever that thing is, it is on a completely different level from anything she had ever seen, because she was the only other person in that car who could see it at all, and even she was only seeing a fraction. Then it was gone. Just kidding, I said, and let go of his wrist. He curled up on the floor like a shrimp. And that's when the office worker decided she had something to say. She got as far as opening her mouth. People like you are even more detestable than the pervert, you know that? Her face went sour instantly. I didn't ask you to help me. Mind your own business. Still barking at me? Now, an average high school boy eats that and goes home. But I've trained in the arts of Zon, and I understand that taking a step back only makes you angrier, and enduring it only makes you feel cheated. So I held up my phone and gave her the weather forecast. Like barking? Well, maybe I'll just have some bad luck later and get my phone stolen. And coincidentally, my phone has no passcode, so anyone can open it. And by an even greater coincidence, whoever steals it will upload this video. And finally, as a 1 in a million coincidence, your colleagues and your boss will each receive a copy. Her face started to change. Don't you think that's a coincidence? And then I explained the part that actually frightened her. Of course, if it were only that you'd been harassed, you'd get sympathy. You're the victim. But what if someone told the whole story? The pervert was caught and you didn't come forward. Why is that? I think there are only 2 explanations. First, you're a coward with no moral compass. Second, you're a pervert yourself. You appear to resist, but in reality, you enjoy it. Tsk, tsk, tsk. If everyone decides you're the second type, you're going to become famous. And in your daily life from now on, the chances of running into more men like him will go up a lot, won't they? After all, you'll be a known quantity. She went rigid. Not barking anymore? There we go. Just quietly fade away and deal with your own mess. The train pulled in. I dragged Sakura off it. She was quiet for a long time on the platform. Then she said, "Thank you. Yeah, you should be." Which, weirdly, made her relax. She told me later that if I'd been gracious about it, she'd have felt worse. By the way, how did you know to record it in advance? It's not that I knew, it's that you're too naive. And I meant it kindly, which she understood. If that woman had any courage, she wouldn't have needed your help. She'd have resisted on her own. This is a train at evening rush hour. With that many people around her, she didn't even have the nerve to call out. Maybe she didn't want the trouble. Maybe she was afraid of losing face. Doesn't matter. People like that, even if you help them, you end up exactly where you just were. It's meaningless. I stretched and looked at her. So, will you help next time? And she stopped walking and thought about it properly for about 4 seconds. I will still help, but next time I'll do it like you and get evidence first. That's you, all right. And here's the thing I didn't say out loud, so I'll say it now. Nobody actually wants to be the saint who gives everything away and gets nothing. That's a fool's job, and it ends badly, and I have never once been tempted by it. But everybody Every single person quietly hopes that the world contains more saints than it does. That version of Sakura Hanako is fine by me. Then we went and got my refund. The shop was on the commercial street. Amulets, bracelets, evil warding necklaces, prayer beads, deity statues. And behind the counter, an old man with a white beard, looking like a sage, smoking. I walked up and slammed the stack of talismans down hard enough to raise dust. "Hey, old geezer, return these. Refund." He'd been smiling when I walked in. He stopped. "Now, young man, don't be so aggressive. These amulets are definitely useful." And then his eyes flicked past my shoulder, scanning, looking for something behind me. Got him. I pulled a chair over and sat down opposite him. "If I'm not mistaken, you're a genuine psychic." He smiled and started in on some story about when he was young. "All right, stop bragging." I leaned back. "You must have real items in this shop, and the fact that you sold me these completely useless fakes is exactly how I know you're the real thing, because you can see, or rather, you can't see, any spirits around me." And the merchant's smile went away, and something much more interesting replaced it. "It seems you are also a rather special person." Sakura was lost. "Wait, he's a real psychic, so that's why he sold you fakes? I can't understand the logic." So I laid it out, because she needed to learn to read people, and this was a free lesson. Generally, people who claim to have psychic ability and make exorcism, their career fall into two categories. The first is a complete con artist who doesn't know the trade. He's probably not that. He's running a real shop on a real commercial street, and you've already noticed that some of the items here are genuine, haven't you? She nodded. She'd spotted it walking in. A few things on those shelves were faintly glowing, real, if weak. And the second type is someone with real ability, whose stock actually works. So he's the second type? No. He's the third type. The third type? The third type is a genuine psychic who can look at a customer and see whether anything is actually attached to them. If there is, he takes their money and solves the problem. If there isn't, I gestured at the talismans on the counter, then it's a placebo, and any object will do. The old man stubbed out his cigarette and laughed. "Young man, it seems you are very knowledgeable. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yamamoto Kenji." I'm Jackson Cole, and this is Sakura Hanako." He opened his mouth to say something gracious. "Yamamoto? Good name. I'll call you old geezer from now on." He sighed the sigh of a man realizing he'd never been called anything else. I tapped the counter. "Since everything's out in the open, what do you have that actually works against evil spirits? Bring out some real stuff." He looked at me for a long moment, then he went into the back. Sakura leaned in the second he was gone. With your abilities, you shouldn't need to buy these things, right?" "That's where you're wrong. If I can find a more effective weapon, I can save some effort in a fight." "Oh, a single rhyme. The point is the first sentence." He came back out with a sword, old, plain, notched in several places along the edge, in a condition that no collector would call good, let alone famous. But Sakura has yin-yang eyes, and what she saw was a dense red mist coming off that blade like blood in water. "How much?" "I'll buy it." He waved it off, smiling in a way I didn't love. "It's a gift, as a token of my sincerity. Leave your contact information?" "Sure." I gave him my number. "Then, since you're giving the sword, give your buddy a scabbard too. Are you trying to act like my senior here?" He got me a scabbard. He also warned me it was sharpened and I couldn't take it on a train, which turned out to be the single most useful piece of information he gave me that day. "All right, old geezer, let's keep in touch." And as we left, he lit another cigarette and did his own arithmetic. He'd learned 3 things. 1. I knew his amulets were fakes. 2. I had nothing attached to me. 3. And this was the big one. He'd watched Sakura's face when she saw the sword, which told him that these 2 high schoolers were psychics like him, and that they could probably do the thing he'd never managed in his entire career, actually destroy the things he could only barely see. Out on the street, I strapped the sword to my waist and made no attempt to hide it. Is it okay to be so conspicuous? What if someone sees? "Do you see anyone staring at us?" She looked around and nodded. "Yes, quite a few people are staring at you. That's because I'm handsome, not because of the sword." And the infuriating part, which she confirmed for herself, is that it was true. Every single person looking was looking at my face. Not one had registered the meter of sharpened steel on my hip. Also, this is Kyoto, where you see people in full cosplay on a Tuesday, and also this sword was too long to hide and trying would have looked worse. Then how are you getting home? You can't take the train or the bus. I looked at her, unbuckled the sword, and held it out. How to get home with this thing is a question you should be considering. Huh? Why no, you want me to take it? Of course. And then I explained, and this is where the day turned. This is a spiritual object. The first thing we need to verify is whether it actually deters evil spirits, which means it has to be held by someone that evil spirits will actually approach. Because they don't come near me, that's the problem. I'm a walking exclusion zone. If I hold it, the experiment has no control, nothing comes close enough to be repelled, and I learn nothing. She'd already noticed the flip side of that, by the way. She told me that day that since I'd arrived at Sobu High, she hadn't seen a single one on campus. Not one. For the first time in years, she'd had an entire day where she could just sit somewhere without maintaining her face, but she still hesitated. And she hesitated for a long time, long enough that people walking past started making up stories about us. Are they breaking up? Looks like it. Youth is great. A love triangle? Jackson Cole, she said finally. Can I trust you? That's for you to ask yourself. I put the smile away for this one. If you have any unspeakable secrets, it's not too late to withdraw. The choice is in your own hands. And I already knew what the secret was, because in her house there is a soul. Not a ghost, not an evil spirit. Neither of those words is right, and it isn't a stranger, it's her father. He died not long ago, and he never left. So if she carried that sword through her own front door and it worked exactly as advertised, she would be the one who destroyed him. She stood there for a while, then she reached out and took it. I have made up my mind. And she told me everything about him, about the house, about the last few months, and then she squared up and said, in the steadiest voice she had, although I am still reluctant, please rest assured. I will take responsibility and personally send my father to the afterlife. And I stood there with, I am told, an extremely complicated expression on my face. I really admire your determination to sacrifice your family for the greater good. But haven't you misunderstood something? She blinked. You don't intend to destroy my father's soul? When did I ever say that? I waved both hands. Your father is not an evil spirit. He doesn't harm humans. He hasn't been affected by the doors. Why would I bother destroying him for no reason? And I watched her replay the last 90 seconds, the noble resolve, the tragic voice, the whole speech against the actual facts, and arrive at the conclusion that she had just delivered a funeral oration to absolutely no one. She wanted to die. She told me so. She said she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. But she hadn't been entirely wrong, and I told her that too. Things can't go on like this. As long as the doors keep appearing in Kyoto, one day your father is going to be affected by one, and he'll turn from a harmless soul into something terrifying. And she went very still, because she hadn't thought of it, and because the moment I said it, she understood the rest without help. Her father's soul has never left that house. Her mother lives in that house. What should I do? It's not about what you should do. I started walking. It's about what we should do. You're willing to help me? Of course. We're partners in the same club. Club? What club? Don't waste time. Let's talk on the way. Her mother opened the door, and I decided to do a little damage. Hello, my name is Jackson Cole. I'm Sakura Hanako's classmate. I looked her over with my most harmless smile. You must be Sakura's older sister, right? It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me. The woman nearly laughed herself off the doorstep. Oh my, you've misunderstood. I am Sakura's mother. Really? I put every gram of shock I own into it. That's impossible. You look like you're in your 20s. Oh my, Yexing, you really know how to talk. You look exactly like sisters. Ha, don't just stand outside. Come in. Sakura watched her own mother forget she existed and led me into the house, and she told me afterward that she'd known perfectly well I'd learned in the taxi that only the two of them lived there, and that sister was pure targeted flattery. She also admitted it worked completely. Then her mother spotted the sword. What are you holding? Sakura had nothing. I could see her scrambling for a lie. Since this is my first visit, I didn't bring any good gifts, I said. This is an ancient sword that wards off evil and protects the house. I hope you like it. Oh my, you really, just coming over is enough. Why bring gifts? You can come any time, no need to bring anything. And she went off to the kitchen perfectly happy, and Sakura stood there realizing that the sword problem she'd been quietly panicking about for an hour had just been solved by relabeling it. She said later that while she was still on the first floor of that conversation, I was already on the 18th. Then a man walked into the room. Glasses, a few strands of gray, light blue turtleneck, somewhere in his 40s. He looked me up and down with an expression of undisguised gossip. This is your boyfriend? Really? And then, to nobody. Sigh, you've found a boyfriend right after starting high school. You've grown up. My heart as an old father hurt so much, so I stepped forward and stuck my hand out. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. You're a very polite young man, he said, shaking it. And then he saw his daughter's face and stopped, and it caught up with him. Wait a minute, you can see me? Not just me, I pointed at Sakura. She can see you too. And he stood there looking exactly like an ordinary man who had just been told something ordinary and surprising, which is the entire reason I was in that house, because that reaction confirmed my hypothesis. He knew we could see him, and there was no hostility, not a flicker, which makes him something very rare. When a person dies holding a strong enough obsession, they leave something behind, but most of what's left is a recording. It repeats, it doesn't think. He was still in there, all of him. And if you want information about spiritual entities, the best source available is a spiritual entity who can hold a conversation. He scratched his head, struggled with his words for a while, and landed on, is this your boyfriend? He's pretty good, pretty good. You've already become a spirit, Sakura said with her hand over her eyes. How are you still so thick-skinned? Honestly. She'd been able to see him this whole time, by the way. The reason she'd never talked to him was that the house was usually full of the other things, and starting a conversation with thin air in front of an audience of monsters is a good way to get killed. The house was clean now, because I was standing in it. She told me she'd developed a private theory around then, which is that evil spirits are mosquitoes. She is a person with type AB blood, and I am a can of repellent. She said, and I quote, if only he could be kept at home. I left them alone. Human and ghost needed the room. Here's what the obsession was. He ate her pudding. That's it. That's the whole thing. He took the pudding she'd put in the fridge. They had a huge fight about it, and before either of them got around to apologizing, he died of an illness. That's the anchor. That's what a soul can get nailed to. I'm sorry for eating your pudding. And she stood there with her eyes filling up and shook her head and said, no, that's all in the past. You don't need to apologize. I was the one who was too willful. And that was it. Obsession resolved. Time to go. Except he didn't go. 10 seconds. 15. Nothing faded. He just stood there, perfectly fine, looking down at his own hands. Oh right, I forgot. I have another obsession. Another one? Yes. He got serious. I want to have a talk with that Jackson Cole. And she panicked and started explaining that I wasn't her boyfriend, and he said, even if he's not, he's the first boy you've ever brought home. I have to chat with him a bit. And then quieter. Besides, you and he both have abilities that ordinary people don't. So she let him, but she stopped him at the door. Father, you need to prepare yourself mentally. Prepare myself mentally? He laughed. How old do you think I am? Talking to a teenager. Could I possibly be nervous? Don't worry. He was a mature and steady former head of household with years of social tempering behind him. He had prepared an imposing opening line. He was going to establish who was in charge of this conversation immediately. Then he walked into the living room, and I was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of his memorial portrait, holding a pudding. What you're holding, couldn't it be? That's right, it's the pudding offered to you. And he just stopped working, because stealing an offering from the dead is already quite a lot. Stealing it in front of the specific dead person it was offered to, while making eye contact, is a different category of act entirely. He finally understood what his daughter had meant. I figured you couldn't eat it anyway, I explained righteously, and leaving it here would be a waste. So I might as well eat it. He looked at the pudding. He smacked his lips. Then he sighed the sigh of a man who has decided to pick a different hill. Fine, fine. Regardless, you are a guest. Eat if you want. He came and sat down beside me, composed himself, and opened his mouth to deliver the imposing line, and I handed him an incense stick. Since you're free, why don't you offer yourself some incense? This. Just kidding. Then I lit it properly, planted it in front of his portrait, put my hands together, bowed, and prayed out loud. I hope the deceased will bless me so that every week, no, every day, beautiful girls will throw themselves into my arms. It would be best if there's a cat girl too. Thanks. He sat there in silence. He told me later, he conveyed by facial expression, that his objections were, in order, that this is not an achievable request, that I appeared to have added a cat girl as a stretch goal, and that prayers to the dead are traditionally silent, said in the heart, not announced at volume like a man ordering at a counter. His final internal verdict was, born with an abstract soul, and then, having lost every scrap of the authority he came in with, he coughed twice and finally said his line, Ye Xing, I can feel that you seem different from ordinary people. Then, immediately, with visible alarm, I mean your body, not your brain, haha. Are you being sarcastic? I didn't mean that at all, don't overthink it. And that was when he stopped worrying about his daughter entirely. He said he didn't know what type she liked, but he was 99% certain it was not this. To be fair to him, that percentage aged badly, but he had the right instincts at the time. Then I put the smile away, because I hadn't come for the pudding, mostly. Regarding the long sword Sakura and I brought back today, can you sense anything unusual about it? Yes, there is. He rubbed his chin. Although it hasn't been unsheathed, before you even entered the house, I felt a very uneasy aura. If this weren't my home when I was alive, I would have wanted to leave immediately. Notebook out. Strong deterrent effect on ordinary ghosts. Confirmed. Effective through the scabbard. Do you know of any place where evil spirits and ghosts don't dare to set foot? There actually is. He didn't even hesitate. There are a few such locations, namely, and he listed them. Now, several were shrines, which I'd expected. In the original story, Sakura Hanako goes to a shrine to pray and comes back with the ability to summon a pair of twins 3 times to eliminate spirits, so I already had shrines circled. But in the middle of that list of ancient sacred sites, he said, McDonald's. I looked at him. Are you messing with me, you rascal? But here's the thing. He had no reason to lie. As the saying goes, the words of a dying man are good, and by that logic, a man who has already completed the dying should be doubly good, good upon good, and more importantly, looking at his face, he understood something about his own daughter that he'd never be able to fix, that having yin-yang eyes isn't a gift, it's a practical joke that heaven played on her specifically. So I wrote down McDonald's. Remember that. It matters later. I have nothing else I want to ask you. He nodded. And then his whole posture changed and he said in a completely different voice, Ye Xing, although this is our first meeting, I have a request I hope you will agree to. Please speak. I hope you can protect Sakura's safety. And I shook my head. I'm sorry, I cannot promise you that. He looked like I'd hit him. Why? First of all, I can barely protect myself. I let that sit for a second. Secondly, are you sure Sakura's wish is really just to live a stable life? And he had nothing to say, because he knew exactly what his daughter is under the flat face, that she's the kind of person who steps in, and he was being asked whether he wanted to be the father who tells his kid to stop being good and look after herself. He couldn't say it, to his credit. But, I said, what I can promise is that I will find a way to give Sakura the ability to fight them, like I do. He sighed. Then he put out his hand and shook mine. Then I'll leave it to you, Ye Xing-kun. Okay, I will take care of your wife, do not worry. His face, already going transparent, achieved an expression I will treasure for the rest of my life. And the last thing he said before he went entirely was, You kid, you really opened my eyes. Then he was gone, and Sakura's mother came out with dinner and cheerfully invited the strange boy who had just offered incense to her late husband to stay and eat. Because from where she stood, I had brought a gift and paid respects at the family shrine on my first visit, which made me the most thoughtful young man in Kyoto. Sister Emiko, I have other matters. I won't stay for dinner. Hearing me use her given name, she nearly levitated, and on my way out I looked at Sakura's face, which was doing about 6 things at once, and said, Well, I'm heading off. See you at school tomorrow, my dear niece, and left before she could get a word out. Now, the other matter. That night, in an izakaya, the man from the train was drinking shochu straight from the bottle with no glass, surrounded by the wreckage of several of its friends. He'd worked out our school from our uniforms, he'd looked it up. He was sitting there with his wrist aching, replaying being put on the floor in front of a full carriage and building a very detailed fantasy about the 2 high school students who had done it kneeling and begging him. He was, by his own reckoning, the wronged party. She didn't dare resist, which in his arithmetic meant she was willing. And then some little animal stuck his nose in. Then he grabbed his chest. What's going on? Because something had his heart. Blood slowing, vision going dark at the edges. And a voice arrived in his ear, cold, impossible to place as male or female. You are a sinner. The last thing he heard was the sound of it closing. Outside, in a black tracksuit, I watched the pale hand come back to me and said, It's over. I'm a coward. I want that understood. I avoid trouble compulsively. Which is exactly why I go and end trouble before it has a chance to arrive at my address with a plan and a knife. And the hand had changed. It had been a hand, just a hand, floating. Now there was a wrist. And past the wrist, the beginnings of a forearm. The way you grow is outrageous, I told it. Because here's what I'd worked out by then. There are 3 ways this thing gets bigger. The slowest is devouring spirits, hundreds, thousands, to barely condense a hand. Faster is eradicating gates. And the fastest, by an embarrassing margin, is taking a human life with it directly, which is a hell of a thing to learn about yourself. I stood in that alley, genuinely wondering what it was. If it's an evil spirit, what kind of evil spirit looks like that? If it's a guardian spirit, the design department has questions to answer. My best guess is that it's a soul manifestation, my own soul, made into a shape, and my shape is a hand. Reiken had sand defense that grew into Suzanu. I have hand Sanu. I'm not Jotaro Kujo. I don't have that taste. But here's the actual question, the one I kept turning over on the walk home. If it keeps growing, what is it going to be when it's finished? Because a hand implies an arm, and an arm implies a shoulder. and a shoulder implies the rest. Now, a normal person would take that thought, connect it to the fact that this thing grows fastest on human lives, and immediately stop feeding it. A normal person would look at that trajectory and put the brakes on hard. I'm not normal. I wanted to see it. So not only would I keep eating, I was going to eat ruthlessly. Whatever is on the other end of that arm, I wanted it out where I could look at it. Let me see. JPG Friday was club recruitment day, and I set up a table. Everyone else out there had banners, megaphones, upperclassmen shouting about tournament goals. Basketball club, tennis club. This year our goal is the tournament. Anime appreciation club. Literature club. I had a table, 2 chairs, and a bedsheet with the words Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club written on it in ink that had visibly run. Sakura arrived, sat down, looked at the operation, and told me it did not resemble a club recruiting members so much as a fortune teller who had been asked to leave several other neighborhoods. Jackson Cole, will we really be able to recruit anyone like this? I looked up and gave her a smile of pure confidence. Sakura. You have to believe in the bond between you and me. She stopped talking to me for a bit after that. She did note internally that the stall had exactly one selling point, which was me when I wasn't speaking. Version T0. Silent Jackson Cole. She wondered whether some girls might come over just to start a conversation, and then whether recruiting those members would accomplish anything, and concluded no on both counts. And then a flat, toneless voice said, "Is this the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club?" Small girl. Long gray wavy hair. White lab coat over her uniform. Thick glasses. A face doing absolutely nothing at all. Sakura stood up so fast she almost took the table with her and started introducing the club with the enthusiasm of a hostage reading a statement. The girl pushed her glasses up. "Do you understand quantum mechanics?" I don't really understand it." She turned to me. "Do you understand quantum mechanics?" "I don't understand it either." She sighed, exactly the sigh of someone whose one hope for the semester has just been confirmed dead. "Is that so? I was too naive to think there would actually be someone in this school interested in quantum mechanics. Sorry to bother you." And she turned to leave. "Please wait. Mei Haruna." She stopped. "You know me?" "Of course." I smiled. "Please join our club." Sakura put her head in her hands because she had just watched me open with the single worst recruitment pitch in the history of clubs. And Mei Haruna pushed her glasses up and said, "Neither you nor she understands quantum mechanics, so you can't discuss topics I'm interested in. Then what benefit would I get from joining this club?" And Sakura sat up, because that's not a refusal. That's an opening bid. I took the key out of my pocket and put it on the table. "This is the key to the club activity room." I let her look at it. "Apart from when we need to discuss things with you, Sakura and I usually won't be in that room. As long as you join and provide assistance within your capabilities, the room is yours. Renovate it however you like. Do whatever you want in it. Entirely up to you." And that was the whole negotiation right there, because I knew exactly what I was buying her with. Here's a question. For a student who's been shut out by everyone, which part of the school day is hardest? It isn't class. Class is easy. Class is a chair with rules and an assigned direction to face. It's the breaks. It's lunch. It's the parts with freedom, where you can move around as you please and everyone can see whether or not you have anywhere to go. She described it later as being a fish on a cutting board, total visibility, total exposure, struggling and unable to breathe. For someone like that, a private room with a door is not a perk. It's an oasis. She sat down. Then, what exactly does providing assistance entail? It's a bit complicated. It'll be simpler if you just read it. And I handed her a white notebook, same style as the black one, different color. And Sakura's expression changed because she'd read the black one, and she knew that thing wasn't a diary, it was an exorcism manual, and handing it to a civilian seemed like a spectacular mistake. It wasn't, because I hadn't handed over the real one. I'd rewritten every term in it. What I needed from Mei Haruna was an outside perspective, someone who could take a large volume of information, stay perfectly rational about it, and produce conclusions. As the saying goes, those involved are confused. The bystander sees clearly, and to keep her a bystander, she had to not know it was real. So evil spirits became envoys of the Demon King that hide in the shadows and can destroy the human world. And the gates became supply points for the Demon King's envoys, which enhance their power and cause impact on the real world. Same meaning, same logic, completely unusable as a factual claim, and absolutely radioactive with adolescent fantasy. She read for a long time. Then she looked up with an expression I can only describe as delicately horrified and said, "You wouldn't happen to be a Chunobu, would you?" And she was shocked. Just not in the way Sakura expected. Sakura thought she was watching someone learn the truth about the world. What she was actually watching was secondhand embarrassment achieving critical mass. So I stood up. and the light went out of my eyes and came back as hellfire, and my clothes moved without any wind, and I said, slowly, in the deepest voice I own, "What Chunibyu? Don't talk nonsense. I am the chosen one, the only hope selected by the heavens to save this world on the verge of collapse, possessing untethered potential." Mei Haruna said nothing for several seconds. Then, internally, as expected, this guy is definitely a Chunibyu. But also, playing along with a delusional boy in exchange for a private room was, on balance, a very good trade. And she was not happy about this part, the notebook was kind of interesting. Sigh. Then let me talk about the few conclusions I drew after reading it. First, wait a moment. Because I wanted Sakura out of the room for the actual analysis, so I sent her for a cola. Pepsi? Don't be disgusting. Room temperature? Are you not going to stop being disgusting? She left extremely satisfied with herself. She'd finally landed one. She knew perfectly well she was being sent away, and she didn't mind, because she said she couldn't follow what the two of us were doing anyway. Then Mei Haruna started, and I want you to understand that she'd had this information for under 4 minutes. If I treat everything in this notebook as something that is actually happening, then the most important thing at this stage is to ensure that the speed at which the two protagonists eliminate the Demon King's supply points achieves at least a balance with the regeneration speed of those supply points. Otherwise, it leads to a bad ending. In gaming terms, a bad end. Continue. And she went into analysis mode, which is a genuinely alarming thing to watch happen to a person. She took a pen out of her lab coat, tore a page out, and started muttering, "It should be this direction, but I must also consider another possible influence." And then she pushed the paper across the table. A mind map. She had drawn me a mind map. Whoa. You're quite professional. Of course. Not a flicker. Based on the settings you provided, at this stage, one of the protagonists completely lacks combat ability. Without me saying it, you should also understand that two protagonists cleaning up supply points will be faster than one. And according to your claims, there are assistance points within the city that might allow the protagonists to increase their combat power. Then, this is the most critical matter, which is precisely, the conclusion I had reached, and it had taken me 2 weeks and a body count. Then she changed direction. However, based on your information, these assistance points are not necessarily safe. According to the settings, to obtain the help of the NPCs inside, one must pay a price. Before meeting, the protagonist does not know if they have enough bargaining chips to pay what is demanded. If they cannot pay, it is very likely to trigger a battle. Run that through the Chunibyu translator, and it comes out as, "The shrines are not safe, the gods want payment, and if you show up unable to pay, you should expect a fight." And she was right, because that's how it goes in the original story. Sakura Hanako goes to a shrine, asks for help, and gets it 3 times, and the price is everything she has. Think about that for a second. That's not a god. That's an evil spirit that learned to write contracts. If the deities in this country were genuinely kind and genuinely on our side, would I be working myself into the ground every night cleaning up their city for free? The only reason nobody has noticed is that ordinary people can't see any of it. If they could, every offering box in Kyoto would get relocated to the door of Class 1A with a photo of me on it. No, that image is strange, withdrawn. But looking at it now, this is the most direct way to break the deadlock. According to the game's settings, this should count as an early-stage boss fight. She looked up. How about it? Is the assistance I provided valuable to you? Very valuable. And I gave her the key. Please take care of me from now on. Then I'll be going. And she walked out, and on the way home, the certainty that I was a severe Chunibyu patient started quietly to wobble, because the logic was too self-consistent for something one person made up. And because she'd read about adolescent psychology, partly to analyze herself, and she knew what Chunibyu actually is. It's comfort. It's a fantasy you build to escape a reality you can't stand. So she asked herself the obvious question, if this world is an escape, who escapes into that? She read that notebook, and the only word she could find for the world it described was suffocating. Endless enemies, supply points sprouting like weeds and making everything worse. Even the places where you can get help are full of unknown malice. Nobody fantasizes their way into that. You'd have to find your real life unbearably comfortable to invent a nightmare that detailed. She didn't conclude it was real. Not yet. She concluded something simpler. Jackson Cole is sick. And seriously sick at that. Which, fair. That same week we lost the class committee election, meaning nobody nominated either of us, which I count as a win, and I took Sakura up to the roof and she asked what the plan was, and I said, I had a departed friend who performed a split-up operation right here. Ah, the memories. Did that friend become an evil spirit? No. He went to the neighboring production to become a headless rider, and then the rooftop door opened and a girl walked out, and honestly, she walked out the way people do in advertisements. Sheer black tights, waist-length black hair with a small rabbit clip in it, a face with a kind of tired, expensive calm on it. She brushed a strand of hair back and said in a soft voice, Can you see me? And Sakura Hanako nearly came apart at the seams. Ni, Jackson Cole, Ev, evil? Hungry? What hungry? If you're hungry, go eat. Telling me is useless. I'm not a chef. And then quietly, into her ear. Look clearly. This is a person, not an evil spirit. She relaxed about 40%. The other 60 stayed put, because ever since the thing on the roof wore our homeroom teacher's face, that specific sentence has been a trigger for her. She developed a small dedicated allergy to it. Sorry for disturbing you, the girl said, extremely politely, having clocked exactly what it looks like when a boy leans in to whisper to a girl on a rooftop, and left. Wait, wasn't that Hina Suzuki-senpai? Not familiar, don't know her. You actually don't know Hina Suzuki-senpai? Let me tell you, she's a former national-level idol, debuted as a child star, famous actress, lead in multiple morning dramas, right? I yawned. I know all about her, I'm just not very interested. Don't forget, the most important thing right now isn't fangirling. That was true, and it was also the least useful thing I said all week, because I would be finding out exactly how interesting Hina Suzuki's situation was in about a fortnight, and by then she would have a much worse problem than being famous. But first, I had to take Sakura Hanako to dinner. I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you to dinner, then we'll start your training. What do you mean training? Do you think I'm a Pokemon? If you really were a Pokemon, that'd be great. I'd just pump you full of rare candies. Stop saying weird things. She asked whether it would just be the two of us. I said, of course, just the two of us. And she got noticeably more cheerful about the evening, right up until half an hour later, when she was standing in front of a 30-story abandoned building on the edge of the city, gray and unfinished, and radiating the specific ambience of a place where the electricity was never connected. You said dinner, and it's in a place like this? Exactly. I took 2 convenience store bentos out of my bag. I snuck out at lunch to buy these. You're getting the VIP treatment. Can we not eat here? You said it was just the two of us? That's right. Just the two of us people. Keeping my promise, see? She stood there working through the implications of that sentence, so I started walking. Anyway, if you don't come in, our partnership ends here. And she made a small noise like a kettle and followed me in. Now, the building. Half a month earlier, it was going to be an office block. Then the construction crew started dying, repeatedly, in ways that didn't make sense, and the project was suspended. She stepped through the door and felt it immediately, the same air as the alley. A gate. Except the alley had been 40 meters of darkness. This place was 30 floors. Which meant the gate in here had an area of influence at least 100 times larger than the last one. Training officially begins now. And out of every dark corner in that lobby, eyes opened, hundreds of them, different sizes, different colors, every single one of them mad, every single one locked on us. No elevator, let's take the stairs. And here's the part that put ice in her stomach. They didn't run. Ordinary spirits scatter when they get near me. Bloodline level terror, animals recognizing a predator. These ones came with us, up 30 floors, in a concrete stairwell, hundreds of them packed in behind us like a procession. She'd catch things at the edge of her vision. Wet black hair, pale twisted fingers, and that sound, from all of them at once, echoing off the walls. Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me? I was chatting. I want that on the record. I was explaining the construction accidents in a conversational tone, hands in my pockets, walking at the pace of a man on a spring hike. About 4 steps behind me, Sakura Hanako was soaked through, unable to breathe through her nose, mouth slightly open, pupils blown wide, and holding her face completely flat, because if she didn't, they would kill her. She said it took hundreds of years. It took about 11 minutes. We're here. I stopped at a door on the 28th floor. Let's eat here. And she remembered the bento boxes she was holding, and the grim reality of what I had actually meant by dinner arrived. Oh, the door is locked. Then maybe today we can just... Fortunately, I came prepared, and I took a bent wire out of my pocket and had it open in under 5 seconds. She stood there watching me pick a lock and genuinely considered asking whether that was legal, and then reviewed her surroundings and decided the question was naive. Inside was one bare concrete floor, support pillars, nothing else. And at the far end, in the dark, the gate, except this one wasn't ajar, it was half open. Let's eat first. I sat down on the filthy floor, opened my bento, looked at it, and frowned. What kind of garbage are they selling? This one meal cost me 30 yuan? That's too much. Then I looked up at the girl standing rigid in the middle of a room containing several hundred hostile entities. "Sakura-chan, sit down." She said afterward that if she hadn't known I was a psychic, she'd have assumed I couldn't see them at all. And then she corrected herself, because even a normal person should be able to feel the air in a place like that. She said I looked like I was enjoying it. She was right. She put down some paper to sit on because she has standards, and she opened her bento, and her heart stopped. Chopsticks? What, you don't know how to use chopsticks? No, that's not it. Then it's fine. Hurry up and eat. Her hand was shaking so badly she couldn't get a fishball. Fishballs are slippery at the best of times. This was not the best of times, and the shaking got their attention. One of them came in close, deep purple, long black hair hanging over its face, nothing visible but two bloodshot eyes, and put itself directly against her cheek. Can you see me? And then, from a corner, a long black-green tongue came out, thick with coating, and licked her bento. Thoroughly, with care, like it was polishing it. Then, it did mine. Now, spirits can't affect physical objects. The food was fine. That is a fact, and it is completely irrelevant to how it feels to watch it happen from 30 centimeters away. I picked up a fishball and ate it. It tastes pretty good, I chewed, considered. The taste is good, but it's not worth 30 yuan. Sure enough, it's easy to trick students out of their money. She stared at me with an expression she later described as profound respect. Then she gritted her teeth and went for a fishball herself because she'd understood what the exercise was, and the tongue came out of the dark again, fast, straight at the fishball on her chopsticks. Her hand jumped, the fishball hit the floor, and that tiny sound, that soft, almost inaudible plop, went off in that room like a starter pistol. You can see! You can see! You can see! Hundreds of them, writhing, roaring, all at once. She looked at me with her eyes full and started to say, "I'm sorry. It's all right." I checked my phone. "You lasted 47 minutes, and you even reached this floor and got to the point of eating your bento. You've done very well." I put the bento down, stood up, and brushed off my clothes. Next. It's my turn to act. I put my hands together, and black mist came out between my palms, and by the time I pulled them apart, there was a guardless blade in my hand, pure black, shaped like a tang dao. I pointed it at several hundred evil spirits. Come. They came. Spear. A black spear formed in my left hand, and I threw it with a completely standard javelin form, and it went through the front of them like a skewer through a temple festival snack, and for about a second and a half there was a hole in the tide. Then one of them came at my throat, and I inverted the blade and put its head into the concrete floor and continued the lesson from earlier without stopping. When dealing with evil spirits, piercing the head is the best method. Most can be eliminated that way, but to be safe, it's best to grind them into powder and watch them dissipate into black mist. That's the most secure way. She couldn't speak. She told me later she couldn't connect what she was watching to anything she'd ever heard about exorcism, that it wasn't expelling anything, it was harvesting. There is a simple, unadorned beauty in sheer numerical dominance. Anything that got past the blade hit the black spikes coming out of my body and stopped existing. And then from the stairwell, a sound, like a great many people whispering at once, in unison, just below the threshold where you could make out a word. Every hair on her body stood up. Her uniform went cold and wet down the back. Something came through the doorway at speed, 4 or 5 meters thick, shaped like a python. And where the head should have been, there was a vertical slit, and inside the slit was a single enormous eye. I actually stopped. What the hell? Why does this thing look so much like a turtle? And then teeth came out along both edges of the slit, and the whispering got louder, and the eye mouth fired itself across the room at Sakura Hanako like an arrow off a string. Sigh. No choice. I dropped the black blade, which cost me my ability to devour anything for the duration, and that mattered, put out my right hand, and said, "Come out." And the pale hand came. 5 black nails went into that thing's body, and what came out wasn't blood, it was black mist, and the head thrashed like it had been electrocuted. Also, and I want to be honest, looking at it up close, I did feel a certain sympathy, a certain twinge, something in my own general region ached in solidarity. Run, retreat, sell, escape, and I picked Sakura Hanako up. She assumed I meant the stairwell. The remaining spirits had gone quiet in the corners, watching 2 tigers fight, and she was doing the arithmetic on our route and getting increasingly concerned about the fact that we were accelerating toward the window. "Let's go." And I jumped out of it. 28th floor. She said her whole life came through. She said she looked at the concrete coming up and had exactly 2 thoughts. The first was that they would definitely need to scrape us both off the ground. The second was that she and I would be mixed together, and if she got infected by my abstractness on the way out and became an abstract ghost, she didn't know what she'd do. At about 20 meters off the deck, I said, "Come back." and the pale hand came through the wall of the 28th floor, caught us in its palm, and set us down on the pavement like a valet. Then I heard a rapid clattering sound and frowned, wondering what it was. A Chicago typewriter? Were the Kyoto Yakuza running that kind of hardware now? I looked down. It was her teeth. Her legs went out, and she landed on the ground and grabbed my leg with both arms. Dame, dame, dame. Muri, muri, muri. No, no, no. I sighed. These young people nowadays, never been bungee jumping, and they want to be professional exorcists, can't even handle this much excitement? She had, she informed me later, several thousand objections to that sentence and no functioning mouth to deliver them with, and then two enormous pale fingers came down toward her. She flinched, and the hand put its index and middle fingers together and made a heart. All right, I waved it off. Stop trying to steal the show here. Disappear. It seemed reluctant. It actually waved goodbye before it went. What was that thing? Your performance today was truly beyond my expectations. Since you've seen it, I'll explain. And I crouched down so we were level, and for once I didn't dress it up. That thing, you could say, is another me, as a spirit. She nodded slowly with an expression of dawning comprehension and said, I don't understand. Sigh. Why are you so stupid? So, it's my trump card, my strongest ability. It comes out of my own soul and manifests as something with the same nature as an evil spirit. Does this ability have a name? A name? I don't really care about that. You can call it whatever you want. Stand user, persona, superpower, psychic, cheat ability. Anything is fine. Is that so? Then, carefully, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. That giant hand is an extension and manifestation of your soul. I didn't misunderstand, right? Yes, that's the idea. Then, it just made a heart gesture at me. Does that mean, deep down, you actually wanted to make that gesture to me? I looked at her. I say, sis, at a time like this, can you not be so lovesick? Shouldn't you first be asking whether you can awaken this kind of ability? Oh, you're right. Then, can I? I think you should be able to. What do you mean should? Isn't there a definite answer? And that's when I gave her the sentence that actually mattered, the one I'd been sitting on for 2 weeks. Sakura. You and I are very likely to be the most powerful psychics in the history of Japan. Isn't that a good thing? Not at all. Because think about what that sentence means when you turn it over. It means that if there are things even we don't understand, or spirits neither of us can handle, then even if we dig through every ancient text in the country, the best we'll find is a footnote. There is nobody above us to ask. Nobody is coming. Do you understand? And she did. And I watched the weight land on her, properly, for the first time. Because whatever is happening in Kyoto right now is either something that has never happened in the history of this country, or it has happened before, exactly once, and they gave it a name, Hyaki Yagyo, the night parade of 100 demons. Then it started raining, not drizzle. The sky just opened. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today, Sakura said, which is the single most Japanese sentence available in that situation. Did you bring an umbrella? No. Did you? Me neither. So we ran to my place because it was under a kilometer away, and because I wanted to go over what we just learned in that building while it was still fresh. She stood in my entryway dripping on the floor and looked around with an expression I couldn't immediately read. Then she told me what it was, disappointment, because she had constructed in her head a very specific image of where a person like me would live. Black curtains, black sofa, everything black, and a sealed room with an ancient talisman on the door, radiating a strange and ominous aura. What she got was a clean 2-story house with a wind chime at the entrance and the furniture arranged at right angles. Who are you greeting? I said, when she did the polite thing at the door. I'm the only one on my household register. Huh? Jackson Cole, are you? Stop. I knew the word she was reaching for. I got there first and closed it off, and she let it go, which I appreciated. I found her a towel and put her uniform blazer over a radiator, and then I got out the map, because that's what the evening was actually for. The place we went today is an S-rank location. I spread it on the table. Kyoto, marked up in pen. Combined with what I've explored over the past 2 days, there are 3 A ranks and 1 S rank gate discovered and not yet resolved. My rating standard is quite crude. S rank is something I could potentially solve if I give it everything, but there's a risk of death in the process. A rank is something that might injure me while I solve it. She studied the map, and then she asked the good question. Then why aren't there any B ranks or C ranks? I looked at her. Are you stupid? B ranks and C ranks are things I can solve immediately at my current stage. I destroy them the moment I find them. Why would I bother marking them? She went red and said that made sense, which it did. But she also filed something away from that exchange, and she told me about it much later. She said that was the moment she stopped being able to read me as a normal person doing a difficult job. Because I hadn't marked the easy ones, not out of confidence, out of bookkeeping, the way you don't write down groceries you've already eaten. She'd also worked something else out that evening, on her phone, while her hair dried. She searched the street where the unfinished building was, plus the words, construction casualties. Major accident at construction site. Death toll as high as 285. 37 currently hospitalized half a month ago. Exactly matching what I'd told her. Cause, several construction workers, for unknown reasons, as if suddenly suffering from mental illness, deliberately damaged the scaffolding. And at the same time, the man operating the excavator lost his mind, and she sat there and did the chain herself, without help, which is the moment I decided she was going to be useful. 1 or 2 people is a coincidence. 7 or 8 simultaneously, all acting against basic sense, that's spirits. The gate made them strong enough to push, so they pushed, and hundreds of people died badly in one place. And when a lot of people die badly in one place, what do they leave behind? More spirits, which strengthen the area, which opens the gate wider, which makes the spirits stronger, which kills more people. She looked up from her phone and asked the question that I genuinely did not have an answer for. Could it be that the gate is something with the ability to think? With independent intelligence? I said I didn't know. I still don't. Then she asked why I hadn't taken the sword to the building, and I told her the truth, because it was never for me. You saw my combat strength today. That sword is the real thing, but it's not realistic to say it would help me much. After all, it's just something from that old geezer. Speaking of which, why did Mr. Oda give us a valuable sword for free? Isn't it simple? And here's the arrangement because she needed to understand where our information comes from. Yamamoto Kenji doesn't make his living selling charms. His actual income is exorcism commissions. And since the gates showed up, more and more of those commissions have been past what he can handle, and a psychic who can't deliver repeatedly stops being a famous exorcist and starts being a man with a shop. So he passes them to me. I get the information about spirit activity across Kyoto, and I get the client's payment. He gets the credit for solving them. You said the commissions have rewards? How is it split? 50-50? 50-50? I waved that off. 100-0 split. I get 100, he gets 0. 0? You still don't understand. Because this is the part people get wrong about old men who run small shops. For an exorcist with his reputation, the reward from 1 or 2 commissions is nothing. The key is his golden signboard. He can solve commissions that others can't. If this continues, he becomes the most famous exorcist in Kyoto, and that is worth more than every fee combined. He offered me the money and told me I could take anything in his shop, which proves he understands it himself. This Lao Dung is truly well versed in social etiquette. She nodded slowly, understanding maybe 60% of it, which is a respectable score for a first year. Then I gave her the thing that actually keeps her alive, so listen to this part. Do you know what our biggest advantage is as psychics when facing them? She shook her head, eager, like a student. I went to the window and watched the rain. The condition for us to touch them and the condition for them to harm us are the same condition, that is, when they know we can see them. In other words, if they can't confirm we can see them, they can't do anything to us. They can only watch. So the initiative for when a fight begins is not in their hands. It's decided by us. Do you understand? And that's when she got it all the way down, because her entire worldview had them as the dominant party. Her whole life, she'd been the one hiding, disguising, walking on eggshells, and they were the weather. And I was telling her they're not the weather. They're stupid. They're mechanically, exploitably stupid. They cannot attack until you hand them the trigger, and you can simply decline to hand it over indefinitely. So as long as we can avoid revealing any flaw, no matter the situation, we always hold the initiative? Exactly. That's what the bento was for. That's the whole reason I made her eat lunch on the 28th floor of a haunted building while something licked her food. Not cruelty, load-bearing training. Evil spirits that even you can't deal with, she said, looking at the black S on the map. This is going to be troublesome. No choice. I shrugged. When I summon the ghost hand, I can't use the devouring ability. If it were only those first spirits, even if thousands came, tens of thousands, I'd just eat to replenish while slowly cleaning them out. But that turtle, no, that snake-shaped one, it has to be dealt with using the hand. And she brightened up. Genuinely brightened. To be honest, the fact that there are spirits even you can't eliminate surprises me. But it also makes me feel, for the first time, that you're a normal human, just like me. Indeed. I nodded. Humans have their limits. You mean, Sakura, I'm not human anymore. Stop being crazy. The weekend was training. Just training. By Monday, she could pick up a fishball with chopsticks and put it in her mouth without changing expression while surrounded, including through a jump scare. As a certain pink-haired kunoichi once famously said, Lady Sakura, I've finally caught up to them. Lol. Monday lunch, I went to the club room and found May Haruna stirring freshly brewed coffee in a beaker with a glass rod, because of course she was. May I come in? This is your activity room too. Come in if you want. You don't need to specifically ask me. A deal is a deal, and it must be honored. I sat down and gave her the problem, in Chunabyu, which by this point was a working language between us. So, one protagonist has awakened an ability, and now the other also wants to awaken, so they're looking for a method, right? Exactly. She drank her beaker coffee and thought about it. After hearing your description, I think the condition for awakening might not be an objective reason. Is there a possibility that it's because the two protagonists have different perceptions when facing the enemy, leading to one awakening and the other not? I nodded. Continue. What I'm about to say might sound absurd, but it also falls within the scientific scope of quantum mechanics. A person's subjective perception can, in some cases, affect reality. I wonder if you've heard of an experiment called Schrödinger's. Schrödinger's cat girl. Heard of it. It's called Schrödinger's cat, but since you've heard of it, I won't elaborate. She held the beaker in both hands and delivered it. Perhaps whether the protagonist's ability awakens depends on the protagonist's own perception of the enemy. Understood. I got there with her. The other protagonist hasn't awakened the ability to fight the enemy because, in her perception, the idea of fighting the enemy does not exist. Huh? You understand what I mean? She was surprised. She'd been sitting there working out how to explain it in the simplest possible language, and I'd walked straight through it. It's not that difficult to understand. Of course I do. Because when in doubt, quantum mechanics, evil spirits, psychics, yin-yang eyes, soul manifestation. Every single one of these is an idealist concept, and if idealism is the substrate, then hooking it to subjective perception isn't a stretch. It's the only place it could hook. She'd handed me the actual mechanism in under 5 minutes using a fake vocabulary for a fake world that she was 90% sure was a teenage boy's delusion. I put a chocolate bread on the table. For you, she looked at it. Do you take me for a child? If you say so, then it is. No arguments. And as I was leaving, she stopped me. What is it? If you usually want to come to the activity room, you can come anytime. I don't mind. Which, from her, is roughly a 15-minute speech. Her honest assessment of me was, very handsome, severely Chunabyu, likes to act crazy. Logically, she was bad at getting along with people like that. Actually, and she corrected herself on this, she was bad at getting along with anyone, but in 2 conversations she hadn't felt the restless, sinking, nowhere to put my hands discomfort she gets in a classroom watching everyone else talk. She said it was relaxing. She said it like it was a data point that had failed peer review. Then I went back to class 1A, and before I could get to sleep, Sakura came over. How soon are we going to deal with that S-rank gate? At this stage, fighting that snake while simultaneously solving the gate is a very difficult thing to do. Then what should we do? You said the power of the gate keeps getting stronger. If we wait, won't it be even harder? There's nothing we can do about that. She actually stamped her foot. How are you not worried at all? Worrying is useless. If worrying were useful, I would have been worried a long time ago. And that is when a small pink-haired disaster arrived at my desk. Yahalo. Now, faced with that greeting, what were my options? 1. Yahalo. 2. Hello Nakamura-san. 3. Acting cute. Are you sick? I selected option 4. Speak like a human. Aya Nakamura absorbed that with a small, and then explained that several classmates had heard about our club and had matters in that field they'd like investigated. Then why don't they come themselves? She pouted. And I could see her thinking quite clearly, what kind of image do you have at school? Don't you have any self-awareness? They are a bit shy, she said. I have spoken to you a few times, so they asked me to pass the message along. Is that so? Then go ahead. And she leaned in and produced 2 cases. Case 1. Last Friday, a classmate left her bag at school and came back for it after 11 at night and heard someone playing the piano in the building. And in the music, she said, there was a sense of lingering resentment. Definitely a vengeful spirit attached to the piano. Sakura listened to that with genuine tension on her face because Aya tells a story well. I glanced sideways at Kaido Yumi, unconscious on the desk next to mine, wearing my pillow. That woman practices at school until it's late, goes home, and practices until morning. That's the whole mystery. That's why she sleeps through every daylight hour available to her. There is no vengeful spirit. There is a pianist with a scheduling problem. There's more. There's more. Aya leaned closer. This one's about me. Every day at 1 o'clock in the morning, my saber keeps barking wildly. It used to be very well behaved. This must count as a paranormal event, right? Is Saber the dog you keep at home? Yes, it's very cute. Now that one, Sakura sat up for. Because dogs and cats see things. Everyone knows they see things. And a well-behaved dog that suddenly starts screaming at the door every night at exactly 1, the exactly is the part that matters, is a real report. Is it in heat? I said. A famous show once said that spring is the season for mating. Both of them went scarlet. My Saber wouldn't think about things like that. Does Saber know that you've spoken on its behalf? In any case, something is definitely not right. She had, by the way, completely forgotten her original purpose in coming over, which was to use a paranormal event as an excuse to talk to us. She'd argued herself into the opposite position. How about this? I yawned. Sakura, you go to Nakamura-san's house tonight and stay over to investigate. Eh? You want me to stay overnight at Nakamura-san's house? Then what? You want me to go stay the night? Men and women should keep their distance, you know. If anyone else had said that, Sakura would have accepted it as a reasonable statement. Coming from me, she said, it felt like there was a conspiracy attached, and she was correct, but she couldn't prove it. Aya was already vibrating. Let Sakura come stay at my house? Great, great. My mom will be very happy. Huh? You've told your mom about me? Of course. Any friends I make at school I tell my mom about. And Sakura, who was not good at handling girls like Aya Nakamura, looked at that face and could not find it in herself to say no. All right, but let me say this first. I'm only staying for 1 night. Later she asked me, should I bring that knife? Why bring a knife? Are you going to neuter Saber? I considered it. That actually is a solution. Stop talking nonsense. You know very well what I'm referring to. If you think that bringing a sword to Nakamura-san's house won't make her mother think you're some kind of weirdo, then feel free. She thought about it and agreed that this was true, which is how Sakura Hanako went into the worst night of her life unarmed. Then what about you tonight? Old man Oda sent over a few new commissions. I need to go check them out. She looked worried, so I told her not to be. Nakamura's building isn't remote. Nothing's ever happened there. There won't be anything. I want to be clear that I believed that when I said it. She nodded. And then she told me quietly that the heavy feeling in her chest wouldn't go away, and she just felt like something unexpected was going to happen tonight. She was right and I was wrong, and it's the only time so far that the score has gone that way. Nakamura's building was a nice one. Good area, wide corridors, the kind of place where the lobby has a plant nobody waters and everyone pretends is fine. Sakura checked on the way in, because she checks everywhere on the way in. That's not paranoia, that's her commute. She saw the usual small harmless ones on the walk over. Nothing on the property, nothing in the stairwell. Aya's mother hugged her at the door before she got a word out, said she'd heard about her ages ago, and welcomed her in. And there was Saber, brown-yellow, tongue out, tail going, absolutely delighted about the guest. If only I could communicate with you and ask what you bark about every night, Sakura told him. Woof, woof. Great. Very helpful. Aya went to bed like a person with a clear conscience. Sakura did not. Sakura sat up with her phone, watching the numbers, fighting sleep, until 12:59. The instant it flipped to 1 o'clock, her heart went sideways. Woof, woof, woof. She took a breath, told herself there probably wasn't anything, opened the door, and walked into the living room where the very cute, very well-behaved family dog was standing rigid, teeth bared, growling at the front door. And Sakura's eyes were full of the reflection of a woman in a long white dress. That wasn't the important part. The important part was that the woman's head was nearly touching the ceiling. That ceiling was 2.5 meters. Hach, Rokurokubi? Everyone in this country knows the story. 8 feet tall, long white dress. She copies the voice of a dead relative to call miners out of the house, and then she kills them somewhere with no witnesses. Sakura, were you woken up too? Aya came shuffling out in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes, yawning, at 1 in the morning, 6 feet from a legend, and Sakura couldn't answer. She was soaked through, and her jaw wouldn't work. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Because the training was for this. The training was for exactly this. As long as the other party doesn't know you can see, you don't get hurt. Fighting it never entered her mind as an option. This was Rokurokubi-sama, as she put it herself, a new player who hasn't finished the tutorial and hasn't even entered a character name, walking into an elite boss. I have to text Jackson Cole, and she got her hand steady enough to start typing. Then the front door opened by itself. No wind, no hand. Saber shot out through it. Saber? And Aya went straight after her dog, into the corridor, without a second's hesitation. Aya Nakamura-sen. Too late. Sakura's brain produced, in order, it's bad, it's over, it's finished, it's G. Because here's the rule she was clinging to. People who can't see them don't get hurt by them. That's the rule. That's always been the rule. The problem is that the rule was written for ordinary spirits, and the thing in the room was not an ordinary spirit. And in the stories, Rokurokubi doesn't kill you in the house. She calls you outside first. Sakura sent the message and walked out after her. And in that corridor, under the moonlight, there were paper scraps, thousands of them. white and yellowed, drifting in from nowhere, already lying so thick on the floor that they came up over her ankles. Funeral paper, the kind you burn for the dead. At the far end, Aya had caught Saber and scooped her up, and she turned around with an apologetic little smile. Sorry. Maybe Saber was too excited because we had a guest today, and it woke you up. No. It's fine. And Sakura kept her eyes on Aya's face, and her expression flat, and her voice level. Because in her peripheral vision, standing directly behind Aya, was 8 feet of white dress. And inside that waterfall of black hair, a pair of pale, inhuman eyes was looking straight at her. Aya, Nakamura-san, hurry back inside. It's cold out. Don't catch a cold. I can't take it anymore. Okay, let's go back. Aya smiled and patted the dog. You're not allowed to run off again, okay? And then Rokurokubi exhaled, a long sigh, full of something with no bottom to it, and the ends of Aya Nakamura's hair moved. Sakura's whole system stopped, because that's impossible. Aya can't see her. Aya is an ordinary person. Spirits cannot touch ordinary people. That is the load-bearing wall of the entire world she survives in. And then a pale finger came down, picked up a strand of Aya's hair, and closed around it. And Aya, standing there, holding her dog, completely unaware, didn't feel a thing. Sakura, why aren't you going in yet? Here's the situation. One more step forward and Aya feels her own hair pull tight, and after that, nothing Sakura could imagine. Woof, woof. Woof! Saber was screaming at it now, twisting in Aya's arms. Huh? Why are you barking again? And Aya started to turn her head. Sakura's body moved before her thoughts did. She knocked Rokurokubi's hand away with her left arm. She shoved Aya bodily through the doorway. She pulled the door shut and put her back against it. Sakura? From the other side. And Sakura Hanako stood alone in a corridor full of funeral paper, facing the thing. You can see me? Soft. Almost sad. Then it wasn't. You can see me. And at that exact moment, Sakura went completely, perfectly calm. Everything went quiet, the way it does. No matter how fast I moved, less than a minute had passed since she'd sent that message. She knew the arithmetic. Nobody was coming. Is this my end? And what was in her head wasn't fear. It was refusal. Unwilling. Truly unwilling. Why did I awaken the yin-yang eyes? Just to experience this moment of despair? Clearly, I had just, for the first time, used the power of my eyes to save someone, and a voice arrived inside her skull. Are you unwilling? You can only see but cannot change anything. Have you finally grown to detest such a weak and powerless self? Then, call my name. A wall of black mist came up between her and the hand descending on her face, and something moved behind her golden eyes. So this is it, she said. The ability of soul manifestation. Every scrap of panic was gone. She looked up at 8 feet of legend and said it clearly, one word at a time. Open your eyes, Jorogumo. The mist folded itself into a person, a woman in a kimono and gaita, long black hair, a beautiful, expressionless, doll-like face with a dark cloth tied over her eyes, and on the backs of her hands, hidden under the sleeves, 2 eyeballs opened, white, no pupils, no focus. Then black pupils condensed inside them and locked on. I see you. She was faster than her own voice. Jorogumo's hands were on Rokurokubi's arms before the sentence finished, nails buried in her forearms. No blood. They don't bleed. Just black mist coming out of the wounds, and Rokurokubi's face doing something it had not done in a very long time. Die! 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 The paper on the floor came up in a wave and wrapped around Jorogumo, and Jorogumo dragged her bodily backwards down the corridor and through the door into the stairwell. Bang! And Sakura Hanako sat down on the floor, because the price arrived. 1 minute. That's all it was. About 1 minute of Jorogumo existing, and she felt like she hadn't slept in 3 days and was being asked to sit an exam. Body numb, head numb. It's not lifespan, and it's not blood, it's you. It just takes you. Which is when she understood, in a way that she really hadn't before, what it means that I held that hand for 3 minutes in the unfinished building and then landed on the pavement and made a joke about bungee jumping. Sakura? Sakura? Are you all right? And she noticed the cold floor getting closer and remembered, a half second too late, that she had been leaning against Aya Nakamura's front door, which opens outward. Bang. Eh? Aya stepped out holding Saber and found her guest lying face down on the corridor floor in a perfect full prostration. She thought about it for a few seconds. Sakura, are you drunk? Sakura, unable to move a finger, informed me later that if she'd had any strength left at all, she would have used it to stand up and hit her. Aya, hurry back inside. And Aya laughed, delighted. Sakura, this is the first time you've called me by my first name. I'm so happy. What time is it? And she's talking about that. And then Aya said the sentence that dropped the floor out. What are all these things? She crouched down and picked up a piece of yellowed paper and turned it over. Is this Joss paper? You can see it? Of course. It's all over the floor, isn't it? And Aya looked around and frowned and said in a puzzled little voice, Mom doesn't know where she's gone either. Can't find her in the room. And what are all these things on the floor? They look a bit creepy. Sakura went into an ice cave. Because Aya shouldn't be able to see the paper, and her mother was in the apartment 40 seconds ago. Wait a minute. Is this really the apartment building where Aya Nakamura lives? And then the stairwell door came off its hinges. Bang! Sakura felt it before she saw it. The connection cut. Joroguma was gone. Torn apart. And Rokurokubi came out of that stairwell bent over double to fit, white dress dragging, and even Aya Nakamura, slow, cheerful, thick-nerved Aya Nakamura, finally understood that something was wrong. What is that? Aya, run! And Sakura stopped because she'd asked herself where. There was no where. Not anymore. Woof, woof, woof! Saber hit the floor and put herself between the two girls and the thing, snarling, all 8 kilos of her. Rokurokubi's bare white feet came down on the paper without changing pace. Stand up. I need to stand up. She got as far as sitting, and at 5 meters, with Sakura Hanako out of moves and out of body and out of options, the paper in front of Rokurokubi caught fire. Black fire. She pulled her raised foot back. The eyes in that seaweed hair went past the two girls to the far end of the corridor, and Sakura heard a voice she knew, with a smile in it. Kyoto's first exorcist present. Huh? Yixing? Aya turned around and just looked baffled, because from where she stood, our classmate had turned up in a residential corridor at 1 in the morning. Sakura didn't look baffled. Sakura let out everything she'd been holding. Be careful, she's not like ordinary evil spirits. I know. I walked past them, looked up at 8 feet of Japanese folklore, and honestly felt a little moved. I never thought I'd see the real Rokurokubi one day. It's truly an honor to finally meet you. She glanced at the burning paper. She was wary. That's worth noting. She was already wary. Who are you? Definitely not a pony. Not your type. She didn't get it. Which is fair. That's a joke about a completely different production, and her settings do not include being pulled by a small horse. Who are you? So I put the smile away and walked toward her, and every scrap of paper I passed went up in black flame. My name is Jackson Cole. I am 16 years old. I live in the bustling downtown area southwest of Kyoto, and I am currently single and unmarried. I attend Sobu High School in Kyoto and usually finish school before 5 p.m. I don't smoke, nor do I like to drink. Every night, I go out around 10 p.m., ensuring at least 8 hours of nocturnal activity. Before school, I eat many delicious evil spirits and engage in soothing activities to help my body and mind relax. This lifestyle keeps me clear-headed for a new day, and I'm in good physical health. My psychiatrist also praises me, saying everything is normal except for my mind. Behind me, 2 girls and a dog were staring at the back of my head with identical expressions. What does this mean? Why did he suddenly start introducing himself? Is he going on a blind date with Rokurokubi-sama? In short, and I stopped, directly in front of her. I am the one who eliminates all evil spirits and protects this beautiful world, and I am precisely the natural enemy of you evil spirits. Right hand out, 5 fingers closing. Come out. And the pale hand came down out of nothing and closed around 8 feet of Rokurokubi like she was a doll in a claw machine. What is this? Aya and Saber, in unison. Person and dog looked at each other. Neither had a working theory. Aya's honest first guess was that she'd walked onto a film set. Yeah, Jackson Cole. Sakura, propped against the wall, forcing the words out. Be careful. This is not an ordinary evil spirit. And as if to make her point for her, the pale hand detonated, just came apart into black mist and blew away. You can also see me. And Rokurokubi dropped the disguise entirely. That dignified face folded into something with no human reference, and her pupils spread out until there was nothing in her eyes but ink. Now, Sakura's heart went through the floor at this point, and I understand why. She'd seen the hand crush a flying head. She'd seen it catch 2 people falling off a building, and this thing had just popped it like a balloon. Are you mad? I was actually enjoying myself. Originally, I'm a cautious person, and I should be retreating now, but I glanced back at 2 girls and a dog sitting on the floor of a corridor in a world that was no longer their world. It seems this time I'll have to get a little serious. Right hand out again. Come out. And the pale hand came back. Because that's the thing about soul manifestation that Sakura had just learned the hard way. Destroy the projection, and it costs the user. It doesn't end the user. As long as you can pay, you can call it again. And this time, the moment it appeared, it raised its middle finger at her, an internationally recognized gesture of friendship. Sakura and Aya both stopped breathing for a second, for entirely non-tactical reasons. Because that thing has no mouth, and it is, apparently, exactly as abstract as I am. And Sakura told me afterward that she had one clear thought, which was, if that ever grows a mouth, it will have mental attack capability. Go. The hand went in exactly the same way it had the first time, and Rokurakubi simply stood still and watched it come, because the same attack produces the same result, and she had already solved this problem once, which is why I was already behind her. I'd walked around while she was busy looking at the big obvious thing, and I put a silver nail through her back, into the heart. She went down screaming loud enough that both girls thought their eardrums had gone. The hand pinned all 4 limbs to the floor. I crouched down next to that ruined ink-black face and told her the truth. As a professional exorcist, the ghost hand is just one of my tools. The true treasure against evil spirits is myself. And then, because both of them were looking at 8 feet of pinned monster with something dangerously close to sympathy on their faces, I decided to correct the record. Why do you look like that? Evil spirits don't feel pain. Don't believe me? Watch. And I put a jujube wood dagger into her arm. She howled. See? She's not hurting at all. Sakura and Aya exchanged a look and said nothing. Then I told them to come inside, and Aya said in a very small voice, Yeah, Yixing, you're not planning to bring these 2 things into my house, are you? Why not? I pointed past the railing. But you can take a look. I think this might no longer be the apartment building you live in. She went to the railing. Aya Nakamura's family lives in a prosperous part of Kyoto. From that corridor, you can see office towers. You can see roads. At 1 in the morning, you can see thousands of lights, because it is a city. What she saw was black, not dark. Black, no streetlights, no windows, no headlights. A thick churning tide of it, going out to the horizon, and underneath that tide, things moving. How could this be? Even at past 1 in the morning, it shouldn't be like this. Let's go inside first. And I waved a hand, and the pale hand picked up Rokurakubi like luggage and carried her in, and Aya went and got Sakura under one arm and Saber under the other and locked the door behind us. Twice, which I thought was optimistic under the circumstances. Sakura didn't even sit down properly before she started. What exactly is going on outside? So I pinned Rokurakubi upright against the living room wall and gave them the thing I'd been sitting on since April 4th. Have you ever wondered why doors look like doors? Aya, who did not have the context for this question, went somewhere philosophical with it and got lost. Sakura just shook her head. No, I really haven't thought about that. It seems now that the influence doors have on evil spirits might not originate from the doors themselves, but from another world that they connect to. Another world? It should be. Because if this place has evil spirits in it, an inner world Kyoto isn't a stretch. That's just Silent Hill with better transit, and Sakura got there in 1 step, the way she does now. So the power that mutates them through the doors is actually just the influence of the aura leaking through a crack because it connects to somewhere else? Yes, and watch her face while she runs the next part because she runs it fast. If a leak through a crack is enough to turn harmless things into things that disguise themselves as your homeroom teacher and put bus drivers into comas, then what is it like on the other side where it isn't leaking, and they were standing in it? Anyway, since we're here, I spread my hands. You 2 go rest in the room for a while and leave the living room as my private space. And my gaze went to the 8 feet of monster pinned to the wall, and I smiled. I want to. No, absolutely not. Sakura nearly came off the sofa. What do you want to do? You weren't bewitched by this evil spirit, were you? Have you forgotten her true nature? Which was, in fairness, a reasonable concern. In some versions of the story, Rokurakubi specifically targets underage boys, and while I'm not exactly a boy in the relevant sense, I did qualify on the paperwork. What are you thinking? I have a bottom line, all right? She started to relax. My bottom line is, everything is fine except for the Monkey King. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, Aya had been fully briefed and was nodding along. So, you and Jackson Cole usually talk about these kinds of things, huh? I thought, hey. Aren't you scared at all? Yes, I am. But being scared is useless, isn't it? Which surprised Sakura and impressed her, and also made her wonder whether it was courage or simply very thick nerves. The answer is that it's both, and that it turns out to matter enormously later. Anyway, the good news is that Auntie wasn't brought in here. Rokurakubi and we are both in this other world, so you don't have to worry about her safety. And then, from the living room, they heard a woman sobbing, followed by my voice. Crying? Crying also counts as time. 2 girls and a dog sat in silence. Aya said eventually. Is it really okay to leave Rokurakubi-sama alone with Jackson Cole? You don't need to worry about Jackson Cole. Sakura was perfectly calm. From his attitude the first time I saw him, Rokurokubi-sama seems to be very afraid of him. Oh, is that so? That's good then. And Aya laughed awkwardly because she had not been worried about Jackson Cole. An hour later I called them out. Both of them stopped in the doorway, because I was on the sofa with my legs crossed looking extremely satisfied, and Rokurokubi-sama, who had been 8 feet tall and is now about 6.5 and slightly blurry around the edges, was folded into the corner of the room, looking small. The two of them exchanged a glance containing the same question. Who is the evil spirit here exactly? Hey. Sakura tugged my sleeve and lowered her voice. What exactly did you do? Interrogation. How can an interrogation turn out like this? Oh, it's simple. And I told her, and I watched it land. I told her that every time I asked a question and didn't get an answer, I would devour a part of her. Of course, I'm very much in control. Each time, I ensure that she feels pain but doesn't dissipate. This inner world is truly different from our usual world. The recovery speed of evil spirits is much faster, which makes my work easier. See, in just over an hour, after devouring her about 200 times, she honestly confessed. Sakura put a hand over her mouth. Because she'd done the division, 200 in 60 minutes, on a thing that heals fast enough to make that sustainable. She said the phrase that went through her head was death by 1,000 cuts, and that it was the first time she'd seriously wondered whether there was something wrong with me. Then I clutched my forehead and collapsed sideways onto the sofa. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Both of them were on me instantly. What's wrong? I can't. I waved a hand, teeth gritted, brow furrowed in visible agony. I've summoned the ghost hand twice and maintained it for so long. I'm almost unable to suppress the side effects of the evil spirit power. I have no combat ability left. No. I'm losing control. Sakura's heart was in her throat. I could hear it from there. Red is destruction. Blue is indifference. Green is disguise. White is void. Yellow. I paused. Yellow? What was yellow again? Silence. Oh right. Yellow is send to me. And the agony vanished off my face like a channel change. Huh? Because I hadn't been dying, I'd been fishing. I looked over at Rokurokubi, curled up in her corner, having not moved a millimeter during the entire performance, and nodded. Seeing how weak and in pain I was just now, and you didn't take the opportunity to attack, it seems you're truly convinced, so the information you just provided can temporarily be considered true. Because if she'd gone for me while I was down, it would have told me everything she'd said under the knife was garbage. Even evil spirits get schemed against. That's just good practice. Sakura clenched her fist and swung it at my shoulder, where it landed with the force of a moth. Why couldn't you have told me beforehand? You made me worry for nothing. Look at what you're saying. I stretched. Actually, summoning the ghost hand twice and maintaining it for so long did indeed consume a lot of my energy. By the way, how many times can you summon that thing? I haven't really tried, but I'd estimate around 20. 20? She sat straight up. You said a lot of consumption, but it's only a tenth? Of course. And I gave her the doctrine. Haven't you heard the saying? For a mature RPG player, 99% HP is low health and below 95% HP is critical health. Both of them relaxed, which was the actual purpose of the bit. Then I gave them what I'd bought with 200 bytes. This is the other side of the doors. Rokurokubi doesn't know how long it's existed. She's never known anything else, but she confirmed the important part. The underworld, hell, the netherworld, the realm of the dead. Every word this country has for the place you go afterward. They all mean here. It is a one-to-one copy of Kyoto. Same streets, same buildings, same everything. The only difference is who lives in it. But, Sakura frowned, when we encountered doors before, we never crossed into another world. And this time, there was no door near me and Aya. So how did we end up in this other Kyoto? And I pointed at the corner. Actually, you, Aya, and Saber have already encountered a door. You just didn't know it. She looked at Rokurokubi, and her eyes went wide. You mean there's a door inside her body? Yes, the reason the three of you came here is that Rokurokubi couldn't control the power of the door. A fortunate coincidence. Normally speaking, a spirit of Rokurokubi's level is only on par with your Joragumo. The reason she instantly killed your Joragumo was precisely the power of the door inside her. And I watched a genuine weight come off Sakura Hanako's shoulders, because she'd spent the last hour privately concluding that her soul, the manifestation of everything she is, had been useless, torn in half on its first outing. It wasn't. Don't let the fame fool you. Rokurokubi is a mid-tier yokai whose whole career is imitating voices to trick children. She is a long way from the top of this profession. The reason she won that exchange is that she was carrying a weapon that wasn't hers. Sakura's soul manifestation is fine. The enemy had mutated. Wait a minute. Aya put a hand up, still half a step behind, and asked the two best questions of the night. If that's the case, why was Ye Xing also pulled in? And then, murmuring to herself, and how did you know Sakura summoned Jorogumo? Weren't you only arriving later? And then she looked up at me with absolutely no guile in her face at all and solved it. I get it. You must have been worried about Sakura's safety, so you were already waiting nearby, but you stayed hidden so she could successfully awaken her ability, right? Just a coincidence. I did not change expression. I just happened to pick up a commission. Nakamura-san, do you know that a little girl's grandmother recently passed away in this building? Really? I haven't heard about it. Right. It's an apartment building, not a compound. It's normal for neighbors not to be familiar. And that part was true, by the way. After the grandmother died, the granddaughter started hearing her voice calling her name in the middle of the night, and she started sleepwalking toward the front door. Her parents locked the security door before bed out of habit. That habit is the only reason there was a commission and not a funeral. The hospital found nothing. The parents went to Laodong. Laodong came to me, cross-referenced with a certain dog barking at exactly 1 in the morning, and I had an address. Coincidence. It's all just coincidence. Aya covered her mouth and whispered to Sakura, not quietly enough. Sakura, although Ye Xing says that, he still cares about you a lot. Cough, don't talk nonsense. So now, how do we leave here? It's simple. Because there are 2 ways across, and only one of them is reliable. Besides relying on luck like before, there's a stable way to travel between worlds. Wait here until 5 in the morning. Why 5 o'clock? Have you heard of the 4 o'clock demon time? 4 o'clock what? 4 o'clock demon time. 4 o'clock what time? Don't mess with me here. Sakura, who reads old texts for fun, actually knew this one. I remember 4 o'clock demon time refers to dusk, doesn't it? That's right. However, that's the window when they can cross into the present world. The window when ordinary humans like Nakamura-san can pass through a door and get back is the opposite of dusk. Roughly 5 to 7 in the morning. I call it 4 o'clock human time. And for psychics like you and me, either window works. We can move freely. Sakura pressed her lips together and looked at Aya, and I watched her arrive at the problem before I had to say it. Because if this is a city-sized copy of Kyoto full of things that don't need permission to attack, and Sakura can't summon Jorogumo again for hours, and Aya is a civilian, then walking to the nearest door is not a plan. That's a casualty report with extra steps. Don't worry. I nodded at the corner. I left Rokurokubi alive precisely for this moment. Once the time comes, she can send us back directly. After all, she has the power of a door inside her. And Sakura exhaled, and understood why. For the first time in the 2 months she'd known me, I had let something live. At 5 in the morning, I said, "Open the door." 2 words. And 8 feet of legendary Japanese monster flinched and drew a line in the air with 1 finger, and a wooden door came up out of nothing. 3 people and 1 dog stepped toward it, and Rokurokubi grabbed my sleeve. Can you take me with you?" Aya and Sakura both stopped dead. What? She wants him to take her along? How did an interrogation turn into this? Is this Stockholm Syndrome? Are we doing Ghost here? I didn't even turn around. It seems you're quite clear-headed. Because think about her position for 1 second. A door is the thing that connects the 2 worlds. Put more plainly, a door breaks the wall between the living and the dead, and she has one inside her, which means she can cross whenever she likes, and she can drag humans across with her. There is no ability in that entire world more valuable to a spirit that wants to eat human souls and can't reach them. She isn't a monster over there, she's a utility, and she just spent an hour learning, in extremely fine detail, what it feels like to be eaten in pieces by something stronger than her. She is afraid of me, correct, but by exactly the same logic, everything else over there is afraid of me too. A good bird chooses its tree. In that case, I turned around. Let's sign a contract. Now. In the original version of this story, Sakura Hanako signs a contract with a god in a shrine. Terms. Everything she has, in exchange for 3 instances of assistance. That's how these usually go. The human is the one getting robbed. So both girls braced for something awful. The condition of the contract is that you become my aide. Fine. Normal. 6 days of work and 1 day off per week, with at least 12 hours of effective work daily. If you don't complete the tasks I assign you within the stipulated working hours, you'll have to work overtime without pay, and your bonus will be deducted. Holidays will be compensated by time off. You can take time off, but any missed hours must be made up during regular days. Even during non-working hours, you must be on call. As soon as I call your name, you must appear immediately, or it will be treated as a day of absence. In return, your weekly salary will be the ability to devour an evil spirit, and you'll also have my protection. I paused. Oh. And the final interpretation rights of this contract belong to me. If there are no issues, then we have a consensus. Aya Nakamura and Sakura Hanako stood there in a dead city at 5 in the morning with identical expressions. Good heavens, they're even exploiting evil spirits. You should be strung up on a lamppost, and Rokurakubi signed it with visible humiliation and no alternative, because if she didn't, there were several 100,000 candidates in that city who would take it or leave it. The moment she agreed, I felt it lock, a thin line between us, pulled taut. Lao Deng had told me about this. The word contract has been passed down since ancient times, and it is not a metaphor, it's a mechanism. Whoever breaks one takes the backlash, and there's no clause to lawyer around. Little six. I walked over and patted her shoulder and helped her up. Following me, you'll have a boundless future. Work hard from now on, and we'll grow stronger and achieve new glories. Those so-called 4 great evil spirits, retired Emperor Chongde, Sugawara no Mishizane, Shutendoji, and Kasha, will shatter them all eventually. You need to develop with the company to realize your personal, your spiritual value, understand? And Sakura put a hand over her face because she just watched me pivot from war crimes to a recruitment seminar without changing gear. And Rokurakubi-sama, great yokai of legend, terror of children for several hundred years, lit up like a lamp. I'll definitely continue to work hard with you. Because here's the thing nobody had ever done for her. In several centuries, no one had ever painted her a future. Sakura described the scene as a naive country girl arriving in the city and being talked into a job by a boss with no scruples and said it was too abstract to comment on further. For the record, there are limits on the asset. She can open a door anywhere, but only once every 7 days, and crossing still only works in the 2 windows. So she's not a taxi, she's a fire exit. But what I'd actually just acquired, and what neither of those girls understood yet, was a permanent address in the buffet, because that had become a problem. My nightly activity had gotten harder, and not because the fights were difficult, because I couldn't find anything to fight. Word had gone around. The moment they sense me now, they scatter like stray dogs, and I had just been handed a city where they can't leave. We went through the door. Aya came out the other side, rubbing her eyes and pinching her own cheek, and looked at the 2 of us standing in her actual living room in actual Kyoto. So, that wasn't a dream just now? Her reaction time, Sakura noted, stretches from Kyoto to Okinawa. And then the master bedroom door opened. Ha! Aya's mother came out mid-yawn and found 3 people standing in her living room at 5 in the morning, one of whom was a boy she had never seen before in her life. What are you doing? Both girls froze solid. Saber and I made eye contact. 1 human, 1 dog. No shared language, perfect understanding. Woof. What now? What do you think? Woof, woof. This is going to be bad, I'm out of here. And she went under the sofa. Now, 2 possibilities. 1, the mother slept through the disappearance and knows nothing, in which case I only have to explain why I'm in her apartment before dawn. 2, she woke up, found both girls and the dog gone, and has been awake for 4 hours. I checked her. Sleepy eyes. Mid-yawn. Hair loose, not tied up the way she wears it in the daytime. She had come directly from bed. And then the clincher. If a woman's daughter and her daughter's classmate had vanished out of a locked apartment at 1 in the morning, would she be asleep at 5? Would she not have called the police? So, it's option 1. Total elapsed time, under a second. Hello, I'm Aya Nakamura's and Sakura Hanako's classmate. My name is Jackson Cole. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Sakura felt a very specific sense of familiarity settle over her. Could it be? It's starting again. Yeah. Xing? The mother tilted her head. Excuse me, is there something you need, visiting us so early? It's like this. And I lied to her face without a flicker. Nakamura-san, Hanako and I are all members of the same club. Today for a club activity, we needed to arrive at school early to prepare. Is that so? But Aya didn't tell me anything. You can't blame her for that. Nakamura-san said that if she told you, you'd definitely get up early to make breakfast and she didn't want you to work so hard, so she planned to leave early and just eat something outside. She didn't expect to wake you. Aya Nakamura stood there having an out-of-body experience. Good heavens, are these lies just coming out of his mouth? She told me afterward that if she hadn't personally been in the other world 4 minutes earlier, she'd have believed it. Oh, I see. And her mother walked over, put a hand next to her mouth, and stage whispered at her daughter. When did you meet such a handsome male classmate at school? You didn't even tell me. Could it be? No, it's not like that, mother. Don't talk nonsense. Hey, it's great to be young. Then she stopped both of us at the door, because we were not leaving her apartment without breakfast. Not on her watch. You can't just grab something at a convenience store. Breakfast is important. And besides, it was our first visit. So I went into the kitchen and helped. Oh yes, Shin-kun, you're too kind. I can manage. It's fine. I'm just idle anyway. Your movements are very skillful. Do you often cook at home? Not often, but I've specifically learned a few things. It's rare to see boys who can cook these days. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. I'll take care of the miso soup. And out at the table, Aya Nakamura put her chin in her hands and sighed, and Sakura patted her shoulder and said, "Ah, you'll get used to it. My mother also really likes Jackson Cole. Over the weekend she kept telling me to invite him over for dinner." The battle began. The opponent was Aya Nakamura's mother. Jackson Cole used the skill, Friend of Married Women. Ding. It was super effective. On the walk to the station afterward, Aya was cheerful. The morning was nice. Petals coming off the street trees. 2 girls and a classmate walking to school in the early sun. That's what Aya saw. What Sakura saw was the same picture, plus 8 feet of white dress walking directly behind my left shoulder, barefoot, black hair almost dragging on the pavement, in complete silence. She said the sound of that hair moving against that dress turned an ordinary morning into a night parade. That's what you call adding the finishing touch, she told me later. But she checked carefully several times and confirmed the thing that let her breathe again. Aya couldn't see her anymore. That had only been true inside the other world, and Sakura knows exactly what seeing costs. She's paid it every day since she was small. So she looked at her friend chatting away about breakfast, completely blind, completely safe, and decided that was the correct outcome and said nothing. We got to school at 6. Nobody there. I walked into the club room and the chair pulled itself out from the table. To Aya, a chair moved by itself. To Sakura, Rokurakubi carefully drew it back, positioned it at exactly the right distance, and made a small please gesture with one hand. Well done. I'll give you a raise later. And Rokurakubi beamed, pure and delighted, and Sakura put her hand over her eyes. PUA. This is workplace, PUA. Humans devouring evil spirits to grow stronger had already seemed like a lot. Now she was watching humans exploit them, complete with performance incentives, unprecedented, JPG. By the way, I looked at Aya. Do you want to join the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club? After all, you're considered an insider now. Me? She looked genuinely thrown. I don't have your abilities. I'm just an ordinary person. Can I even help? Don't underestimate yourself. You just don't understand what special talent you possess. Special talent? Both of them looked blank. Sakura included, and she wasn't being unkind, she'd simply run the list. Aya isn't especially smart. She has no psychic ability. She isn't athletic. If she had to name something, she's very cute. Does that count as a special ability? I put the smile away. Nakamura-san has a kind of clear-eyed stupidity. She puffed up. Are you praising me or insulting me? Of course I'm praising you. And then I explained it properly, because it's true, and because she needed to hear it. You have to realize, the 3 members of our club are seen as unapproachable weirdos by the outside world. Wait a minute. Sakura put a hand up. My image at school should be quite normal, right? And Aya laughed, awkwardly, and Sakura's face began to change. Sakura. Actually, your image in the eyes of your classmates isn't really any better than Jackson Cole's. How is that possible? Actually, the classmates all say that you always have an expressionless face and there's an inexplicable coldness about you which makes you feel unapproachable. And Sakura Hanako sat down. Because of course that's what it looks like from outside. She has spent every waking hour since childhood keeping her face perfectly still, her eyes perfectly empty, and her emotions perfectly flat. Because the alternative is being torn apart in a train carriage, she built that mask to survive, and it worked so well it became her face, resting face syndrome, caused by monsters. In short, everyone in the club is a weirdo, I said. Therefore, in this club full of weirdos, we need an image and diplomatic ambassador, someone responsible for allowing students with doubts to safely submit requests regarding supernatural events. Because look at the personnel. Me. Normal people don't come within 3 meters. Sakura, cold, expressionless, hard to approach, apparently the second scariest person in Class 1A. Mei Haruna, brilliant, and if you put her in front of a stranger, she will produce a beaker and a silence. And Aya Nakamura, who talks to literally everyone, who is warm on contact, who makes people relax without trying. The club exists to collect information. Information comes from people. People have to want to walk in that door. She's the bridge. That's not a consolation prize. Lin Chong among the 108. Zhou Yu among the Eastern Wu, Erlang Shen on the journey west. Every one of those groups had a monster problem and a reachability problem, and the second one kills you slower, but it kills you. Can I really do it? Okay. And she agreed immediately, without negotiating, because that's who she is. Aya Nakamura's gentleness is the kind that puts other people first. It never once occurred to her to ask what she'd get. We needed her, and that was already enough, which is a lovely quality and also, as it turns out, a structural fault. But that's later. Okay, welcome, welcome. I clapped once. In that case, as a special investigation team for the supernatural, every member should have a code name. A code name? That's right, the so-called code name. Oh, her eyes lit up. Although I don't know what it means, I always feel it's kind of cool. Sakura shook her head with the expression of a woman watching a friend walk cheerfully onto a minefield. Stop right there, Aya. What lies before you is a path of no return. Then it's decided. Your code name is Dango. Dango? Yes, because your hairstyle is a bun. Short for Dango. Okay. Then I turned to Sakura. Your code name is Crybaby. I refuse. Instantly. Even if I have to have a code name, I must decide it myself. Fine, then think of one yourself. And she stopped, because she'd felt the trap close. If I had simply told her to pick a code name, she would have refused outright. So I offered her Crybaby, and she negotiated her way into the right to name herself and thanked me for it. Maudun once said, human nature is like this, it always likes to compromise. Maudun. I didn't say that. Wait, it seems I actually did say that. Then my code name, it shouldn't be conspicuous, and it must be something I can be called in front of outsiders. How about Psychic? What about yours? Both of them looked at me. My code name is Buttershooter. Silence. Let's forget about the code name, Sakura said, with the flat urgency of a woman diffusing something. Because she understood the real problem, the code name wasn't for me, it was for them to say, out loud, in public. Your code name will be Captain. That's fine too, as long as it's not Lauda. And then we set the actual roles because the codenames have a function beyond being embarrassing. When there are outsiders present and you can't say evil spirit, you say the code name instead, and everyone knows what conversation we're actually having. Is it Chunibyu? It is. Dango, diplomatic ambassador, takes requests, collects information, filters what students bring in. Psychic, confirms whether there's actually a spirit, and if there is, eliminates it on the spot. Except Sakura was still weak. So I assigned her my best employee and only employee to keep her alive through the beginner phase while Joragumo devoured its way up the ladder. And me, high-risk doors, and the buffet. That's the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club. 1 boy, 3 girls, 1 dog on retainer, and a legendary child-killing yokai on a 12-hour shift pattern. Not one of us was old enough to drive. The following Friday, Aya Nakamura came into the clubroom to complain about the weekend and found Sakura staring at her phone with a face like a funeral. Breaking news, live feed. Right now, inside the Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten, a total of 450 students, 25 teachers, and dozens of school staff members are trapped within the campus. The police are currently negotiating. According to reliable sources, there are about 20 kidnappers, all holding firearms and other heavy weapons, and their mental state is unstable. To ensure the safety of the teachers and students, the police do not intend to launch a strong attack for the time being. To Aya, that footage showed a gate and a playground. To Sakura, that footage showed a door standing open on the playground, half open. What should we do? I stood up and stretched. Need you ask? Not letting a single evil spirit go. That is my code of conduct. But, and here Aya Nakamura displayed the sharpness that lives underneath the airhead, which surfaces about once a month and is always inconvenient. That place is surrounded by the Metropolitan Police Department, not to mention whether you can handle kidnappers with guns. Just getting in would be impossible, right? What time is it now? 4:30. Why? Is something? And she stopped, and her hands went over her mouth. You don't mean you want to? That's right, I nodded. In half an hour, it will be the witching hour. The plan sounds simple when you say it fast. Cross into the inner world through an existing door, walk to the point in the inner world that corresponds to the kindergarten, cross back through the matching door, and arrive inside the cordon. Here's why it wasn't simple. Rokurokubi's 7-day cooldown wasn't up, which meant no custom exits. I had to use doors that already existed. And the inner world is architecturally identical to Kyoto, which sounds convenient and is not, because it meant walking 12 kilometers through black fog in a city where everything that lives there can see me and doesn't need permission. And at the far end of that walk, 20-odd armed men with unstable minds. Sakura understood all of it, and she understood it better than Aya did, and that's why she said what she said next. Actually, you don't need to take such a big risk for this. Leave it to the police. They're professionals after all. Which cost her something to say. Because Sakura Hanako is the type who will step in. You saw that on the train. She's the kind of person who gets herself into trouble for a stranger without doing the math first. The prerequisite being that she is the one paying. She had no right to spend my life on 450 children, and she knew it, and she said so. Oh, right. And I remembered something, and pulled a bank card out of my pocket and held it out to her. There's 60,000 in here, and Sakura Hanako burst into tears, which I was not expecting. What's the meaning of this, little brother? Do you really have to be intent on seeking death? She said, shoulders going. And Aya, looking at the card with an equally stricken face, said, Ye Xing, if you die in that black fog, the children still won't be saved. How about we think of some other way? I stood there for a second and then laughed out loud. What are you thinking? This 60,000 isn't an inheritance I'm leaving behind. It's the payment for the exorcism commissions the old guy transferred to me. Oh, I see. And Sakura went scarlet and got out a handkerchief and dealt with her face, thinking quite reasonably that this made a great deal more sense. Because I am a cautious exorcist who announces critical health at 90%. I don't do death runs. Then Aya's brain caught up with the number. 60,000? She looked around and lowered her voice. Counting from Tuesday, that's less than 3 days, and there's a 60,000 commission fee? Isn't that too much? Is it? I shrugged. We are fighting real evil spirits. In other words, we are saving the lives of our clients. Do you have some misunderstanding about the income of professional exorcists? The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. This is too much money, we can't take it. You keep it. And I was genuinely shocked. Good grief. Is this a sci-fi movie? Is this the campus version of the three-body problem? 60,000 yen is not a small amount for a high school student, and they refused it in stereo. Are you angels? Take it. I've already split it evenly. I put the card on the table. There's 100,000 in total. Each of us gets 30,000, and there's 10,000 as club activity funds, which I'll keep for now. This, Sakura looked at it. I accepted the commission to help others. If I take the money, it feels a bit weird. So I gave her the argument that actually works because moral objections don't respond to take the money, they respond to a better moral argument. Have you two heard the story of Sun Wu accepting the ox? No. Young people these days really lack culture. Here it is. Accepting payment is a matter of course. Not to mention the danger. Have you ever thought about one question? If our exorcism work were free, it would lead to an obvious result. That is, no matter who it is, as long as they think they've encountered something supernatural, regardless of severity, regardless of whether their life is actually affected, they will all post a commission. After all, it's free. There's no loss in trying. But for us, it would consume a large amount of time to sift through a pile of meaningless false information to find the people who genuinely need help. We have classes during the day. Our time is already very tight. So, how many clients who really need help would be injured or die because of the time we lost? Neither of them had an answer because there isn't one. A free service is a service with a queue, and a queue is a body count. They took the money. All right, now it's time for me, this professional exorcist, to go save Kyoto. Before I left, I asked Sakura one question, and it's the reason she stayed behind. Can you bring yourself to kill someone? She wanted to say yes. She wanted to say if it's to protect innocent people, I can, and she sat with it for a second and gave me the honest answer, which was no, not yet, not this version of her. Meaningless stubbornness gets people killed. She's smart enough to know that. So she stayed in the club room with Aya and Mei Haruna, watching a live feed, and prayed, which she told me about afterward with some embarrassment. I came out of a door in an alley 12 kilometers away, in a city with a red moon over it, and started walking. Two things about the inner world that I confirmed on that walk. First, the abandoned building, the only S-rank location on my map of the real Kyoto, would be a safe house over there. Genuinely, as long as you didn't approach the door itself, the things in it wouldn't even bother getting up. Second, and this is the one that matters, over there, nobody has to ask, can you see me? Everyone can see everything. Which means the trigger is permanently pulled, and the only thing standing between you and the entire population is whether they think you're worth the trouble. Over there, I'm not the natural predator, I'm the tourist. And the hand had grown again. Not just a wrist now, a forearm, and above it most of an upper arm. All it was missing was a shoulder. Tell me, what exactly are you? No answer, obviously. It has no mouth. I'd previously attempted to have it answer in writing. It turns out it's illiterate, which is embarrassing for both of us. But Sakura's awakening had handed me two real pieces of information about it. The first, I still don't know its name. Hers arrived with a name attached, Joragumo, the way these are supposed to. Mine never introduced itself, which suggests the introduction is waiting on something. The second is worse. Before I manifested it deliberately, Sakura Hanako could not see it. At all. And there's only one reason a psychic can't see a spirit. Yamamoto Kenji can only see blurry outlines. The old fortune-teller grandmother is the same, and neither of them can perceive a genuinely powerful spirit at all. It's simply above their resolution. Sakura sees everything. Sakura sees things that make grown men faint, and she is not qualified to look at my own soul. So the honest question is, what's actually on the other end of that arm? Some Cthulhu-adjacent thing? Tentacles? That would be quite interesting. The fog parted in front of me as I walked because the hand pushed it aside, and the red moonlight came down on an empty copy of my city, and I covered 12 kilometers without seeing a single thing brave enough to try. Meanwhile, outside the kindergarten, a man in glasses with a square jaw and a beard was wiping sweat off his forehead and asking for a bulletproof vest so he could go in and negotiate personally. No, Commander Kudo. You are the overall commander on site. You cannot put yourself in danger. There's no other way. That's Kudo Daisuke. Criminal Investigation Bureau Chief, Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department. 20-plus armed men, 450 children, and an hour on the clock with the kidnapper's mental state deteriorating. Then an officer came running. Reporting, Commander Kudo, an unidentified person has entered the scene. What? Haven't we already surrounded all the entrances? Did they come out of the teaching building? Is it one of the kidnappers? Reporting, Commander. That person appeared directly on the open ground inside the school gate. Appeared directly? It's exactly what it sounds like a ghost, just appeared there. They handed him a photograph, about 1.8 meters, black full face mask, only the eyes visible, shoulder-length black hair, tied back with a thin string, black overcoat, black shoes, black trousers, gloves, not 1 centimeter of skin exposed anywhere. This guy's disguise, Kudo said. He's an old hand. He was right and he was wrong. My hair isn't that long. The string was there to give him a physical description that would never match anybody. Inside the building, the corridor was clean and polished and reflected the lights. That's what a normal person saw. What I saw was a layer of viscous fluid over the marble still slightly moving and dense little tentacles growing out through the walls on both sides. What a disgusting smell. Which told me the important thing before I'd walked 10 meters. This was not an ordinary spirit. To reshape an environment like that in the real world while simultaneously steering the minds of 20-plus humans, that's Rokurakubi's weight class or above. And Rokurakubi had needed a whole other dimension to do her redecorating. Who are you? Behind me, the sound of a hammer going back. I turned around and put my hands up and smiled at the muzzle. I'm a negotiation expert sent by the Metropolitan Police Department. See, I don't have any weapons. He looked at the mask, the coat, the gloves. He was not convinced. His face did something ugly. We have no demands. Since you've come in, just die here. That's great. I dropped my hands. No negotiations. That's perfect. You can act now, Rokurakubi. He saw something extremely tall arrive in front of him, and then he stopped seeing anything. I looked at what was left on the floor and yawned. Killing all of you is the most convenient, most time-saving, and my favorite option. Rokurakubi's expression didn't change. Not a flicker, before or after. She's an evil spirit. That's what that means. I'm not confused about what I've got on staff, but the purpose of a tool depends on who's holding it, and killing, well, it depends who's being killed. Disguise yourself and lure them out. She nodded and went to the doorway of the activity room where 450 children were sitting in the dark. She checked first, confirmed there was no other spirit in the room, and then produced a sound from her throat. Come, someone, help. Which was, precisely and exactly, the voice of the man whose body was cooling in the corridor. That's her actual profession. She's been doing it for centuries. Working for me hasn't cost her the skill. Inside, the kidnappers looked at each other, and a big bearded one with a semi-automatic said, "Find 2 people to check the situation." 2 came out with handguns, and the voice, which had sounded like it was a few meters away, stayed a few meters away no matter how far they walked, all the way to the end of the corridor. Even they worked it out eventually. Hey, I say. Long black hair came out of the dark and wrapped around both their throats and lifted them off the floor. They got their hands into it and pulled with everything they had, and it did nothing except open their palms. Just ordinary humans? I walked out from behind her and told her to finish it, and then I crouched down and picked up one of their handguns and had a look. Bad quality, wear everywhere. These 2 pistols were like a 4090 that had been used for mining, an AJ-1 worn in competition, a donkey that had pulled a millstone its whole life, falling apart. It seems they're not a professional team. So I checked their hands. No calluses from regular shooting, plenty of scars, all from blades, none from bullets. Yakuza, street level, enthusiastic amateurs, which raises the obvious question, why would working Yakuza take a kindergarten? If you want money, you rob banks and jewelry stores. If you want ransom, you take 1 child, not 450, because 450 is not a hostage situation. It's a national incident that ends with your entire organization dismantled. There's exactly one explanation. Something is steering them, and they can't tell. And here's the part I want to be honest about, because Sakura asked me later, and I told her the truth. People being steered aren't the same as people being possessed. Steered ones can still be pulled back. Break the influence in time and they live. I didn't do that. It's not about good and evil. It's arithmetic. When the other party is armed and unstable, hesitation is how you get shot, and pity is how the people behind you get shot. I could have saved them. There was no need to. Meanwhile, in the activity room, one of them had a gun against a teacher's temple and was saying, "So annoying, how about we kill a few first to get it over with?" And the leader shook his head and smiled and raised a detonator in his left hand. "Don't rush. Wait a little longer. When the Metropolitan Police Department can't help but rush in, at that time, we'll give Kyoto, and even the entire Japan, a surprise gift." So that was the shape of it. The hostages weren't hostages. They were bait for the police, and the building was the weapon. I watched through the window and thought, this is difficult. Not the men. The men were nothing. The problem was that several of those muzzles were pointed carelessly at children, and these were amateurs. If I came through that door hard, they'd startle. And a startled amateur with his finger inside the trigger guard kills someone by accident before I've crossed the room. Honestly, a few casualties wouldn't have cost me anything, but as the saying goes, any real player wants the perfect clear. So I looked at the pale hand and said, "I'll leave it to you. Go steal the bullets from their guns." And the hand spread all 5 fingers and rolled over on the floor twice. "Muri, muri, muri. Dame, dame, dame. Can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. Still trying to act cute? Don't sicken me." I was joking. It genuinely can't. Soul manifestation follows the same rule as everything else in this business. It has to be seen before it can touch anything. Otherwise, it passes straight through, same as any spirit. Which is also, incidentally, why Mei Haruna's later suggestion of why not just blow up the area around a door doesn't work unless a psychic personally lights the fuse. An ordinary person can flatten the building and the door won't notice. It was never the weapon. It's always the hand holding it. It seems I'll have to use that move. And I walked in through the front door. "Hello everyone." 20+ muzzles came up and locked on. "Who are you?" And I want you to picture what they were looking at. Late afternoon light coming through the windows, and standing in it, a person in a black overcoat and a full coverage black mask, black hair tied back, nothing visible but 2 eyes. Even the teachers thought I was there to make things worse, so I put on a hurt expression. "Eh, you don't recognize me?" And then without taking a breath, "It's me. Tanaka-kun, Yamada-kun, Kato-kun, Watanabe-kun, Saito-kun, Kimura-kun. You guys really forget easily." And I watched their faces. Sato, Takahashi, Yamamoto. 3 men hesitated. Those aren't random names. Those are the most common surnames in the country. Throw 6 into a room of 23 and the arithmetic does the rest. "Oh, you really don't remember?" I walked up to one of them, friendly as anything. "Hey, Kimura-kun. We even had a drink together last time, did you forget?" And that guy was there too. He had so much fun. We even agreed to drink together again next time. And Mr. Yamamoto's gun came down about 15 degrees. "Dr. Drink? Did that really happen? Hey, you really forgot? Then I'm going to tell everyone about that embarrassing thing you did when you were drunk last time, all right?" "No, no, no, please don't." And that was that. It's the oldest routine there is. "Hey, hey, hey, it's me. Can you hear my voice?" "Yes, yes, it's that guy. I have an urgent matter, and I need your help transferring some money." I didn't have to invent a memory. He built it himself out of a real drunk night he was already embarrassed about and filled in my face. "Come closer. I have important news to tell you." And because one of their own had recognized me, they came. They actually came. I looked around at the circle of men who had gathered to hear the news. "Kill them all. Leave none alive." 7 throats opened at once from a strand of black hair, and above them, the pale hand came down. Here's the thing about humans, even steered ones. They're fragile. The moment the seeing condition was met, those men technically gained the ability to harm Rokurokubi and the hand. That's how the rule works. It cuts both ways. They had about a second and a half to exercise it. I broke the leader's throat with a knuckle strike, and the next one went into a wall, and I told them the truth on the way past. Although I am a professional exorcist, I am also very good at killing people. The last few finally reacted, and the leader with the semi-automatic emptied a magazine at me, and about a fifth of it was even on target. Rokurokubi stepped in front of me without being asked. Every round hit her. She frowned. 3 or 4 seconds later, the bullets pushed themselves back out and dropped on the floor, and the holes closed. Because under the seeing condition, spirits can hurt humans, and humans can hurt spirits, but only a psychic can actually kill one. If I had fired that gun, she'd have been in real danger. It's not the gun, it's never the gun. Total time from the hand appearing to the last man down, 7 seconds, 23 of them. Done. I turned around and looked at 450 children and 24 staff. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for dinner?" And they moved. And here's something I noticed and want on the record because it deserves to be. Not one of those teachers ran for the door alone. Not one. They were standing in a room with a person who had just done that, and every single one of them stopped to gather children first. Best kindergarten in Kyoto. The staff quality is genuinely high. Then a small girl with light blue hair came over and tugged my sleeve. Big brother. "What's wrong, little sister?" Thank you for saving us, big brother. Are you a hero?" I patted her head. "No, I'm just a passing Cayman rider. Cayman? Rider? Just kidding. Hurry and leave with your teacher. And she nodded and went. And at the door, she turned around and waved. Goodbye, big brother. Bye-bye. Remember her. She comes back, and after everyone was out, there was one teacher left, sitting on the floor rubbing her ankle. Tight skirt, stockings, patent leather heels. My ankle is sprained. Could I trouble you to help me out? Of course. I went over looking suitably charmed and got her up, and she stumbled against me and apologized and breathed against my ear. It's fine. No need to apologize. Are you a teacher here? Yes, I am. No need to apologize. I smiled. Just let me devour you. The first punch folded her. The second put her in the air. First move, intimidating blow. I hooked her out of the air with my right hand and pulled her back down. Second move, crushing hand, left hand into the chest. Third move, charged punch. And then I got her over my shoulder and put her through the floor with enough force to crack the marble. Final move, awe-inspiring. Rokurakubi and the hand both stopped and stared. Rokurakubi in particular seemed to feel that, as a female evil spirit, she had taken super effective damage from watching that combo. The first shocking punch at Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten, and the thing on the floor started twisting because the skin was a costume. Underneath, disheveled hair, a neck like a snake's body, pale fangs, a face out of a hell scroll, and a dark green body, a hanya. Why? She was semi-transparent already and couldn't understand it. Flawless disguise. 20+ humans steered from the shadows. A plan that should have worked. Heh, fool. I put my foot on her and opened my mouth. Kindergarten teachers can't wear high heels to work. And that was dinner. Not bad, actually. Because that was the real reason I walked 12 kilometers. Not the children. The thing running the children. It could hold 23 minds at once and wear a human face without a seam. And that combination is genuinely rare. And its plan, for the record, was this. Provoke a police assault, detonate the building, and harvest several hundred deaths, children, staff, and officers, in one place, all at once, to feed on the resentment and get stronger. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Then Kudo Daisuke came in, alone. He'd sent everyone else back to a safe distance because there were bombs in the building and he'd decided that made it his job rather than theirs. Stop. In the name of the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department, I officially place you under arrest. Do not resist, or I will open fire. I turned around. Commander Kudo, do you think it would be useful to threaten me with a pistol now, when I was able to deal with more than 20 armed robbers, some with semi-automatic rifles, with my bare hands? The voice that came out wasn't mine. Rokurakubi was doing it, and she pitched it somewhere you couldn't even determine the gender, and I watched him accept the point. He's not stupid. He'd walked past the corridor on his way in. Who exactly are you? None of your business. I didn't gesture when I said it. A detective with his mileage reads shoulders and hips. I gave him nothing to read. My identity cannot be revealed to you, but there is one thing. I believe your Metropolitan Police Department should have already positioned snipers at various points outside. His face darkened, because of course they had, and of course I'd know. Anyone who has watched a police film knows that. He got no information from it. That was the point. I wanted him thinking about what else I'd predicted. Since you know, then you should understand that you cannot leave here today. Is that so? And I gave him the actual proposition. Commander Kudo, let me tell you something first. With my abilities, even if I stood right here, I could kill your snipers and all the surrounding Metropolitan Police Department members. Do you believe me? Impossible. Are you saying you're a psychic? I won't fall for such child's play. Then let's make a bet. I let it land. Betting the lives of all Metropolitan Police Department members that I'm lying. Commander Kudo, are you willing to take that gamble? And he stood there and gripped his pistol and sweated, and I could watch him assemble it. Information 1. The cordon was total, and I appeared inside it anyway. Information 2. Unarmed, 23 armed men, bare hands. Information 3. 30 years of reading people, and this one is not bluffing. Here's the thing about gambling that Kudo Daisuke understands better than most people alive. The odds are not the important part. The important part is whether you can afford to lose. He could not afford that stake. What do you want to do? It's simple. I just want to leave here. And he thought about it for a long time, and then he said no. No matter what your purpose is killing. You must come back to the Metropolitan Police Department for investigation today. Which, honestly, respect. Is that so? That's really a shame. Come out, Rokurakubi. 8 feet of white dress arrived in front of him, and he broke out in a cold sweat in 1 second flat. A man who has processed murder scenes for 3 decades. Don't come any closer. She kept walking. He aimed at her leg and fired. And the bullet made a hollow in her, and there was no blood, just black smoke drifting out of it. This? How is this possible? Her hair took him around the middle and threw him at my feet, and I picked up his own pistol, took his wrists in one hand, and put the muzzle against his temple. Let's go. And even then, I want to be fair to the man. Even lying on the floor with a gun to his head, he was still working. He noted the grip strength and filed it. Exceeds normal human range. I walked him out through the cordon. Don't shoot yet, his deputy was shouting. Don't be impulsive, we can discuss this. Whatever your demands are, just state them. Snipers on every roof, fingers on triggers. Total silence in that courtyard. I walked Kudo Daisuke to a specific patch of open ground, which to everyone watching was an arbitrary spot, and which to me was the door. Oh, by the way, Commander Kudo, there's no one left in the building, and finally, I'll give you a message. What message? I picked him up with one hand and threw him forward like garbage. His deputy screamed, "You are cleared to fire," into the radio, half a second too slow. I was already going, and what I left behind was a detonator with my thumb coming off the button, and one sentence. Art is an explosion. The kindergarten came down, and Kudo Daisuke lay on the ground with his deputy on top of him covering his ears, watching the building fold, feeling two things at once. The first was that if I hadn't turned up, he would have led his men into that building, and he would be under it. The second was that every trace of evidence in Kyoto had just been converted into dust, and he was going to have to explain it. Who exactly was that guy? The dangerous part of that operation was not the kidnappers. I want that understood because Sakura and Aya spent 2 hours in a club room being frightened about the wrong thing entirely. The dangerous part was that I'd left the inner world through a door and then come back through the same door, which gave everything on that side several hours to work out exactly where I'd be standing and when. I stepped through into the fog and stopped because the fog was full of eyes, hundreds of them at every height, all open, all facing me. For a normal person, even someone with Sakura Hanako's frankly abnormal nerve, being looked at by that many of them at once is the kind of thing you don't come back from. I stretched. This feeling is a bit like being a star watched by thousands of people at a concert. Then I waved. Friends in the back, wave your hands and let me see your enthusiasm, okay? Silence. Only silence. As expected, trying to sneak through won't work. And the smile came off, and my coat moved without any wind, and the mask started doing something that isn't quite burning. And a voice arrived in my head. Not for the first time, but clearer than it had ever been. Have you finally decided to shed all disguises and use your full power? Since the world has become so bizarre, why still allow yourself to be bound by so-called normalcy? Devour all evil spirits and create a world in your mind that is worthy of being called real. Here, call forth my true name. I looked at the fog. And here's the thing about that fog, which I'd worked out about a week earlier. It doesn't drift in from somewhere. It isn't weather. It's them. It's the accumulated aura of several hundred evil spirits standing close enough together to blur, which means when the fog is that thick, you're not looking at bad visibility. You're looking at the crowd. Using that ability here, I shook my head. Just this much is not enough. And I was about to condense a blade and go through them the long way, when every single one of those eyes turned away from me at once. And ran. Not withdrew. Ran. Several hundred entities that had spent hours setting an ambush broke formation and fled in every direction, making sounds I'd describe as closer to livestock than anything else. What is this? Something was walking up the street toward us. 2 meters. Humanoid. Wearing a few strips of rotting burlap. Skin the gray of meat left out. And honestly, compared to the local population, it looked normal. At least it had the standard number of limbs in the standard arrangement. Everything else in that city looks like a Cthulhu design meeting that got out of hand. It ignored me completely. It reached out, caught one of the fleeing spirits, opened its mouth far wider than the hinge should allow, and bit into it, and they do feel it. That's the part people don't know. Evil spirits have pain receptors, and that thing was eating one alive, and the sound it made went up and down that empty street. The gray thing didn't slow down. It tore the whole spirit apart with the emotional engagement of a machine and put the pieces away. I watched the entire process from 4 meters. Your eating posture is not at all elegant. It stopped. Occasional screams can bring a different kind of eating pleasure, but if the entire process is like this, it's too crude. My evaluation is, Sha Wu Jing eating ginseng fruit, no taste. It froze, because it did not have the processing power for that sentence. Meanwhile, I was doing my own assessment because this was new. Spirits eat spirits, that's the whole economy over there. But that wasn't feeding behavior. There was no appetite in it. It was pure instinctive hatred, aimed at its own kind, executed like a task. Could it be, are you an Attack on Titan? Do you want to expel every evil spirit from this world, leaving none behind? Joking aside, I already knew what it was. A slaughter oni, one of the Hayaki Yagyo. There are a dozen versions of how the first one came to exist, and they all agree on the ending. It is a spirit that has spent its entire existence killing spirits, and the name it's known by is Death of Yokai, which makes it, functionally, a colleague. So I walked over and clapped it on the shoulder. Oh brother, so you are the Slaughter Oni. Nice to meet you, we are colleagues. And its CPU, already smoking, went out entirely, because this thing does not have human-level intelligence. It's closer to a machine that runs one instruction forever. And a human had just greeted it like a relative at a wedding. It stood there for a long moment. Then it leaned in and sniffed me, with the 2 dark holes where a nose used to be, because the flesh around there is long gone, and a confusion appeared in those dark green eyes that I suspect hadn't been there for 1,000 years. Is this a human? Then why does it smell like one of us? It shook its head. Then it looked past me, at Rokurakubi, and at the pale hand. Brother. I looked at those 2 glowing green eyeballs. May I borrow your eyeballs for a moment? Silence. No answer? I'll take that as a yes. I'll be quick, don't worry. Roar! What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? Didn't I leave you one? It's good enough that you can still see. What, do you want to watch 3D movies now? Meanwhile, at 6 in the evening, 2 girls were standing in front of a door in the real world having an argument. Why isn't he back yet? The kidnappers had been dealt with at least half an hour earlier, according to the news, and nothing had come out of that door. Sakura took a breath. You wait here. I'll go in and find him. Eh? Aya grabbed her sleeve, and she couldn't even see the thing they were standing in front of. You're going in alone? How is that different from seeking death? I must go. What if he's injured inside? If even he can get injured, won't you be even less likely to come out? Which is unkind, accurate, and exactly the kind of thing Aya Nakamura says by accident. And then I walked out of the door in my school uniform without a hair out of place. Buttershooter triumphantly returned. Sakura went quiet for a second. Then she wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and her voice came out somewhere between crying and laughing. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your Buttershooter? That's not even your codename. Well, I can't call myself Captain, can I? Or maybe the codename you came up with is just too unstylish. Then why did you give me the codename Dango based on my hairstyle? Aya demanded. What do you want? Why don't you come up with one yourself? I probably won't need to. And I crouched down, took a bottle of high-purity alcohol out of my pocket, and emptied it over the door. Then I lit a match and dropped it. The fire went up that old wood like a python going up a tree, and for about 4 seconds it lit that whole alley and half my face with it. The Metropolitan Police Department will help me come up with a codename. They both stared at me. I suddenly feel like having McDonald's. Aya laughed, a bit helplessly. All right. You're the hero of this whole incident. Of course we should have a celebration. Let's go, my treat. McDonald's, 2nd floor. And this was that McDonald's, the one on Sakura's father's list of places evil spirits won't enter, which I had written down in a notebook 2 weeks earlier and had not forgotten about for a single day. But that's later. That night, I was mostly eating. Double cheeseburger is still the best. Neither of them had an appetite. They picked at fries and watched me demolish a tray. Oh right. Sakura wiped her mouth, checked that the nearest occupied table was well out of earshot, and lowered her voice. What did you do with that outfit? It'll be very troublesome if the police find it. You don't need to worry about that. That outfit was something I obtained in the inner world, and I've already discarded it there. They won't find any clues. They'll only be misled. Both of them relaxed, and here's what they'd actually been worried about, because they'd talked it through while I was gone. They hadn't been afraid I'd be listed as a wanted criminal for the killings, because think about how it looks. Trespass, yes, and 23 dead, but 23 armed men holding 450 children, and every hostage came out alive. That's not a criminal. That's a hero who works in the dark. The problem was what I did on the way out. I abducted the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief of the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department, and then I flattened a municipal building. And then I left a one-line message that will be read by every officer in that department as a taunt. It exploded. It really exploded this time. Because here's the ugly law underneath all of it. When a person can do things that ordinary people find difficult or incomprehensible, what they receive is not respect and admiration. It's fear, evil spirits, the inner world, soul manifestation. Sakura didn't need me to tell her these things had to stay buried. She'd arrived at that on her own, sitting in a club room watching a live feed. This time, she said, looking at a photo on her phone. Parents at the cordon, crying, holding their children. You really became a hero. That kind of thing. It doesn't matter, does it? Huh? Aya looked up. Yixing, you saved so many innocent lives. Don't you feel a great sense of accomplishment? That's not my philosophy. And I'll give you the same answer I gave her, because it's the closest thing I have to a position. Acting to save others or to live up to others' expectations is certainly one type of motivation. However, while you're enjoying the sense of accomplishment from saving someone, you might also end up doubting your own actions because you're misunderstood, questioned, or attacked for it. So my choice is to only do what I want to do, and not be constrained by other people's opinions or beliefs. Aya frowned. Are you saying that acting for others is the wrong way? You misunderstood, and this is the part I actually meant. I don't care what's the right motivation and what's the wrong motivation, just like the two of you, sitting with me now. The reasons you joined the supernatural society are completely different, but as long as our goal is to fight the oddities in this world, that's enough. As for why we joined or what we want to get out of it, I don't consider those questions. Right now you can enjoy the joy and the accomplishment of saving people's lives. It's just that I choose not to care. In short, as long as you're willing to help, you're a companion. Neither of them knew what to do with that, which was fine. Let's stop this topic here. We're not a philosophy club. Let's talk about the weekend schedule instead. I gave Aya a notebook and told her to take it to Yamamoto Kenji on the commercial street and have him look up everything he had on the entities recorded in it. Histories, weaknesses, anything. Okay, leave it to me. Instantly. No hesitation, no complaint, and I noticed this, and so did Sakura. Visible relief. Because Aya Nakamura is happiest at the exact moment somebody needs her for something. As for Sakura, tomorrow afternoon we'll meet at the abandoned building. It's time to deal with that door. Why not in the morning? I can't wake up in the morning. Oh right, speaking of which. And I took a small wooden box out of my pocket. Both of them stared at my school blazer because at that point I had produced from it a bottle of high-purity alcohol, a notebook, and now a box. Is your uniform a Doraemon pocket? Do you have a fourth-dimensional space in there? Here, this is a gift for you. Sakura went slightly pink at the word gift, took the box, and opened it carefully. Aya leaned over. An empty box? Because Aya saw an empty box. What Sakura Hanako saw, sitting in the middle of it, was a dark green eyeball the size of a plum, giving off a faint black aura. Her expression did several things. She told me later, much later, when she could laugh about it, that she had imagined receiving a gift from a boy many times, in the ordinary way that people do, and had run through the possibilities, and that a large eyeball had not been on the list. Don't underestimate this eyeball. I leaned in. This is an eye belonging to a slaughter oni. What, a slaughter oni? And the complicated expression evaporated instantly. Do slaughter onis really exist? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. That's incredible. Isn't it amazing? You're truly something else. And Aya Nakamura sat between two people enthusiastically discussing an invisible eyeball and rubbed her forehead. These two are ridiculous. Try putting it on your Jorogumo, see if you can gain any special abilities. So Sakura nodded, picked up the eyeball with great care, and said softly, "Open your eyes, Jorogumo." And Jorogumo came out, kimono, geta, linen over the eyes, into a McDonald's. Her strength had gone up a lot in those weeks. She'd started with 2 eyes, one on the back of each hand. She was up to 5 now, all from devouring, and Sakura could hold her for about 15 minutes without combat. Compared to the 60 seconds that had flattened her in that corridor, that's an enormous improvement. Sakura held out the eyeball, and all 5 of Jorogumo's eyes locked onto it at once with an expression I can only describe as fanatical. She took it in 2 fingers. Then she pulled the linen off her face, revealing 2 entirely empty black sockets, and put it in the left one. I can see it. And then Jorogumo cheered and jumped up and down twice like a small child and threw both arms around Sakura's neck and pressed their cheeks together. Excellent eyeball. It makes my soul manifestation spin. This left eye, because Jorogumo is Sakura and Sakura is Jorogumo, and she already knew. And for once, that flat, expressionless face had something all over it. This left eye can see the traces left by evil spirits and doors, and it can determine the approximate strength of a spirit by observing its traces. That's really good. I'd expected something along those lines. A creature that exists specifically to hunt spirits is going to have hardware built for finding them, but Sakura was almost coming out of her seat, and it wasn't about power, it was about the abandoned building, because if she'd had that eye then, she'd have known how many were inside, and roughly how strong, before she walked through the front door. Straight upgrade. Version T0, Intelligence Jorogumo. And Aya Nakamura smiled and said nothing, because she couldn't see any of it. Not the eyeball, not Jorogumo, not the 2 of them talking to a spirit at a fast food table. Out here she's blind. In the inner world, she's a liability. If I could also awaken soul manifestation, she thought, and didn't say, would my relationship with Sakura and Jackson Cole get even better? Meanwhile, in a conference room across town, Kudo Daisuke was sitting at the head of a table looking at a report that had taken several hours to compile and explained nothing. The kidnappers were identified, all members of a violent gang. Most had records for brawling, property damage, extortion. Small time, which is the first thing that doesn't work. How does a collection of small-time thugs decide collectively to take an entire kindergarten at gunpoint? Motive is question 1, and there are no useful witnesses because the hostages were under 7. The only 2 things the investigation had were, the killings were done bare-handed, and a little girl named Suzuki Ayako had provided the perpetrator's self-declared name. Kamen Rider? Mask? Rider? Kudo pointed at the photo on the screen. What clues can you analyze? Speak freely. The room said nothing, because if a 30-year detective couldn't get anything off that photo, they certainly couldn't. Then a man at the far end cleared his throat. Chief Kudo, that black coat he's wearing. It seems to be a limited edition from Armani this year. Every head turned. You kid, recognize a limited edition Armani coat? Something's up here. Hey, don't misunderstand. I was working a case with the Economic Crimes Division a while ago. That's why I recognize it. Chief Kudo, please understand. All right, don't overdo it. And Kudo stared at that coat for a while, thinking, a limited edition luxury coat. Would a man who detonates an entire building to erase trace evidence leave a flaw like that? Something is wrong. But a lead is a lead, so he ordered it run. Check every specialty store in Kyoto, cross-reference purchasers against height and coloring, expand nationwide if Kyoto comes back empty. Yes, Chief Kudo, good momentum, excellent police work. Completely useless because I did a 0 yen purchase from a shop in a city where nobody was left to mind the till. Investigate away. And after they'd all filed out, Kudo Daisuke sat alone and rubbed his temples because he hadn't told them everything. He hadn't told them about the woman, over 2 meters tall, white dress, took a bullet in the leg and produced smoke instead of blood, extended her hair like rope and dragged a grown man across the floor with it. He didn't tell the room, because he could hear how it sounded. Say that out loud, in that building, in that chair, and the next morning Kudo Daisuke is not the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief. He's a man on paid leave with a psychiatric appointment. So he wrote a report that left it out and sat there knowing he'd left it out, which is where the rot starts, by the way. Not with a lie, with one honest man deciding that the truth is professionally unsurvivable. Saturday afternoon, and somebody else got to the abandoned building before we did. Black suit jacket, black pencil trousers, black flats, short black hair just past the shoulders, arms folded, staring up at 30 stories of concrete with the expression of a woman calculating a liquidated damages clause. That's Yukinoshita Haruno. And behind her, 4 construction supervisors were doing the thing where nobody wants to speak first. Can none of you give a reasonable explanation? Here's her problem, and it's a real one. That building wasn't just a contract. It was Yukinoshita Construction's first project outside Chiba Prefecture. Tens of millions invested, including the money you don't put on the invoice. The plan was to put the family name on the finished tower and lease it to major Kyoto firms. The profit was secondary. The point was to exist outside Chiba, and she was being told the whole thing had stalled because the site was haunted. Miss Yukinoshita. The lead supervisor scratched his head, an honest-faced man built like a fridge, sweating through his shirt. It's not that we don't want to continue. The people under me refuse to work no matter what. They'd rather quit. I can't force them. She has a genuinely frightening amount of pressure available. That man was soaked. I see. You're using this to demand an increase in fees, aren't you? Fine. Give me a number. No, Miss Yukinoshita. That's not what we mean. The contract is already set. Now that we cannot fulfill the requirements, we wouldn't dare ask for a waiver of damages. We only hope you can be lenient and let us pay a bit less. And that stopped her. Because that's not a negotiating position. Nobody bargaining for more money offers to pay the penalty. Could there really be something in this building? She's a science student and a committed materialist, and she dismissed it instantly. In that case, let's make a bet. A bet? I will go in alone and go up to the top floor. If nothing happens and I walk out completely unharmed, you will resume construction tomorrow. No, immediately. Is that a problem? This is my bottom line. Either accept or pay the damages. Although this isn't Chiba Prefecture, my father has a few friends in Kyoto who have a say, and they folded because the number on that contract was bigger than their nerve. Then Miss Yukinoshita, please be careful. They also, quietly, hoped she was right, because the money was good and nobody wants to believe in ghosts. She walked in, and here's the part about Yukinoshita Haruno that I want on record, because she gets described as the frivolous one, and it's wrong. She felt it immediately, that wrong wind that goes through the ground floor of that place. And she snorted and walked into the stairwell anyway with a perfectly composed face. Because there's exactly one thing she learned growing up in that family, and it's this: responsibility must be borne by someone. Escaping is useless. Nobody can help you. Only you are worth relying on. Her shoulders were shaking under that jacket. Her legs weren't steady and her chest was tight, and she did not want to be there. And she went up anyway, floor by floor, because as the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family, there was no other available option. Is this 23 or 24? All she could hear was her own breathing and her own footsteps. Is it a bit too quiet here? And then she heard something outside the stairwell, objects knocking together, and under that, a strange wet noise, like something being crushed. Is someone there? Her pupil shrank, and then she relaxed, because a person is a manageable problem. She'd trained Aikido alongside her sister for years. 3 or 5 ordinary men couldn't get near her, and she had a stun baton in her pocket, which she took out. She stepped out of the stairwell onto an open floor. Squelch. She felt it through the sole of her shoe before she looked down. The concrete was covered in dark red, congealed into the dust, thick, and the smell came up at her. This is... And when she looked up, in the red moonlight coming through the empty window frames, there was a python 4 or 5 meters thick with a vertical slit in its head, and inside the slit, an eye, and inside that, 2 rows of teeth. And in front of it, spirit after spirit, dozens of them, in a queue, were walking calmly forward, one at a time, and feeding themselves into it. That crushing sound was it chewing. It was eating its own kind in an orderly line and getting bigger, and she was standing at the back of the queue. The eye rotated toward her, and every spirit in that line turned its head at once. Don't come over! She hit the button, and the baton sparked, brilliant and useless. If it had been a palm lightning, they might have been wary. A rubber stun baton, don't make me laugh. And here's the thing. Facing that, she did not scream, and she did not run. She put her back to the wall, and she kept hold of the baton, and her body shook, and her face stayed together. Am I going to die here? And what came out of her, sitting down against that wall with dozens of them closing in, was this meaningless life, which I have always been pretending. Was it going to end so sloppily today? No, don't. And then footsteps in the stairwell. The evil spirit seemed to have increased. A girl's voice, flat, professional. Yeah, we should finish this as soon as possible. That one sounded like it was on a spring outing, and Sakura Hanako walked out onto that floor holding a sword, and I walked out behind her. How did we get a sharpened blade across town on public transport? Rokurakubi swallowed it. She's 8 feet tall, and she is, functionally, an invisible suitcase. Utilize everything to its full value. Who are you guys? Sakura glanced at her and frowned slightly because the face was familiar and she couldn't place it, and then correctly decided that identifying strangers was not the priority. Someone unexpected has gotten involved, so the plan has to change. I'll protect her. Yeah, that's fine. I stepped forward and waved at the queue, and at the thing at the back of it watching me with that eye. Ya hallo, long time no see. Then I looked at the floor and the red moon in the window and made a note. Has this floor already merged with a floor from the inner world? The progress is really fast. Which was the actually alarming part. That door had gone from half open to this floor is now partially somewhere else in under 2 weeks. This is really interesting. Come. And this time the hand didn't appear in the air. My left arm, from the shoulder down, became it. Haruno had no framework for what she was looking at. Sakura did, and hers was worse, because she understood exactly what she was seeing, and it hadn't occurred to her that it was possible. Soul manifestation is your soul, put outside you, given a shape, and I had just put it back in. To think, there's even this kind of maneuver? She stood there with an expression somewhere between shock and envy, and did the accounting, which she told me about later. Manifesting a soul, merging with it, condensing the power of evil spirits into weapons out of nothing. Nobody taught me any of that. There is no manual. There is no senior practitioner. I worked all of it out alone in 6 weeks by experiment, which is a polite word for by doing it wrong repeatedly in dark buildings. And she remembered a line I'd said in a club room to make a girl in a lab coat roll her eyes. I am the only hope chosen by the heavens to save this world on the brink of collapse, the chosen child with unbridled aptitude. Could it be, Sakura Hanako thought, watching my arm, that he was actually right? Who exactly are you people? Stay honestly behind me and don't run around, Sakura told her in a completely flat voice, which Haruno found funny even then. Did she even need to be told? She'd been holding herself together on pure will, and the second another human being showed up who seemed to have a plan, all of it went out of her at once, and she couldn't have stood if she'd wanted to. Open your eyes, Jorogumo. Sakura took the sword in both hands and looked at several dozen restless spirits with an expression on her face that had not existed 6 weeks earlier. Here we go, Haya. Come on. And I went past her into them. I got a hand around the top of one's skull and closed my fingers, and its head came apart into smoke. Long spear. I put a spear through more than a dozen of them in a line, like skewered candied hawthorn at a temple festival. And then the room went quiet because several dozen evil spirits took a step backwards. Can evil spirits feel fear? What's wrong? I said, and I meant it kindly. I've only just warmed up. Don't let me down. I took the next one, 2 meters, heavy build, a black chain across its chest, the kind of face that would put an ordinary person in hospital, and it saw me coming and there was terror in it before I touched it. Hand around the throat, into the floor, foot on the head. Keep going. And Sakura Hanako, watching from 10 meters, felt something snag. Because she'd seen me fight a dozen times by then, and something was different, and it took her a moment to name it. The old version had been efficient. Finishing blows. Nothing wasted. Stop the moment the target dissolves. This one was taking its time. Was Jackson Cole enjoying the process of slaughtering evil spirits? She didn't understand why it had changed. She only registered the practical effect, which was that in that state the things in front of me would not come forward. Then the coiled one narrowed its eye, and that sound started. Hundreds of people whispering at once, the ones she'd had nightmares about, and every spirit on that floor screamed and ran at the python like believers going to a pyre. They went into it. All of them. Black mist and matter folding into that body in seconds. And it didn't get bigger. It shrank down to something with a human-shaped torso and above the neck, 3 or 4 meters of throat like a twisted rubber tube, with the vertical-eyed head swinging on the end of it. I see. I actually laughed. So it's a flying head. Another of the Hayaki Yagyo. On paper it sits about level with Rokurakubi, a thing that kills but has to be clever about it and can't show its real shape in public, except that one wasn't the historical article. That one was several hundred evil spirits fused together on top of the resentment of 285 construction workers who died badly on the same site. Don't let me down. I stopped smiling. Come, let me experience more pleasure. It came off the wall like a viper, that eye wide open, teeth first, straight at my throat. Round fan. A black fan, about a meter across, formed in my right hand. Home run. I put a completely standard swing through the side of that head and sent it into the far wall, and the neck paid out behind it like a fire hose, 10 meters of it, and then hung there limp. Is that all? And the body answered by growing a dozen more heads and sending all of them at me at once. Now that's more like it. Then one of them changed direction mid-flight and went for Sakura and Haruno. Joragumo. And Joragumo was already moving, claws into the throat behind that head, driven deep. Don't even think about it. And Sakura Hanako, who 11 weeks earlier could not make her hand stop shaking enough to pick up a fishball, stepped in and took that neck off with one cut, then reversed the blade and put it through the severed head on the floor and stood there watching until it went to smoke. First rule of the Exorcist's manual. Pierce the head and watch it dissipate. Only then is it foolproof. She'd learned that on a stairwell in this building. She was using it in the same building, on the thing that had chased her out of it. It's really disgusting, I said, about the sneak attack. The remaining dozen heads reached me, and I let them. That's not bravado, that's triage. I put the pale fingers through the temple of the one I actually wanted and ignored the rest, and the rest bit down through my coat into my shoulder, my ribs, my arm. Haruno's pupils shrank at the blood. Go! Go help him! And then she watched me take hold of the head I was gripping and pull, and drag the entire body across the floor by its own neck. What followed resembled a yo-yo. I was the operator, the neck was the string, the body was the ball, wall, pillar, floor, wall. After about a dozen impacts, the dozen heads chewing on me had gone slack and were just hanging there. I kept going. Help, Sakura said, watching. Help who? Haruno had lost the ability to keep up. She told me later she'd gone through the full cycle in 90 seconds. Surrounded and about to die. Then saved by 2 strangers. Then the handsome one was bleeding and losing. And then it was a one-sided act of violence with no floor under it. Her brain is a genuinely excellent brain. It simply could not process state changes at that speed. I stopped after about 2 minutes. Then I hauled the body up in front of me, put my foot on its chest, and looked into that vertical eye. Do you know why I want to punish you? It couldn't answer. Not because it can't speak. Because at that point, it was breathing out more than it was breathing in. First point. I put up an index finger. I was originally able to enjoy the pleasure of killing hundreds of evil spirits. Now I can only kill you, which leaves me unable to fully enjoy myself. This is the first wrong thing you did. A little pressure with the foot. Something inside it made a sound. Second. When you were fighting me, you split off a head to sneak attack. I don't mind despicable means, but for a low-class thing like you to get distracted in a fight with me is the greatest insult to a professional exorcist. Finally, there is one more point, and I stopped being pleasant about it. What level are you, daring to snatch my reserved evil spirit food right in front of me? The hand came back to full size and closed, and several hundred evil spirits went out at once. Then I walked over to the woman sitting against the wall and smiled down at her. You're lucky. You happened to catch us just as we arrived. Otherwise, things would have gone bad. And Haruno looked up at a boy with a friendly face who had, 40 seconds earlier, been using a Hayaki Yagyo as a toy and had a thought she has never fully let go of. Good grief. His emotional shift is way too fast. Are you some kind of Sichuan opera face changer? The door is yours to handle, I told Sakura. Okay. And she sighed, and it wasn't about the work. She'd been quietly looking forward to that fight. That was supposed to be her rematch, the building that made her sweat through her uniform, the thing that made her run. And I deleted it in under 4 minutes while she killed one head. She said it was like punching cotton. You, Haruno got her breath back. Are you two high school students? What makes you assume we're high school students? I said. Is it because you think my companion's assets only reach a high school level? That's size discrimination. Then are you university students? No, we are high school students. Could it be that you are students from Sobu High School? What makes you assume we're from Sobu High School? Are you discriminating against our academic performance? She took a breath. Stay calm. Must stay calm. Then you, could it be that you are students from Shuchin Academy? No, we are from Sobu High School. Are you a professional contrarian? Then I stopped smiling. Since you now know our secret, how should we deal with you? I looked over at Sakura. How about we throw her into the inner world? Haruno didn't know what that was. She knew enough from Sakura's face. And Sakura frowned and said without hesitating, we can't just kill an innocent person because our abilities were discovered. If we did that, wouldn't the meaning of what we're doing be completely inverted? You have a point, I agree. Which was the actual answer, and also the reason I asked in front of her. Haruno, meanwhile, was running her own process and failing, which almost never happens to her. Because she has a specific and genuinely dangerous skill, within a few seconds of meeting someone, she can read what they are and reshape herself into whatever version of a person gets the best result out of them. Speak human words to humans and ghost words to ghosts. She could not get a read on me. Not that day, not later. She told me so herself, eventually, and she did not enjoy admitting it. You're bleeding, she said instead. Doesn't it hurt? Oh right, I forgot. No, you can forget that? And then she watched a layer of black mist come off my body and several dozen puncture wounds, several centimeters deep, close in about 4 seconds. This. What is this? The question in her head had already stopped being, is he normal? It had become, is that a human being? Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything before. I held out my right hand, palm up. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Where's my payment? She was completely lost. What payment? You're not as smart as I imagined. Which was unfair, but effective. You should realize by now that the recent string of construction accidents weren't coincidences. They were the work of evil spirits, right? And she had a choice to make right there, and I watched her make it. Either the world has a floor she's never seen, or she is having hallucinations. Between having shallow knowledge and having your head stuck in a door, you always have to pick one. Perhaps that's the case. What do you mean perhaps? That's exactly how it is. So, which company does the construction project for this building belong to? My family's. Yukinoshita Construction. Then the question arises, who helped your family's company solve the problem of evil spirit interference? Is it you? That's right, I waved the hand. So, where's the payment? And she actually relaxed, genuinely relaxed, for the first time since she'd walked into that building. Thank goodness. He wants money. Money is simple, because money made me legible. Money made me a contractor. Sure. Just name your price. I'm not short on money. And she stopped again. Then what kind of compensation are you talking about? The compensation I want is simple. Never reveal what you saw and heard today to anyone. Can you do that? And she laughed, out of relief. No problem. Even if I wanted to tell someone, no one would believe me. I don't want to be thought of as mentally ill. Then she got a business card out of her pocket. My name is Yukinoshita Haruno. This is my contact information. If you need anything, you can call me. I will do my best to repay this life-saving kindness. I took it without looking at it and put it in my pocket. All right. 5 minutes later, Sakura poured alcohol over that door and dropped a match, and the second worst location on my map went out. And that one mattered more than the alley because that floor had already partially merged. Give it another week and the entire building would have finished the process, and at that point, burning the door wouldn't have helped. The area would have simply stayed inner world, a permanent hole in Kyoto that people walk into and don't come out of. We got it with about 7 days to spare. Haruno walked out of that building under her own power, and the supervisors nearly cheered because it meant there was nothing in there after all. She looked at them and said 4 words. Resume construction. Understood, Miss Yukinoshita. And she stood in the sunlight watching men she'd terrified go back to work, and told me later that the strangest part of the whole day was that moment, the sensation of stepping back into a world that was operating normally and knowing it wasn't. That evening, she rang her old homeroom teacher, who is now a friend, and asked casually whether there was a very handsome male student at her school with black hair, about 1.8 meters, and a girl with long dark blue hair and gold eyes. And Tanaka Akari said, "You're talking about Jackson Cole and Hanako, right?" Which surprised her considerably because she had assumed the school was a lie. "What? Did you meet these two students?" "Yes. Ye Xing and Hanako helped me out. I owe them a favor." "Huh? Helped out?" Tanaka laughed. "What could those two high school students help you with? Are you messing with me?" And Haruno said nothing and thought, because she knows that woman. She has never in her life managed to lie smoothly, which meant the teacher genuinely did not know. Two high school students fighting things nobody can see, keeping a city standing, and their own homeroom teacher thinks they're problem children. Doesn't that sound a bit cool? Never mind, I was just asking. She hung up and sat on her sofa for a while. Jackson Cole, quite an interesting guy. On the walk home, Sakura finally asked the question she'd been sitting on. "What exactly was that ability of yours just now?" "Oh, that? It's not difficult. It's just combining the materialized soul with your own body again. You sacrifice the mobility of having the soul act independently in exchange for strengthening your individual abilities." Her brain briefly went offline. A materialized soul can combine with the user's body again? Doesn't that mean it's like I never summoned anything? Of course, in that state, there are some negative consequences to bear. Like you before, you'll go crazy? I think you're a bit crazy. The negative impact I'm talking about is that your own negative emotions get magnified many times over. Negative emotions? She frowned. But I felt like you were quite happy then? Of course, my negative emotions rose, but I had a blast killing, so how could I not be happy? Oh, that's true. And I want you to sit with that exchange for a second, because I said it as a joke and it is not one. That's the mechanism. Merging amplifies whatever is already in there. And what came out of me, at maximum volume, on that floor, was enjoyment. Which is the reason Sakura Hanako frowned at me from 10 meters away and couldn't name what had changed. She was right. Something had. In short, when you can use this ability, you'll naturally know. Really? And then she did something I genuinely did not see coming. "Open your eyes, Joragumo." Joragumo appeared, and Sakura leaned in and asked her, with complete sincerity, "When can I combine my soul and body to strengthen my individual power?" 6 eyes filled with question marks. "Little girl, do you want to hear what nonsense you're saying? Speak." And Joragumo, who is her, who is made of her, who knows everything she knows, shook her head and said honestly, "I don't understand." In the tone of a phone assistant being asked whether a gunshot wound requires a hospital visit. Which tells you something about how these things work, and about Sakura Hanako, and I'll let you decide which of those is funnier. The following Monday, Sakura came into the clubroom at a speed that told me it mattered and shoved her phone in my face. The famous sword Onimaru Kunitsuna will be publicly exhibited for 1 week in Kyoto. The following items will also be exhibited. I skimmed the rest. Ancient handkerchiefs, an ancient bathtub, an ancient chamber pot. Even if those were spiritual objects, what am I supposed to do with them? Put the chamber pot on an evil spirit's head? But the first item was the point. Onimaru Kunitsuna, Hojo family heirloom, one of the great named swords of this country, and in the legend, the sword that let Minamoto Yoritomo, an ordinary mortal man, kill an evil spirit. Now, that story is almost certainly invented. Doesn't matter, because a blade that has been carried for that many centuries, through that many hands, either started out as a spiritual object or has long since become one. I looked up, Sakura looked at me, and we both laughed at exactly the same moment, which I want you to understand was not a good sign for anybody. I see this Onimaru Kunitsuna is a good sword. Why not devise a plan to bring it into the supernatural society? Oh, I looked at her with genuine interest. You actually have the same idea as me? Otherwise? I thought you'd say that although it's a good sword, direct theft is a crime, and we should think of other ways. And Sakura Hanako sighed the sigh of a woman being asked to explain something obvious. This is a national treasure level famous sword. Besides directly stealing it, what other way is there? So you have no objection to this? Of course. And then she said the thing that told me exactly how far she'd come in 7 weeks. Onimaru Kunitsuna is a powerful spiritual object that can allow even ordinary people to slay evil spirits. Placed in a transparent glass display case, it is merely wasting the sword's value. Only when it is in our hands, by using it to slay more evil spirits and save more innocent lives, can its true potential be utilized. Sakura, I said. You've grown. After all, I received guidance from the #1 exorcist in Kyoto, right? Hey, don't say that. I waved it off, a little embarrassed. You've grown into what you are today. I can at most take 95% of the credit. The remaining 5% is the result of your own efforts. She rolled her eyes so hard I heard it. And then I stopped smiling and asked her the question I'd been holding for a week. So, what are your thoughts now on the actions I took during the Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten incident? And the air in that room changed, because that was the thing nobody had said out loud. Everybody knew. Not one of them had raised it. Even Aya Nakamura, who is the least analytical person in that club by a wide margin, knew exactly what had happened in that building. I killed 23 people. Evil spirits are simple. They're what's left after a human dies wrong, and they and we cannot coexist. Even a great demon with full independent thought has malice toward humans down in the wiring. So the society's rule is clean. If it's a spirit and it has the power to interfere with human life, it gets eliminated. But those men were not spirits. They were steered. Not possessed, steered. Which means they were still people, right up until the end. The members of the supernatural society did not know how to hold that fact. So they'd put it down and walked around it for a week. Sakura was quiet for a long time. Even humans manipulated by evil spirits, she said finally. I think I might not be able to directly kill them. Then she looked up and met my eyes. However, you saved all the innocent people in that kindergarten. That result is enough. As for the means taken during the process, although I wouldn't do such a thing myself, I will support you. What about the debate between outcome justice and procedural justice? What do you think? She blinked. What outcome? What procedure? I don't understand. And then she smiled slightly and gave me the best answer anyone in this story has given me. But I think justice is justice, protecting those innocent people who, like me, faced danger and could only endure silently, trapped in helplessness and despair. For me, that is the goal of joining the supernatural society, and it's what I most want to do. That's good. Because look at the distance covered. 2 months ago, that was a girl who could not stop a stranger's hand on a train without losing the entire carriage, who nearly became the accused. Now she has a defined objective, a working method, and the nerve to stand behind a decision she wouldn't have made. The plan came together in the clubroom over 2 days, and it was almost entirely Mei Haruna's. I said, we'll go in through the inner world, and she said, time is an issue, and then she gave me a list of everything I hadn't thought about. Although the Metropolitan Police Department is just a group of ordinary people, it is still the Metropolitan Police Department. We cannot underestimate their investigative capabilities. Last time, you appeared at the kindergarten during the hour of twilight. Once is a coincidence. Twice might let them find a pattern. The witching hour is a widely circulated legend in this country. It's best if they don't discover it, so this time we use the dawn window instead. Also, because of the recent crime surge, they've pulled in elite personnel from other cities. For a national treasure exhibition, at this moment, on-site security will far exceed normal. If we want this to succeed, we must consider the strength and vigilance of the guards, the trigger alarms, the method for breaking bulletproof display glass, and the possibility of facing a heavy weapons team. Furthermore, in some exhibitions, the genuine article is stored in a metal vault, and what's in the public case is a flawless replica. We also need a way to confirm which one we're looking at. And Aya and Sakura stared at her like she'd caught fire. Phew, Haruna, you just heard about this, and you've already thought of so many things? Your thinking speed is too fast. Yes, fortunately, Haruna is our companion. For the record, Sakura Hanako, an actual psychic and experienced exorcist, had gotten as far as enter, take sword, leave. Sakura was still on the first layer. Mei Haruna was already several layers ahead of the building. She also did the reconnaissance, and she did it without a phone and without a single search query, because a search history is evidence. The actual on-site survey was done by Rokurakubi, who cannot be photographed, leaves no trace, and passes through walls. Perfect employee, genuinely. This is why you hire. Her report. The museum opens at 9 and closes at 5. Infrared alarms wired directly to the police, bulletproof display glass, camera coverage with no blind spots, and the important part, the Onamaru Kunitsuna on display, is real. We knew because she couldn't get near it, couldn't even enter the inner hall, she could only survey the perimeter. Which is the strongest possible confirmation because only an evil spirit can really tell you how loud a spiritual object is. Mei Haruna's final number was 7 minutes. 7 minutes from triggering the alarm to the point where a heavy weapons team could realistically be on site. Any later and we'd be discussing sniper rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and tear gas. She knew I could put Rokurakubi and the hand in front of bullets. Her question was how many. Because the honest answer is that they can be shot through, and she was not prepared to find out where the number was. If it exceeds this time, immediately have Rokurakubi open a door and retreat. Understood? Her voice was flat, her eyes were not. Okay, I understand. I had already decided not to do that for a reason she'd missed. Rokurokubi can create a door anywhere, once every 7 days, which means I had one custom door available and 2 places to spend it, getting in or getting out. Spend it going in, and I leave no trace on the street. But I'm betting that she can still open the exit while standing inside a building saturated with the most powerful spiritual object in the country. And we already knew that sword suppresses her so hard she can't approach it. Spend it coming out, and I have to walk in from a real door 2 kilometers away, through the cordon, on foot. Cautious, but potentially trapped, versus dangerous, but reliable. Also, if I entered from a fixed door, they'd eventually pull traffic camera footage across the whole city and find a handsome male high school student who walked into a dead-end alley nobody stops in and came out 40 minutes later. That alone doesn't convict anyone. It absolutely gets you a file. And I had to assume that file gets read by somebody good, because Kudo Daisuke was in play, and because if the world's greatest detective existed in this world, I couldn't afford to find out the hard way. I picked the second option. At 5 in the morning on the first day of spring break, Sakura and I stood in the inner world 2 kilometers out. She was already in her working clothes, white fitted tracksuit, long pale coat, and a full white mask with a few patterns on it. Only her eyes and hair visible, and with her height, you couldn't determine gender from a photograph. Mei Haruna was supposed to be with us. She isn't in this part of the story, for a reason that annoyed her for weeks. No configuration of clothing we could find disguised her silhouette, and she refused to compromise the operation with a body shape a witness could describe. She went back through the door in a foul mood to guard Rokurokubi while she held the exit open. Let's go. Don't you need to change clothes? I'll show you something cool later. It's perfect. You can learn too. And I stepped forward, and black flame came up over me and set into a coat, a pair of gloves, and a featureless black mask. Because here's the thing about soul manifestation that took me 2 months to work out. It can choose whether ordinary people perceive it, and if it can be perceived, it can be worn. It's not just a disguise. It's armor, made of the compressed power of several thousand evil spirits, and it stops knives and it stops handgun rounds at close range. Do you understand? I don't understand. Your comprehension isn't high, Hanako. So I walked her through it. Jorogumo can manifest to ordinary people. Jorogumo is made of the same substance. Therefore, Jorogumo can produce clothing, not weapons. She can't do what I do with evil spirit power, but cloth is not a hard problem. Really? She turned around and looked at Jorogumo for confirmation. 13 eyes stared at 2 eyes. No, why are you asking it? I said. Jorogumo is you, and you are Jorogumo. If you're capable, it naturally can. If you can't, asking is useless. Then we stepped out of a door onto a street in the real Kyoto at 5:30 in the morning, 2 people in full masks, and walked to the museum in plain view of about a dozen commuters. Not one of them looked twice. Because this is Kyoto, and some cosplay is simply too normal. The Kyoto Municipal Museum is dark yellow and red stone and solemn, and out front there was a signboard with a photograph of a sword on it and a line underneath. Legendary sword, Onimaru Kunitsuna, currently on display. How disgusting, I said, looking at it. They stole my sword, yet they display it so brazenly. The world has truly fallen, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. I have to retrieve it myself. Sakura declined to comment. Well then, let's begin. And I kicked the front doors in, glass across the lobby floor and the alarm going at the same instant. As everyone knows, a master assassin kills everyone with an axe. So for a phantom thief group whose goal is a national treasure, a direct frontal assault is perfectly reasonable. It started. Inside, Sakura stopped for a second, because she could see what the building actually looked like. The air was full of thin golden threads, drifting like light through water. Sacred, pure, inviolable. And she'd seen that exact color before, coming off a goat-headed thing in a shrine. So instead of awe, what she felt was a kind of nausea at the hypocrisy of it, which, given what we'd learn about that goat later, was the correct instinct. That certainly saves time, because every few meters along the corridor wall, there was a sign with an arrow. To view the famous sword Onimaru Kunitsuna, please go this way. The Kyoto Municipal Museum is indeed grand. They had labeled the route to the treasure for us. 5 minutes and 42 seconds left. Then a dozen guards came around the corner with rubber batons crackling. Stop! Stay where you are! This is a criminal act. Rubber batons. Against me. Did they think I was a water type getting bonus damage from electric? Although in fairness, museum guards, not police. Mei Haruna's file said their sidearms are non-lethal rounds, because the building is full of objects whose value cannot be expressed in money, and a stray bullet ends careers. Rubber bullets will still break your bones. Against a normal person, the effect is identical to live ammunition, just survivable. 2 of them came in from either side and hit me with everything they had. Thud, no shock, no give. I looked down at the baton lying against the coat. Ridiculous. Then I put a fist into each of their stomachs at a speed their eyes couldn't track, and both went down before the pain arrived. 13 guards, 5 seconds. Sakura watched the whole thing with a complicated expression and told me afterward what she'd been thinking, which was, it's a good thing he became an exorcist, because set aside soul manifestation entirely. Just the physical package, the strength, the speed, the fighting technique, and the ability to move through a city without appearing on a single camera. If I had wanted to be a criminal, I'd be the least manageable one in the history of this country. Although stealing a national treasure of that caliber is probably a first regardless. I was making history either way. 4 minutes and 55 seconds, main hall. And there it was, in the largest case, an ancient scabbard beside it, catching what little light there was. Onimaru Kunitsuna. We both looked at it, and we both shook our heads at the same time. Incorrect, because there was nothing on it. No spiritual energy at all, not a trace. To anyone else, that was a priceless national treasure, and to us, it was a very good piece of metalwork. The worst case had happened. The real one was somewhere else, which is why Mei Haruna had made me plan for it. Open your eyes, Joragumo. And 12 of Joragumo's 13 eyes closed. Only the left one stayed open. The Slaughter Oni's eye, every scrap of her power routed into a single lens. Over here. In the legends, Joragumo steals eyes and attaches them to herself, and when she has 100, no exorcist can stop her. That's where the name comes from. And the Slaughter Oni's eye, a creature that exists to hunt spirits, tracks traces, which means it doesn't matter that the sword wasn't in the room. It had been in the room, and things like that leave a wake. She led us to a wall at the back of the hall that wasn't a wall, and through a passage behind it, to a metal door. Onimaru Kunitsuna should be in here. Sakura didn't need telling. Even through that much steel, she could feel it, and the air in the passage was so dense with golden particles that her vision was going soft at the edges. She'd never seen a concentration like it. The goat-headed god in that shrine, with all its lofty superiority, next to this, insignificant. Then she looked at the door and frowned. Is this a mechanical lock? Yes. I crouched to look. A security lock requiring 2 keys turned simultaneously. No electronic components, purely mechanical. Which is a choice, and a good one. Whoever runs that museum decided that a place storing ancient things should have as little modern technology in it as possible. A careful man. Can you open it? Don't you know how to pick locks? How is that possible? I laughed at her. I can pick locks. That's limited to residential anti-theft doors. For this level of mechanical lock, I might be able to try, and it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. We don't have that much time. How about we come back next time? There won't be a next time, because we triggered the alarm. After tonight, that sword gets moved and never displayed again. If we walked out empty-handed, we were done. Then what do we do? I thought about it. Have your Joragumo concentrate. See if her vision can penetrate the metal and read the internal structure of the keyhole. Then tell me. Sakura instinctively turned to ask Joragumo, and stopped because she'd finally internalized it. Joragumo can't do anything, Sakura can't. There is no separate entity to consult. The question isn't can she, the question is can I. 13 eyes is a lot of power. Power alone is worthless. The question was whether she could convert power into a function. And Mei Haruna had a theory about that, which we were about to test in a corridor with 4 minutes on the clock. That soul manifestation keeps developing after it forms, shaped by what the user believes it should be. Enough fuel plus enough conviction unlocks new abilities. Sakura let out a long breath and put everything she had into 2 keyholes. She said the world went quiet, the golden particles faded out, time stopped moving, and behind her, Joragumo closed the Slaughter Oni's eye, and in the empty right socket, an eye exactly like Sakura Hanako's own, faintly gold, opened for the first time. Open your eyes, she bit down. Joragumo. I see it. Same cool, clear voice. And behind those eyes, the steel casing of the lock had gone transparent, and what was left was a precise diagram of everything inside it. Sakura exhaled, and then hit the next problem immediately, which is that describing a lock out loud is not the same as picking one. She can't pick locks, therefore Joragumo can't either. Could I really open a mechanism like that by verbal description in 4 minutes? And then she had an idea, and turned around. The vision from all your eyes is interconnected, right? That's right. Then can you dig out one eye and put it on Jackson Cole's body so he can also see inside? No. Joragumo looked at her the way you look at an idiot. I am your soul manifestation. Even if I were to merge with a human, the target could only be you. Besides, he doesn't have any extra holes on his body, does he? Are you suggesting I put my eye in his nose? Sakura had no counter because arguing with Joragumo is arguing with herself, and she'd lost. However, Joragumo changed direction. If I were to put my eye on something else that is also a spirit, then sharing vision would indeed be possible. And the human and the spirit turned in unison and looked at me. Ghost hand. Oh, I understand. Come out. And the pale hand appeared, now grown into a full arm. Shrink down. It raised its middle finger, which was not contempt this time. It used the middle finger as a head and bent it a few times, which is how it nods. Then it shrank to about the size of a human arm. You have that ability? Of course. Actually, it was originally this size. I just chose the most suitable volume for dealing with evil spirits without affecting agility. And Sakura sighed because she understood what had just been demonstrated to her. She'd had 13 eyes for weeks. X-ray vision and eye sharing had both been available that entire time. I'd known, and I hadn't told her, and I'd waited for a locked door and a 4-minute clock to make her find them, give a man a fish, and so on. Jorogumo dug an eye out of her wrist and set it on the back of the pale hand. And the hand, having acquired an eye for the first time in its life, was so pleased with itself that it did a little turn in the air. That's enough. Hurry up. Its fingers drooped like a scolded dog. Then it flattened its palm against the metal door, and 2 threads of black mist came off its fingertips and went into the 2 keyholes. Sakura stood there recalibrating her sense of what was possible. She'd assumed I'd summon both hands and condense 2 lockpicks out of evil spirit power. Her imagination, she concluded, was too limited. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Kudo Daisuke was in a car telling a driver to go faster. He'd come back from leave for this. The museum where they were storing a national treasure had been broken into by 2 people, and one of them was dressed exactly like the person from the kindergarten. Had the culprits not considered how they would escape even if they stole it? Because the department had mobilized everything, not just the museum, the surrounding streets were sealed, and he had a bad feeling anyway, so he picked up the radio and made a decision he did not want to make. Metropolitan Police Department Heavy Weapons Unit, full deployment, led by Kazama Takeshi. Understood, Commander Kudo. And then he sat back and looked out the window and wondered whether he'd just done something worse than the thing he was trying to stop. Because Kazama Takeshi is the strongest man in the Kyoto police and arguably the strongest in the country. 191 centimeters, 114 kilograms, a human tank with a fighting style he built himself out of standard arrest technique and then removed all the restrictions from. And there are rumors about him, that he finds criminals alone, in his own time, that he administers private punishment, that some of those criminals ended up severely injured and some ended up worse, no clear evidence, and senior officers who have always been very careful to protect their strongest asset, which means that even the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief cannot control him. Kudo had sat in a conference room after the kindergarten and given a speech about procedural justice and outcome justice, and in his own honest assessment, Kazama Takeshi was worse than Mask. Because at least the masked man had killed 23 armed and unstable men holding 450 children, where the alternative was worse. Kazama doesn't grade. Every criminal is the same criminal to him. He is an extremely dangerous individual, and Kudo Daisuke had just aimed him at me. Back in the passage, the lock made a noise. It's open! And Sakura let out everything she'd been holding as that door swung on its axle. Inside was a room about 10 square meters, walled entirely in old wood, plain and traditional. One object in it, a sword and a wooden scabbard, hung separately on the far wall. This is Onamaru Kunitsuna. She stood there for a second because she'd been to museums as a child with her parents and seen famous blades behind glass, and this was not that. She could take 4 steps forward and put her hand on something that Minamoto Yoritomo had carried, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Ashikaga Takauji. And then something happened that she didn't expect. The golden particles that had filled the corridor, every one of them, all at once, flowed into the blade and vanished, as if the sword had been putting out light specifically to be found. And in the main hall, I stopped walking and said quietly, "It's finally open." Then I held out my right hand, palm up, and said 2 words. "Come here." And Kudo Daisuke, who had just arrived at the head of a dozen SWAT officers and who had been about to arrest me, watched a sword come through the air out of a sealed vault 200 meters away, like an arrow off a string, and land in my hand, and a wooden scabbard follow it and fasten itself to my waist. This is... He recoiled 2 steps. So, this is the real one? Because he'd heard the stories, that weapons can develop awareness, that they choose, that if you aren't the acknowledged one, you cannot wield them. He'd also always assumed that, like gods and ghosts, that was a story humans made up. You actually gained Onamaru Kunitsuna's recognition? You're wrong, Chief Kudo. I closed my fingers, held the blade level, and drew my left palm along it. And the metal, dull, unremarkable, indistinguishable from ordinary iron, went black, all the way down, a deep, total black, and the blade made a sound like something excited. I looked at him over the top of it. It was Onamaru Kunitsuna that gained my recognition. Before the sword, there were 13 men in full riot gear pointing at me from 3 doorways. Don't move. Hands up. I looked around the room. Your Criminal Investigation Bureau Chief Kudo Daisuke isn't here this time? I am here. And there he was, behind the left team, in a vest. A man at his rank has no business inside a live scene, and he'd come anyway, because he had a bad feeling, and because the last time he'd had one, he'd been right. His eyes went first to the display case in the center, to the replica sitting untouched behind bulletproof glass, and he relaxed, which was interesting. Because that told me Kudo Daisuke did not know the sword in that case was a fake. The museum hadn't told the police. They'd been guarding a decoy and hadn't been informed. Either that, or it was the finest piece of acting I have ever seen, and I couldn't think of a single reason for him to bother. It really is you. He looked straight at me. Second time we meet. The commotion you've caused this time is really no less than last time. Chief Kudo. We meet again. He'd already confirmed it, by the way. Not from the clothes. From the fact that a man surrounded by 13 weapons was standing at rest. I told you then that even if I stood still, I could kill all your subordinates. This time, he was thinking, this time it's a full tactical deployment, not uniformed officers with sidearms. Even you cannot be this relaxed. I only need 5 seconds to kill everyone here. 5 seconds? His voice dropped. Are you threatening our Metropolitan Police Department? Because he had confidence this time. 13 SWAT inside, snipers, a heavy weapons team, dozens of vehicles, and several hundred officers outside. Everything short of helicopters. 5 seconds against experienced men in full body armor behind riot shields? Unless I was seeing a ghost. Chief Kudo, you misunderstand. I am not threatening you. I shook my head. Verbal threats are ultimately weak and powerless. I am merely informing you. And I moved. I went left first. And those men were good. No hesitation. No order needed. Shields down and braced with the left hand. Sidearms out over the top with the right, firing before I'd covered half the distance. Shield. Black evil spirit power came up over my left forearm and set into a riot shield of my own. Every round went into it, and not one of them so much as slowed my feet. Then I was inside their line, and I hit them, men and shields together, and put them across the room. 4. 1 second. Kudo's eyes couldn't follow it. By the time his brain caught up, several of his officers were on the floor, and he was trying to work out 3 things at once, when a large black shield had appeared in my hand. How experienced men in full protection had been swept aside along with the shields they were braced behind, and why point-blank live fire had not even broken my stride. He had seen exactly one person move like that in his career, his own department's monster, Kazama Takeshi. Spear. The shield reshaped into a 3-meter spear, and I threw it at the second team. The force went through the shield they hid behind and put both of them into the wall, and they stayed there. 3. Chains. A black chain, and it went out like a snake and caught 4 men across the chest one after another, and full riot armor did nothing at all about the impact. 2. Hammer. For the last one, I made it a long-handled hammer, slipped the rounds he fired, and brought it down overhead. He did the correct thing. He crouched and got the shield above his head. The sound of it cracked through the whole building, and the web of his hand split open, and he lost his grip, and the last thing in his vision was my left hand. I put him into the wall, and the concussion took him. Exactly 5 seconds, Chief Kudo. Kudo Daisuke stood alone in a room full of his own unconscious men with his hand resting on his holster, trembling slightly, not drawing, because what would be the point? This, he said, this isn't even your full strength, is it? Which was a good read. It wasn't, and he could tell I'd held back. 13 men, all breathing, none of them permanently damaged, and he had not forgotten the woman in white from the kindergarten. To kill all Metropolitan Police Department members, he could now confirm it hadn't been an empty threat. This guy, is he really human, or is it that beneath that black mask lies the true form of an evil spirit? Chief Kudo, let's make a deal. A deal? How could our Metropolitan Police Department make a deal with a criminal? Crime? And I gave him the question I'd actually come with. Do you think that you and the so-called Kyoto Municipal Museum are more suitable to decide the fate of Onamaru Kunitsuna than the famous sword itself? And he opened his mouth and had nothing. Because it's a genuine problem. A sword without a spirit is an antique. It's property. There's a law for that. A sword that has a spirit and chooses its own master. Is that still property? There is no clause for that anywhere in Japanese law. He knew there wasn't. He just watched it fly across a museum into somebody's hand. I pointed at the display case. Chief Kudo, if I'm not mistaken, your Metropolitan Police Department doesn't know that the Onamaru Kunitsuna in that case is a replica, do you? What exactly do you want to say? My meaning is simple. I let it get quiet. No matter what, I must take Onamaru Kunitsuna with me today. You, Chief Kudo, only have two choices. Sacrifice the lives of all Metropolitan Police Department members, the most tragic mass martyrdom in this country's history, to try and stop me. Or, I looked at him. Your Metropolitan Police Department doesn't know that the genuine article has already been taken. After all, in your understanding, the one in the display case is the real Anamaru Kunitsuna, and he understood exactly what he was being offered. Put on a show, report what he'd believed when he walked in. The museum gets told the police protected the genuine article. Every officer in that building goes home. The mission is, on paper, a success. Best of both worlds. 99 men out of 100 take that instantly. Kudo Daisuke is a man with a moral compass so rigid it's nearly a medical condition, and he stood there and suffered. Why do you offer such a deal? What do you want to gain? Do you want me to open the cordon so you and your companion can retreat? Chief Kudo, I am merely providing an opportunity for your Metropolitan Police Department. And this part was true, so I said it plainly. Killing you and weakening the Metropolitan Police Department has no benefit to me personally. Perhaps you find it hard to understand, but the true face of this world is not something a normal person like you can glimpse. Your thoughts and mine are different. Our goals are different. Our methods are different. But I know you are a person with a strong sense of justice. If I kill you, I'm not sure whether the next Criminal Investigation Bureau Chief of Kyoto will be like you. And for me, that's an unnecessary risk with no benefit. Here's the arithmetic, and I want it on record because it's the least sentimental reason to keep a man alive that I've ever had. Kudo Daisuke is pedantic, inflexible, and stubborn. He is also, measurably, driving down the crime rate in this city. Fewer crimes means fewer criminals and fewer victims. Fewer of both means fewer new evil spirits and fewer twisted human beings for them to steer, and a slower rate of doors opening. From where I stand, the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department is an ally. They just don't know what they're doing. Replacing that man with an unknown was a downgrade I couldn't price. He gritted his teeth for a long time. Then he looked at his own people on the floor, knocked down, none of them dying, and he made the decision. I can cooperate and let you leave. What should I do? Order the people outside not to shoot and clear a path. No need for that. I patted his shoulder. Doing that would be too obvious a flaw. If you were removed from your position by your superiors, everything I just said would be for nothing. Then, listen to me, like this. Which is how Sakura Hanako came out of that corridor holding a national treasure and found the Criminal Investigation Bureau Chief of Kyoto listening to me attentively and nodding along like a student. She stopped dead. Because she'd watched me do this to Rokurakubi, and to a great demon in the inner world, and to a god in a shrine. Everyone signs eventually, but the police chief has defected too? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Prepare to evacuate. And then I took a handgun out of my coat, put it against Kudo Daisuke's temple, and walked him out of the front entrance of the museum. Left hand on his collar, right hand on the gun, same posture as last time, same hostage as last time, same gun as last time, because it was still his. Your Chief Kudo has been hijacked. If you want him to live, don't act rashly. And Kudo Daisuke, giving the performance of his life, shouted in a voice full of frustration and fear, "Don't shoot! He has a bomb on him!" Sakura walked behind us in a white mask thinking, good heavens, you two, are you that in sync? And the effect was immediate, because bomb covers a wide range. Grenades strapped to a person are amateur hour. The vehicles are cover and the SWAT are armored, and at that range he'd mostly kill his own hostage. But a compressed device, detonated in a building holding a national exhibition, that flattens the block and puts the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department on the pillar of shame in perpetuity. Nobody was going to test it. Don't be impulsive. And Kudo gave a look to a subordinate, and that man got on the radio. Snipers, stand by. Do not open fire without orders. Modern technology can build a device that detonates when a heartbeat stops. Nobody wanted to find out. I walked to a police car, held out my hand and said, "Give me the key." The officer behind it looked at his chief. His chief nodded. The key went on the hood. I put Kudo in the passenger seat, Sakura in the back, and got behind the wheel. And the second the doors shut and the noise cut out, the Criminal Investigation Bureau Chief of Kyoto leaned over and said quietly, "Can you drive, or should I?" Sakura in the back seat was having a complete crisis. You, the hostage, are a bit too cooperative. Wait a moment, both your names have Kudo in them. Could you be relatives? She knew it was absurd. She also could not construct any other explanation, because she hadn't been in the room when a legendary sword flew across it into my hand. She hadn't seen the moment Kudo Daisuke's world tipped. No problem. It was an older model. Manual transmission. I put the key in, started it, clutch, gear, and pulled out clean. And beside me, a veteran detective added a data point to his file, entirely automatically. He can drive, and he's experienced, most likely an adult. Few young people bother with a manual license these days. Combined with his composure, likely male, 30 to 40, perfectly sound reasoning, Completely wrong, but I'll defend him. He wasn't being stupid. Set aside that I'm a transmigrator. After several thousand evil spirits, I have inherited an enormous quantity of other people's professional skills. I'm a 30-year veteran locksmith. With a single instant noodle, I can open this whole neighborhood. I'm a 30-year veteran electrician. I can tell if there's a leak just by touching it. I'm a 30-year veteran of the Shura field. I can tell at a glance whether you have Valentine's chocolates or a cleaver in that bag. Good luck to him. My God, drive slower. Because I had taken it from first to fifth in about 2 seconds, and the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief of Kyoto was holding the grab handle above the door with an expression of genuine terror. My youth, slow down. Absolutely no regrets. And behind us, a courtyard full of tactical officers watched a decade-old police car leave the scene at a speed that vehicle had never previously achieved. Can this car really go that fast? Did he stand up to press the accelerator? Is it really not going to fall apart on the road? Genuinely impressed. I could hear it. Then a cold snort cut through them, and the whole street went quiet. Because a very large man in full heavy armor had walked to a riot van, opened the back, taken off his helmet, and thrown it and his shield inside. What an arrogant criminal. Officer Kazama, one man, found his nerve. Our top priority should be checking the museum for remaining suspects and confirming whether any exhibits are missing. The surrounding streets are sealed. They can't get far. Let our colleagues handle Chief Kudo's rescue. Kazama Takeshi turned around and looked at him. Are you asking me to turn a blind eye to evil? That officer's shirt went through his suit jacket. Kazama got into the van, put it through the cordon, and came after us. He did not care about the artifacts. He cared even less about the personal safety of the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief. He cared about exactly one thing. 5 minutes later, in an alley, Kudo Daisuke was bent over against a wall, dry heaving. His face was white. When his stomach let go of him, he wiped his mouth on his sleeve and looked at the 2 masked figures standing there, one in black, one in white, neither of whom appeared to have noticed the drive at all. You two are truly amazing. Sakura was confused by this. It was barely 170 kilometers an hour. She was fine. She'd actually found it funny. Her nerve is not normal, and she has stopped noticing. Then, I unbuckled Onimaru Kunitsuna and handed it, sheathed, to the pale hand, and Kudo watched a national treasure pass into empty air and vanish. Same principle as Rokuro Kubi's suitcase act. Physical objects are visible to everyone. The moment one is held by a spirit, it takes on the spirit's nature, and to an ordinary person, it simply stops being there. He was still standing in an alley, failing to process that when the entrance was blocked by a riot van driven into it at speed. Bang! And a very tall man came over the top of it and landed in the standing water. Akoya! Kudo's face changed instantly. Chief Kudo, please step back. He filled that alley. He walked forward with the shield scraping the brick. Mask, accept the judgment of justice. Akoya! Kudo's voice went up. He has a bomb on him. If it detonates, I don't care. He didn't even turn his head. No matter the cost, evil must be judged by my own hands. A madman. A complete and total madman. And I knew him, the same way I knew the Kur clan boy from the gym, because he is also qualified to fight in the Kengan tournament, and his title in that circle is the Executioner. The difference is that Long Wei is visibly a beast. Kazama Takeshi looks calm on the outside, and inside there is nothing left but a sense of justice that has eaten everything else. To him, I was evil that had escaped twice. Interesting. And I walked to meet him. 10 meters, 7, 5, 3. And Kudo Daisuke stood at the wall watching 2 things that were shaped like men close on each other and could not decide which outcome he wanted. Justice, shield up on the left arm, right hand into a fist with 1 knuckle raised, a perfectly standard police straight punch with a whistle in it. Execute, and this time I didn't intercept it early. I threw one back. The fists met in the air and the sound went down the whole alley, and Kudo felt the pressure of it in his chest from 6 meters. And for the first time, something moved on that face. Your strength can actually contend with mine. You are indeed an evil person who needs to be eliminated immediately. Don't make me laugh. I shook my hand out. I only used half of my strength. And my right arm became the ghost hand, invisible under the coat and the glove, so neither of them saw a thing. Then I hit the shield. The noise was not a fist on metal, it was an explosion, and Kazama Takeshi felt his forearm through a riot shield, and something in his eyes finally moved because he had just discovered his red was wrong. We were not evenly matched. He was bigger, and he was losing on strength comprehensively. He started to swing the shield aside to counter, and heard the air break again. Bang, again, bang, 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 and the strongest man in the Kyoto police put both hands on his shield and could do nothing but stay behind it, boots skidding black lines across the wet ground. Kudo Daisuke watched dents come up through the face of a shield rated to stop close-range pistol fire, a shield an ordinary person can't lift one-handed, and did the only arithmetic available. If the force of that punch hit an ordinary person, what, can't you lift your head? 30-odd punches. He'd gone back 4 or 5 meters. Is your so-called justice merely this? And Kazama Takeshi looked at the fist-shaped bulges coming through the inside of his own shield and felt, for the first time in his life, fear. So he did the brave thing, which was also the last thing. He came up out of his crouch with the shield over his head, arms locked, and brought it down at me with everything he had. Justice Exi, I kicked him in the chest, and 114 kilograms of police officer went 10 meters backwards into the front of his own riot van. Kudo's pupils shrank because he could do that arithmetic too. You like justice execute? I said. I'll make you fly. Kazama hit that van and felt something go across his whole back, and he lay there and couldn't get up, and he couldn't tell how many bones had gone. Oh? I walked over and crouched on one knee because his eyes were still open and he was still breathing and still making noise, which was genuinely impressive. My kick didn't kill you directly, as expected of the Metropolitan Police Department's strongest. Very impressive. And that to him was worse than the kick. He got his head up and looked at me and his face twisted, from the pain or from something else. I, who represent justice, actually lost to evil. Justice? Evil? I shook my head. Although I don't care about others' opinions of my actions, let me tell you my own thoughts. And I told him plainly, because he'd earned an honest answer. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. All who obstruct my path are evil. Then I took him by the head and put it against the van, and the alley went quiet. Total elapsed time, under a minute. And Kudo Daisuke slid down the wall he was leaning on, ruining a good suit in the dirty water, and sat there looking at the strongest man in his department lying in a puddle. What have I done? Then, I walked to the door and turned around, and a white smiling face pattern came up on the black mask. Until next time, Chief Kudo. And the next morning, the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department held a press conference. Regarding the intrusion at the Kyoto Municipal Museum, the Metropolitan Police Department officially announced this morning that all exhibits in the museum, including the famous sword Onimaru Kunitsuna, have been confirmed to be undamaged and accounted for. This stroke of luck and misfortune once again demonstrated the swift handling capabilities of the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department and of on-site Commander Kudo Daisuke in the face of sudden criminal incidents. He hadn't slept. Because here's what actually happened after I left, and it's the part that broke something in him. The person in charge of the Kyoto Municipal Museum arrived, went to the vault, saw it empty, and changed color. They had kept the truth from the police, deliberately. They hadn't trusted their own protection detail, and they'd lost the sword anyway. And then the museum's director and the police leadership, and eventually people above both, all arrived at the same position without any of them ever saying it in a sentence you could quote. Onimaru Kunitsuna has no practical value. It's a symbol. If the real one is gone, then the flawless replica in the display case is the real one. And the instruction he received from his own superior was 5 words. Consider the bigger picture. So he sat in his office and watched himself on television being praised for protecting an object he had personally watched fly out of a vault into a criminal's hand. And the strange thing, the thing he admitted to himself sitting there, was relief, because he'd seen that blade choose. And a sword like that, in a glass box, is a souvenir. In someone's hand, it's a sword. He was thinking about Onimaru Kunitsuna when he thought that, and underneath, he knew he was also thinking about himself. 2 days later, I met the second psychic. I want to be clear that I did not go looking for him. He came to Kyoto and he found me, and the way he opened the conversation tells you everything about him. I was in a dumpling shop with Yukinoshita Haruno, business. She was buying breakfast and settling an account. At the next table there was a brown-haired boy in a white shirt with his back to the door. Across from him, a girl about junior high age was poking a soup dumpling and complaining that their father had been at work since yesterday morning and they'd finally come to Kyoto to explore as a family. Kaito Akane, you should be considerate of father's difficulties. Gentle voice, the kind that makes people relax without deciding to. You also know that father's work is special. It's not just us and mother who need him. Kudo. She went to the restroom. Haruno went outside to take a call from her mother, and the shop went very quiet, in the specific way a room goes quiet when 2 people who can both do something are the only ones left in it. He didn't turn around. Release your resentment, Goryo. And a thing appeared, entirely golden, black light coming out of its eyes, twin wings off its back, shaped like a great tengu, and its claws came for my face. I put my teacup down. Come out! And the pale hand caught it. Except it didn't crush it. Those claws went into the index and middle fingers and held, and for 4 or 5 seconds neither side moved a centimeter. That's the only time that's happened. He smiled and said, "Come back." And it was gone. And I recalled mine, and we both turned around at the same time. Exceptionally handsome, tall, a little shorter than me, sitting down. An approachable face with something behind the eyes that had already decided how the conversation would go. Let me introduce myself, I am Kaido Shin, and the smile stayed exactly where it was while everything behind it rearmed. May I ask your name? Miyamizu Mitsuha. Ah? He froze for a second, then recovered into an awkward smile. That, it has an elegant quality. I say, if we really have nothing to say, there's no need to force compliments. It's quite awkward. And here's what I'd learned in 9 seconds. He tested me with a live attack in a public restaurant with his little sister 40 feet away, which tells you he's a gambler. His sole manifestation is Goryo, the chief of the 4 great vengeful spirits of this country, which is a serious piece of hardware, roughly the combined weight of Joragumo and Futakuchi Onna at 8/10, enough to hold one pale hand, and he had to say its name to summon it. I don't. Which he noticed too, and which told him the same thing it told me. Whatever gap exists between us, it isn't in his favor. He also had questions he wasn't asking. Was I the mysterious person from the kindergarten? Were the doors mine? And most of all, how do you know my name? Because he'd planned that trip flawlessly, with a perfect reason to be in Kyoto, and he'd been spoiled days earlier by an old woman with a deck of tarot cards, which I'll come back to. So, why did you come to Kyoto this time, and even test me? Miyamizu-kun, I want to confirm one thing first. He looked straight at me. The masked rider who killed all the armed kidnappers at the Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten, as rumored online. Was that you? And a branch popped up in front of me with a note attached. Ding! Please choose carefully. This option will determine the future relationship development of Kaido Shin, because his father is the Criminal Investigation Bureau chief. For anyone else, that's a wall. Yes, it was indeed I who did it. He laughed at the phrasing, and then he put out his hand. In that case, other matters are not important. You and I are companions who strive to change this increasingly corrupt world. I shook it, and I'll tell you what I was actually confirming, because it wasn't friendship. The Kaido Shin sitting in front of me wanted to punish evil. That's all. He had not yet arrived at the version of himself that wants to be the god of a new world, the one who gets there by listening to people cheer. He'd been killing for weeks by then, criminals in Tokyo, people with records, people the courts couldn't touch for lack of evidence. He'd send Goryo out while sitting in a restaurant looking at his phone, and the only risk was that if anyone ever checked the timing of enough deaths, they'd find the same student nearby every time. To him, that isn't murder, it's maintenance. And I decided he was more useful to me alive and pointed away from Kyoto than dead, which is the same calculation I ran on his father. We exchanged numbers like 2 students who'd just met. Later, when we'd worked together once and he'd asked what we actually were, I gave him the honest answer. To say we're friends, we don't have any private connection. To say we're partners, the connection isn't that close either. Even if we walk on different paths, we are both moving toward the same goal of eliminating evil. This kind of relationship, as I understand it, can be called comrades. I also gave him an operational codename because he asked for one. Shadow. How about it? Shadow. He turned it over. Not bad. It comes from the English killer. That really fits my definition of myself. Yes, it does. And then a week later, several hundred yokai walked into my city. They came because of the museum. That's the whole reason. A very old man in Ukiyo-e town watched a news report about a national treasure that was definitely stolen and definitely being covered up and reasoned it through in about 30 seconds. Whoever would take that risk is either a money-grubbing madman or an exorcist who knows what that sword is. And since the report mentions no arrest and no body, it's the second type, which is correct. He's had several centuries to get good at this. His name is Kasha. He founded the Nura clan, and he is the supreme commander of every yokai in this country, and he realized long before anyone else that the modern world was going to have no room in it for his kind. So he built an organization to hold them together and keep them out of sight. He came to Kyoto to find out what the exorcists of this era think about yokai. He sent 3 executives ahead of him to invite me to a conversation. I was at the shrine when they arrived, which is to say, I was standing in front of a battered old wooden altar putting a golden goat head god through some administrative review. The recent incidents in Kyoto were indeed caused by you. I didn't turn around. I was busy praying to a shrine whose actual resident had, moments earlier, been slapped by a giant disembodied hand for failing to speak Japanese, so it's unclear who I was praying to. 3 of them at the entrance. A stern man with long hair over one cheek at the front, Ushioni, who runs their military side, a small tengu with a staff, and a handsome blonde youth whose head was floating about 10 centimeters above his collar. We would like to invite you to come with us. Our Lord has some questions for you. I turned around. Have you ever heard the story of Sherlock Holmes, dressed in armor, holding a shield and sword, imagining himself a knight, launching an attack against the giant he conjured in his own mind, the immovable windmill? Ushioni's face darkened. Could it be that you want to fight us to the death? Let me warn you first, we have investigated the people around you, including the woman who just left. If you don't want them harmed, then obediently come with us. You misunderstand. And I want you to notice that he threatened Sakura Hanako and Mei Haruna to my face, in my city, 30 seconds into a first meeting. You are the Don Quixotes in the story, and I am the giant you cannot shake. It truly took admirable courage for you to enter Kyoto and actively seek me out. However, that is the only thing worth praising. Black flame came up over me and set into the coat and the mask. Come. And Onimaru Kunitsuna came out of the pale hand into mine. The moon was behind cloud. All three of them could see was what was in my eyes. Let me see how much pleasure you can bring me before you are destroyed. Now, the fight itself is not the interesting part, and I'll tell you why. I sent the goat first, not out of strategy, out of bookkeeping. The mountain goat head god and its two fox-faced messengers are contractually obligated to appear and assist, and as long as that shrine stands, they respawn, which makes them ideal for finding out what an enemy can do without spending anything I care about. I made a chair out of evil spirit power and sat down to watch, and within 2 minutes I had a problem, which was that my disposable cannon fodder was winning. Ushi-Oni was being driven backwards across a courtyard by a goat. His sword rang off one paw strike and put him several meters back with a furrow in the ground behind his heels. What exactly is this thing? He'd assumed a bound spirit. Shrines are full of them, people who died with regrets, nailed to a location, common, manageable. Hitotsume Kozo, meanwhile, was fighting two fox-faced toddlers with strings woven from spider silk and the hair of a Yuki-onna and losing ground because they were small and fast and appeared not to register injuries at all. These two are the elite of the Nura clan, and they'd come to Kyoto expecting to be the dimensional attack. Kyoto was the high-stakes game the whole time. Hold on a little longer, Ushi-Oni told him, breathing hard. I've already sent people to find those two human girls. Then we can use them as leverage to make him sit down and negotiate. Just hold on. At which point my phone rang. Hello, are you busy right now? Mei Haruna. Perfectly level. I looked at the courtyard. Not busy at all. I'm bored and have too much free time. Oh, I see. Sakura and I were using our free time to eliminate evil spirits and hone our soul manifestations, but then we were attacked. And then? We defeated them all. They didn't cause us any harm. Beat. They were very weak. However, Sakura and I have never seen such creatures. They seem to have physical bodies, unlike ordinary spirits, so we didn't kill them. Do you already know about this? Yes, I'm at that shrine from last time. Come find me there. Okay, 20 minutes. And I hung up and looked at the two great yokai still grinding themselves down against my bait and felt genuinely let down because they'd sent a snatch team after two first-year high school girls, and the girls had beaten them without injury and then declined to kill them on the grounds that they didn't recognize the species and wanted to check first. Is that all? Gathering the entire Nura clan's strength just to make me smile? So I walked up behind Ushi-Oni and said, hey, and he spun and swung. Clang. His sword broke. This is Onimaru Kunitsuna. I looked at the half on the ground. And what kind of scrap metal is this of yours? He said nothing, because that blade had been with him for centuries, and it was, objectively, scrap metal by comparison. Is this all the strength you have? And he clenched his jaw because his supreme commander had given him a specific instruction before they left. Kyoto is a human city now. Do not use your true power unless absolutely necessary. If you provoke human hostility, it will lead to another era of war between yokai and humans. I put Onimaru Kunitsuna against his neck. If you don't use your full power now, you will die here. Hitotsume Kozo disengaged and threw his ultimate technique at me. String kill, assassination, spiderweb lock. And I caught the strings in my bare left hand. That's a pretty cool move name. He pulled. Nothing moved. Those strings will take the hand off a powerful yokai. He pulled again, harder, and frowned because I wasn't holding them so much as they had stopped being relevant. Can you be serious? I pulled, and he came off the ground and across the courtyard, and his head didn't make it in time. Then the pale hand closed around Ushi-Oni, and the goat put a paw on Hitotsume Kozo's back, and I went and sat back down in my chair. I've lost interest in you. I looked up at the Tengu still hovering, who had not been given anything to do and did not want any. The only one who can bring me some amusement is your first supreme commander. Why aren't you going to notify him to save them? 20 minutes later, Sakura and Mei Haruna arrived, saw two great yokai pinned like specimens, and were not remotely surprised. What exactly are they? Mei Haruna asked. Oh, them. They're what you call yokai. They belong to an organization called the Nura clan. You can just think of them as the Yakuza of the yokai world. Yokai? Sakura frowned. I've never seen such creatures before. Neither have I. But have you ever considered that evil spirits are actually things that shouldn't exist at all, with no records whatsoever? And both of them stopped, because it's true, and nobody notices. Yokai are everywhere in the folklore of this country. Thousands of stories, names, catalogs, illustrations, evil spirits, the things Sakura has seen every day since she was small, the things that fill the fog in the other Kyoto, appear nowhere, no records, no name, nothing, which makes sense when you think about it. Imagine telling people there are hostile things everywhere that nobody can see or touch and that cannot affect you in any way. At best, they'd laugh. At worst, they'd ask if you were unwell. Yokai have bodies. Yokai hide from us. That's a thing folklore can hold. And then the air went solid, and the rain stopped, and half the moon went behind cloud. They're here. A short old man came up the shrine steps in traditional dress with a back of the head that was noticeably too long. No aura. No presence. Somebody's muddle-headed grandfather. And behind him, several hundred yokai in perfect formation, every footfall landing together. Supreme Commander, Ushioni, in the hand. Be careful, this guy. I closed my fingers, and he stopped talking. Kasha raised one wrinkled hand, and several hundred yokai stopped dead. My friend, our visit this time has no ill intent. We merely wish to… No ill intent? I said. This Ushioni of your Nura clan just threatened me, which produced a very specific expression on that old face because he could imagine exactly how that conversation had gone. Regarding his offense, please, sir, this guy used to attack villages and kill people, didn't he? And Kasha's heart went down. Because how do I know that? The Nura clan has been discreet for centuries. They haven't come near Kyoto in living memory. And a teenager had just casually referenced crimes Ushioni committed when he first became a yokai before he ever joined them. He had come here thinking he was the one in the shadows. Not speaking, I got up and walked over, and several hundred yokai tensed as I came inside 3 meters of their leader. Actually, I crouched slightly because he's short and I was being polite. I am a very reasonable person. He started to relax. I won't interfere with matters outside of Kyoto. Then I stopped being pleasant. But as an exorcist, you brought several hundred yokai into the city, including things like Ushioni, who has previously massacred humans, and now you're telling me your Nura clan has no ill will? I looked down at him. Who allowed you filthy creatures to step into Kyoto? And Onimaru Kunitsuna came around at his head. Clang. Because the harmless old man was gone, and standing in his place was a young man just under 1.8 meters with black and white hair and an old-fashioned kimono, holding a sword against mine. We did not come to start a war. You still don't understand. I leaned on the blade. Kyoto is my city. What happens here is not up to you. It's up to me. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. And I moved the sword to my left hand and closed my right in the air, and Ushioni made a sound. No! And the old man stopped negotiating. The fight that followed is the only one in this entire story where I had to work, so I'll be brief and accurate about it. He is fast, faster than me. Kasha isn't famous for strength. He's famous for cunning and speed, and his whole art is feigning weakness to draw you in and finishing it in one motion. He pretended to be crippled by a bullet to bait a killing blow. He nearly got it. Onimaru Kunitsuna unsheathed itself behind my back to block a strike I could not see, which is not a technique. That was the sword deciding on its own. He cut my left arm off at one point. Well, he cut into it, deep, and the blade stopped on bone, and I said, "Ah, that hurts." And he stood there looking at a human who had taken that without so much as a grunt. So I took my own arm off at the shoulder and threw it on the ground because a bone injury heals slowly and a fresh limb doesn't. Black mist closed the wound in about one breath. New arm, new sleeve, new glove. Oh right, I looked at the old one lying in the dirt. Can't waste it, and can't leave any traceable evidence. And I ate it. Kasha, several centuries old, well-traveled, personally responsible for uniting every monster in this country, stood there watching a teenager eat his own arm and thought, with total sincerity, this is more like a yokai than a yokai. The taste is still acceptable. You haven't seen this before, have you? 2 other things happened in that fight worth reporting. The first is that I shot him, not with evil spirit power, with Kudo Daisuke's service pistol, which was still in my coat. Times have changed. He dodged most of it and took one in the calf and stood there with an expression of profound betrayal thinking, young man, you're playing dirty. Which exorcist carries a handgun to a demon hunt? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. And when the magazine was empty, I put it away, took out my notebook, and said, You stand there and don't move. Wait for me. Then I wrote, out loud, even a great yokai of the Kasha's caliber cannot defend against close-range pistol shots. Recovery ability still needs to be proven. And I looked up. By the way, do me a favor. With this kind of injury, how long do you estimate for a full recovery? And how's the pain? Assuming a normal human being shot is a 5, express your current pain level with a number. Why are you asking these? You don't understand this? Of course it's to gather intelligence and summarize the most efficient, convenient, and safest way to kill your kind of yokai. Good heavens, you're quite honest. Are you treating this old man as an idiot? How could I tell you that? Don't want to say? Never mind. Even if you did, I couldn't be sure it was true. I'll just verify it myself. The second thing is that I made a shotgun, because that's what my ability actually is, and I'd never demonstrated the full version to anyone. Any weapon I know how to make, I can build out of evil spirit power after recalling it once. He watched black mist lengthen and curve and settle into something with a stock and a barrel and understood what it was before I finished, and his pupils shrank, and every objection in his head was about art style. Why can you use supernatural power to create modern technological weapons? The art style is completely different. Let me emphasize again, Lao Deng, times have changed. What era is this? And you're still playing traditional exorcism. And when it was clear neither of us was going to finish the other cheaply, and when he'd realized his hundreds of subordinates were the actual hostages in the room, I ended it. You still don't understand. I raised my right hand. I just told you that any weapon I know how to make, I can condense using evil spirit power. But there's one thing I forgot to tell you. I can condense more than just one at a time. And the sky went dark. Swords, spears, lances, blades, shields, bows, chains, meteor hammers, long-handled axes, a Fangtian Huaji for some reason, thousands of them, pure black, hanging silent over that shrine, so densely packed that the moonlight had to work to get through the gaps. I was standing on the shrine roof by then, arms out, with several thousand weapons over my head. This is my exclusive. Unlimited blade works. Several hundred yokai stopped breathing. Kasha did the arithmetic and got the answer immediately because he's had centuries of practice. He and Ushioni would survive that. Injured, but alive, and nobody else would, which finishes the Nura clan. Because he is old and his heart was taken a long time ago, and his grandson, the boy who is supposed to be the third supreme commander, is a quarter yokai who hasn't awakened anything and is currently an ordinary human teenager. Now, I said, jumping down, we can start talking. And I made him a chair out of evil spirit power and told him to sit. Then I made 3 more and called Mei Haruna and Sakura Hanako over and put Mei Haruna in the middle seat directly opposite the supreme commander of every yokai in Japan, which surprised him more than the weapons had, because he'd assumed those 2 girls were servants. And what he was now looking at was a boy handing the negotiation to a first year in a lab coat and sitting down next to her like staff. You lazy bum, you're slacking off again, aren't you? She said under her breath and put her glasses back on before she started, which I thought was a nice touch. How should I address you? You can just call me Haruna. Because she could not bring herself to call a man who looked 80 Lao Deng, politeness matters to her. Oh, Miss Haruna. And the benevolent grandfather came back onto his face. Actually, our Nura clan's visit truly has no ill intentions. We merely saw the news on television and wanted to understand the situation. I believe that. And she did, and she'd worked out why before she sat down. They'd had 2 chances to kill her and Sakura, and hadn't taken either. Then she asked me for the background, and I gave the whole table, including several hundred yokai and their leader, a complete briefing on the Nura clan, its founding, Kasha's original goal of building a refuge for his kind before the modern world squeezed them out, the death of the second supreme commander and how it actually happened, the current state of the succession. Half of that, the yokai standing in that courtyard, did not know. Ushioni and Kasha looked at each other with identical expressions. How does he know that? Even the cause of death of the second supreme commander? And Mei Haruna listened to all of it and produced the finding, which is the actual point of this entire section. Evil spirits and yokai are not the same thing. The hostility of an evil spirit toward humans is a reflex. There's no reason behind it and no one home to reason with. Yokai have hostility too, but they'd chosen collectively to hide and live quietly because an old man told them to, which means they can weigh consequences, hold a position, and change their minds, which means one is a monster you eliminate, and the other is a neighbor with a different stance. So what exactly is the purpose of your visit to Kyoto? And the old man's smile went a bit bitter. To be honest, this old man just wanted to talk with you, to understand what the exorcists of this era think and feel about our yokai race. That's all. Mei Haruna turned. What do you think? Sakura thought about it properly. I think that if a yokai is still committing evil, they are naturally our enemy. But an organization like the Nura clan, which keeps to itself and maintains order within the yokai world, is, to some extent, an ally of humanity. I agree with you. Then to me, what's your stance? I looked at several hundred of them. Can't eat them, not interested, doesn't matter. Then it's simple. Mei Haruna pushed her glasses up. You will leave Kyoto immediately and return to your own territory. No problem. And Kasha let out about 400 years of held breath because what he had actually come to Kyoto to find out was whether the exorcist here was the old kind, the kind that kills any yokai on sight regardless of what it's done. He'd got his answer, and it was better than he'd hoped, and it had been delivered by a high school girl. Then he made a mistake. Regarding this misunderstanding and the inconvenience caused, this old man is deeply apologetic. If you have any requests, please feel free to make them. I actually do have a request. I walked over and put my right hand on the back of his head. Several hundred yokai stared. What a peculiar structure, and it even has a spiral pattern. Sakura and Mei Haruna both covered their eyes. Then I rested my forearm on it, because given the height difference and the shape of that skull, it is a genuinely perfect armrest. Ushioni wanted to say something. Ushioni looked up at several thousand black weapons still hanging in the sky and swallowed it. Regarding the compensation, your Nura clan must have collected quite a few spiritual weapons over the years. Pick a few suitable ones and send them over. He agreed instantly, and with enormous relief, because after several centuries the Nura clan has warehouses of the things. I didn't need any of them. I have Onimaru Kunitsuna. They were for Sakura and Mei Haruna, because the sword Yamamoto Kenji gave us is ordinary grade and Sakura Hanako has outgrown it. Let the newly promoted Nura Lao Deng sponsor the upgrade. That's it? He looked genuinely confused. Just like that? What, you want to give more? No, no, no. What's there not to understand? Haruna and Sakura have both said that although your Nura clan are all yokai, from a certain perspective you maintain the order of the yokai world, which makes you the equivalent of allies. Killing you here does me no good. There's no reason for us to fight to the death. Then I leaned down. However, I don't mind going to your home turf, Ukiyo-e town, for a hunting operation. Understand? This was a misunderstanding. There will absolutely not be a next time. That's good. And then he asked whether we could sign a contract to establish mutual trust. And Rokuro Kubi and the mountain goat head god, standing off to one side, both got extremely interesting expressions on their faces. He noticed and did not understand why, and asked for a contract anyway. Half an hour later, the supreme commander of all yokai was helped down the shrine steps by his own subordinates with his legs unsteady. Clause 1. Of every spiritual tool the Nura clan has collected in several hundred years, I may select 5 at will, including Kasha's personal sword, Nenekirimaru. Clause 2. Without permission, no yokai of the Nura clan may enter the Kyoto area. Clause 3. No yokai of the Nura clan may reveal what happened today. Clause 4. All information related to strange phenomena collected by the Nura clan must be reported truthfully to the Supernatural Society without concealment, in exchange for which I offered one sentence. Do not actively attack yokai or humans belonging to the Nura clan. Sakura and Mei Haruna stood there watching an 800-year-old institution get restructured. Good heavens. You're going to exploit yokai too? This is worse than Rokuro Kubi. At least Rokuro Kubi gets paid. And he signed it, because he had no choice. His people had invaded first, and because a stranger had recited his organization's internal history back to him, including the name of the only heir who is currently a defenseless teenager living at a known address. He didn't sign because I beat him. He signed because I could reach Ukiyo-e town. After they'd all gone, Sakura looked at the empty courtyard. So there really are yokai in this world. There are evil spirits and ghosts, Mei Haruna said, untying her ponytail. So having yokai isn't anything to be surprised about, is it? And then she put her glasses back on and did not look at me and said, in a very level voice, if one day, and I mean if, you discover that you are the cause of these strange phenomena, what would you do? And the courtyard got quiet. Because here's what she'd been carrying for 2 weeks and hadn't told anyone. She'd asked Kitsune no Hime, a great demon we'd made an arrangement with, who has lived in the inner world since before this city was built, when the first door appeared. And Kitsune no Hime had thought about it and said, about a month ago, March 20th, Mei Haruna has close to perfect recall, and she had read the first line of my notebook, March 20th, weather, cloudy. Today, I awakened the ability to see evil spirits and GHOSTS ... same day, so she'd built 2 hypotheses and been unable to eliminate either. The first, the doors appeared, the worlds began to merge, and I woke up because of it. The natural rule that keeps humans alive handing out a defense. In which case, my ridiculous Chunabu line was accidentally true, and I'm the thing standing between this city and the tide. The second, the same events, the same timing, causality reversed. The doors appeared because I woke up, which would explain why this is only happening in Kyoto. And she had a precedent for it, because she'd already seen one person in this story whose private wish reshaped what the entire world was able to perceive. What if the inner world bleeding into Kyoto is the same phenomenon? What if it's mine? You think I might be like Hina Suzuki, I said, and the inner world and the doors are an external manifestation of the same thing. She stared at me. You already guessed it? Of course, I'm not stupid. The day I awakened and the day the first door appeared were both March 20th. Of course I noticed. Then, and her voice was not level anymore, the goal of our supernatural society is to eliminate strange phenomena and protect the people in Kyoto, and then we suddenly discover that the cause of all of it might be our own captain. Anyone in my position would feel conflicted, right? You do have a point. And then I gave her the counter evidence, which is real, and which I'd checked the same night I noticed. The Nura clan has existed for at least several hundred years. The Yokai race is older than that, and Sakura awakened her spirit sight years before I did, which is enough to prove that strange phenomena existed in this world before I became a psychic. Really? She wasn't letting go. Are you sure this explanation isn't just forced logic to avoid putting yourself in a moral dilemma? Oh, what are you talking about? I have no morals, so where would a moral dilemma come from? Don't be ridiculous. And she couldn't argue with that, which is the entire reason it works. Then why exactly did you suddenly awaken? It wasn't really sudden, and it's hard for me to explain to you. Because here's the truth, and I've never said it out loud to any of them. On March 20th, I received the list of first-year students enrolling at Sobu High School, and I saw the name Sakura Hanako. That's it. That's the whole mechanism. Because soul manifestation runs on cognition, and cognition is not belief. Belief is soft. If Sakura had sat me down and explained that evil spirits are real, I'd have had to decide whether to trust her, and the deciding is the part that fails. I didn't have to decide anything. I read a name on an enrollment list and knew. Not guessed, knew. And my first thought was not how terrifying. My first thought was, something interesting has arrived. The recognition completed itself in under 3 seconds, and I opened my eyes and there was a monster standing by my bed. Sakura took years to get from I see them to I can fight them. Mei Haruna needed a monster describing her own body back to her in a badminton hall. I did the same transition in the time it takes to read a name. That's the honest answer, and I can't give it to her, because the sentence, "I recognized your friend's name from a story I read in a life that ended," is not one you can say to someone standing in a shrine courtyard at 11 at night. Since you've said so, of course I believe you. And she smiled, properly, which she doesn't do, and I let her. Because here's the thing about my own explanation that I've never told her either. It's consistent. It is not proof. Yokai existed for centuries. Sakura has seen spirits since childhood. Both true. Neither of them establishes that the doors weren't mine. The old things were always here. The doors started on March 20th, and so did I. So no, I don't know. I don't know whether I'm what's standing between 450 children and the tide, or whether I'm the reason the tide has an address. What I know is that in 8 weeks, I have gone from eating a monster in my bedroom to sitting in a shrine with the leader of every yokai in Japan signing whatever I put in front of him, and that at some point in that stretch, the thing behind my shoulder grew an arm. It's going to keep growing. I've made sure of it. And whatever is on the end of that arm hasn't told me its name yet, but it's been talking to me for weeks now. It talked to me in the fog with 100 spirits waiting to ambush me, and it talked to me again in front of 10 meters of giant, and both times it said the same thing. Since the world has become so bizarre, why still allow yourself to be bound by so-called normalcy? Devour all evil spirits and create a world in your mind that is worthy of being called real. Here, call forth my true name. I've said it exactly once. The end of 8 million. 8 million is what this country calls the number of its gods. And in this country, the word god covers things like Kitsune no Hime, which is why, when a 9-tailed fox who has been alive since before Kyoto existed read that name off a contract, she put the scroll away as fast as her hands could move and left without finishing the conversation. Because translated, it means the one who ends all gods and evil spirits. That's what my soul calls itself. Nobody gave me that name. I didn't pick it. It was in there when I arrived, waiting, under the hand. So when Mei Haruna asks whether I'm the cause, I tell her about the Nura clan and the centuries and the folklore, and she goes home feeling better. And I go to the inner world and eat, ruthlessly, every single night. Because there's only one way to find out what's on the other end of that arm. And I want to see it. Ask me again in a month.